Come on. There we go. I had to update the thing. What is up, chat? Let's change our generic thumb. Nope, not there. Green is live. Currently leveling another character. Exy feeling a little crabby. What's up, Beyond? Alright, I think that's everything. How's it going, Beyond? How's your day? How was your couple of days away from me? How was life? Julia! Julia! I should remember where I was leveling for this character now. I think I've done most things. We had internet outage last night, and our wire got buried yesterday, so we're hoping that our internet is fine. And it's not a sign of bad things to come. Rage. I finally made it to maps? Hell yeah. Are you blasted? Say out. I got a character 2 maps, and I was like, you know what? Time to level another one. So I'm on my 3rd character leveling. I got the one to 84, the second one to 84, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna level another character. What's up, Marshall? So we're leveling a totem guy. Meowdy chat. Marshall, I will say I don't see a subscriber badge next to your name, so you might get hit with an ad in a second. Just an FYI, in case you have to renew your sub. Because I've got to play ads, and they're going to play in a second. It can also just be a visual glitch, though, if it's not a thing. Let me see. Because ads will automatically play at 5 minutes, I think, which is annoying. I usually try to forget remember to hit it, but I didn't hit it this morning, and now I'm not logged in, and now everything is an abyss. Just resubbed. Excellent. It might be just a glitch of the sub icon then. All right, I'm logged in now. Let me go add them ads for people who love ads. If you love ads, you're about to get hit with 3 of them, or 3 minutes. There it is. All right. Can y'all hear music? Y'all cannot hear music right now. So let me turn my music off. Shout out ads, yeah.
Everyone loves a slinky. You gotta get a slinky, slinky, slinky. Go, slinky, go!
There we go. So many months of subscription.
14 months. Our 5-month-old kid is doing well. Thank you for the 14 months continued sub, bud. We hear the music of those sweet, dulcet tones. I don't know what that means. I think I'm too stupid for this. But I have never actually played totems in any real sense, so this is going to be an experience for me that I may hate. And if I do hate, then I can just turn this into a brand character. Problem solved. It's all brands. But how was y'all's last couple of days? I haven't streamed in a few days, so... Have you guys been okay? I'm dying. Sorry, I tapped out for a second to figure out what the fuck I'm doing with these points. Honestly, I have no idea what I'm doing. Maybe we should pick up some of this stuff in here. It's all good stuff. At least like the life and the this right here. What's more totem stuff? Is there totems over here? I don't know if I crit with the totem I'm currently doing though. Brands and Holy Flame are the two main ways Phantasms over the years. I did the work thing last couple of days. Hopefully work's going okay. So the main reason we wanted to do this character is because we got the crab staff. So I want to do crab totems because Abby's nickname is Crabby / Crabigale. So we're gonna do a crab totem build for my wife. Yeah, she's currently just walking the room and she's doing this. Like a little crab dance. So she heard me talking about crabs and she was like, it's me. Honestly, it's hard to mess up totems early on. Do you just use Holy Flame Totem until like much later? I didn't really see any other totem options. It's Rocco. He's a baby. Alright. No longer can shield dash. Only can pet Rocco.
Death waits with open arms.
Give Kitty a treat. Rocco, Mama tell you come in here to get treats so she can stand there and give you a treat. No, you don't get the whole thing of treats, buddy. There you go. Enjoy your treats. Thank you for the treats, Rocco says. Kitty, yeah, he's a baby. I assume he's currently eating treats, but I can't really see over his very large body. This goes really well. It will carry through in game, but you swap over to other totems whenever you complete your Insancy for those one totems. Okay, so I got the Insancy already. What's up, Gazi? So I technically could switch over to other things right now. So what happened? So this is the plan currently is, chat. I don't know what skill I want to use with crab totems. Like we have the crab staff, and then I started gathering replica dragon fangs that have spells in them. I got these two from Fishy, and I was like, so we're gonna try Freezing Pulse and I have Winter. If we find other ones that we want to try out, we might just try out some other random ones. But we're gonna base it off of what we have for Replica Dragon's Fangs. I don't think I'm gonna use Discharge. Vortex, Totems. Oh, I have that. Probably not that great. Ray Spectre gems is pretty good for anyone doing Ray Spectre build, though. 0 Knives, I don't think would be really good, to be honest. Crab Day? Yeah, Crab Day. Whoa! What are we woeing about? That one of the last time I looked? Yeah. We be getting some. I personally have gotten like 4 of them from other people, and I've divined them on the boat to cool usable skills and give them away. Like I got a Wintertide one, and I gave it away to someone doing Wintertide. So like we definitely have a bunch in rotation. People are already pick up the scooping. The boat makes it a lot easier to divine to something usable, to be honest. Maybe I'll level up Necromancer for Spectres. Just got to maps. Time to go again. But yeah, Spectres could be cool. There's also the new Talisman that gives +1 max Spectres. I keep eyeing Winter Orb Assassin. Oh, Assassin instead of like Elementalist or Occultist. What's the big sell? I guess just crit scaling. You don't really get like a lot of AoE scaling though, right? Which is something you want with a Winter Orb or the overlaps, I imagine. That being said, I'm also eyeing different assassins. No one knows what character I'm making because I don't even know, chat. I'm leveling this character right now, but I could easily swap off to it. I also have a Occultist, Death Oath Occultist built to 84. But I want some other gear for it, so I was like, I'm gonna come back to this when I get more gear. So I was like, let me level someone else now. We'll have to get Fez to make a reroll counter. Oh, he updated the leaderboard, and there's like a delve race going on that I don't think anyone's really pushing, but he just put it on there because Fez likes drama. Should tell him to do a reroll counter for everyone. Maze version looked awesome, but I haven't really looked into it. I never played Assassin yet, though. Well, yeah, that's what... So, Incognito last night was asking me, like, what kind of Assassin build should I play? And I was like, well, I'm gonna be honest, bud. Assassin's not... Uh-oh. Did I just, like, full disconnect? Chat? I think the internet just fully DC'd, Abby. Hi, I think we're back. Alright. I think we're back. I think our internet just DC'd completely. Like, I fully reconnected. I couldn't even connect to the game for a second. Long time to see. What's up? Right, I'm texting my ISP to let them know that my internet's still being fucky and they need to figure it the fuck out. Because I'm not here to... I'm so tired of dealing with internet issues. I don't care if they're having problems. They need to figure it out. Alright, we're back again. Long time to see, everybody. How are you going? Welcome to the stream. Did my YouTube video completely crash? If YouTube completely crashed, they might just need to... Okay, I think it didn't fully crash. Okay, cool. I have to run all the way back up there. Hello, Incognito. Dude, I'm so tired of the internet thing. I'm tired, boss. Yeah, so they buried our wire yesterday, which I was already worried about them burying the wire. Because that's what likely caused our issue last time, so we'll see if that's what caused an issue this time. But on top of that, we just had like a full-blown outage yesterday night. Like, I was playing the game, I couldn't really do anything. And then I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna get off and go watch TV, or watch like a show or something like that. I couldn't log in because the internet was down, like it was full down for like an hour. And then we just had a full disconnect a second ago where we started our stream, so something's obviously still going on. Calling the police, this is bullshit. Yeah. We're trying to get back to where we were before we disconnected, so I can continue this campaign. But hi, everybody. Hopefully that is the one and only issue we have today. You know, we might just need to do a full router restart, too. Turning it off and turning it on again sometimes helps.
Your conviction drives you. But have you thought what it might drive others to do in return? Nightmare will save us!
Get him, Holy Flame Totem. Kugdi, did you start your next build yet? Oh, you were talking about Assassin last night. We were actually just talking about Assassin a second ago before I disconnected.
See you.
Piety. Goodbye.
We just need to leave. We don't need the trial or anything, right? Yeah, so we don't need Ciosa. Need to find the gate and get out. We find the plump accident. We find the plump accident. Chat. I feel like I'm going the wrong way, and there's the plum. So this will save Fairgraves. Did it start more ads because I disconnected and simply stream started over again? Rough. Enjoy your double ads. I'm so sorry. Three, 6. Oops. He's hacked the mainframe. I was pulling keys on my keyboard to clean it a bit. I need to do that too, to be honest. I haven't cleaned mine in a few, probably like a year now, I guess. So I'm pretty sure I cleaned it last year, but spent so much time on here. Definitely should probably clean it every few months. At least like air it out. I mean, I think Abby's trying to get me a new keyboard for Christmas, so this keyboard's like 8 years old. Not that old. It's like 5 years old. Yeah, it was gross. Yeah. Yeah, especially if you like eat and stuff at your desk, and potential for like it raises the potential for crumbs to get in there. But since I have like so many cats and I have long hair, it's a lot of hair that ends up in there.
This land, delivered to this task, I will prevail.
I guess we're going spell damage and crit stuff because of EO. I was missing. Can these crit pretty okay? 6%? Not really, I guess. Maybe the crit thing's a wrong move. Whatever though. Like if you haven't killed it in 8 years, confirms you're a Natsuki gamer. Yeah, I'm not super messy. Me and my wife have a debate very often about who's messy between the two of us. It's her. Like, I am lazy and I don't, like, overtly clean things, but, like, naturally, I'm not a very messy person. So, like, you won't find me, like, dusting very often or something like that, but I'm also, at the same time, not just leaving... Like, I don't spill drinks on my desk or anything like that very often, to where, like, there's a lot of stickiness just, like, everywhere. And if I do spill a drink, like, I instantly go to clean it up. I don't just let it sit there. I don't leave things on my desk for cats to knock over when I'm not here. And honestly, in general, if I touch something sticky on like a countertop, I'll clean it up. Because I have the type of tism that I don't like to touch certain textures. It makes it feel gross, like wet socks. Hate it. So anytime there's like a little mess like that, I'll clean it up. Whereas Abby is a little gremlin. She's the one that leaves sticky things everywhere. She'll like use a spoon to stir her coffee or whatever in the morning, then just put the spoon on the countertop. And then that would be like a coffee sticky spot there. Couldn't be me. Little gremlin. Hey, I do all the cleaning. Yeah. Doesn't change the fact that you're not a little gremlin, though. Definitely messy. I spot my room. I don't spill things or anything. I'm not dirty. I just have like 10 to 2 water bottles on my desk. Every morning I pick up like, so throughout the day I'll definitely collect like trash and stuff like that. Not trash, but like I'm out over here like oh, old ham, put it on my desk. But like from like, you know, my drinks or like anything I eat throughout the day, I'll have like trash on my desk. But when I wake up in the morning before I start stream, I clean off my desk every morning. So like anything else left over from the night before, I clean it, make sure it's nice and pretty before I start the stream. So like I may leave stuff in around, but I don't pile up 10 bottles. Shout out old ham. Yeah, exactly. Shout out to my old ham. He got hit by a bazooka. Even once a week. Yeah, Abby does do the majority of like the general house cleaning. Like I think we talked about it before, where we kind of split dish chores. So at night she'll usually like clean stuff and put it into the dishwasher, or like, you know, rinse off, put it in the dishwasher. And then in the mornings I'll unload the dishwasher and then I'll reload it if there's anything that was made after she had done it, because we usually late night snacks. Or if she didn't want to clean something because it's just a tiring day and I couldn't go in the dishwasher, like a big pot, I'll clean it in the morning kind of thing. And then I try to vacuum my room every once in a while. I probably should do it more than I do now to help with the allergies. Stuff like that. And then I do laundry. Tagged you in Discord and my Slayer is handsome now. Oh, did you buy him some MTX? Hell yeah. Yeah, I am bad at stuff like dusting. I'm not really big in dusting. I hate dusting. What level am I? 30? A little under leveled. Try to farm that blue experience. There it is. Bum bum. I guess the extra dexterity and cast speed and attack speed's not bad either. I go down here and grab this too. Honestly, I have no idea. So totems, what other totem things are there? Totem. Is it just those two? Oh, wait, there's someone down here. Okay. That's so far away. That's kind of good. I guess I can go down this way, pick up like some life and stuff along the way. Pick up some totems. Extra divine judgment. This is crit based, which I'm probably sure I'll eventually want to go into. Might not be the worst idea. Jesus, paragraph. All right. But yeah, I cleaned up a lot more. I've gotten lazy in the bathroom. Sink has gotten a bit clogged from shaving in there. I've also got gnats or some shit. Okay, I never got to... If I ever see like a bug infestation somewhere, I'm immediately figuring out what's causing the issue. But we haven't had really bug issues in a long time. We had like an ant problem for a while, but that solved... Not for a while, but like it was like maybe a couple years ago. And then we had a termite issue, which is not necessarily like a cleanliness thing, it's just a termite issue, right? And we haven't had that issue in a while either.
We open Dominus. Go where you are needed.
No, it's an infestation, and you should feel disgusted. fungal flies or fungus gnats. As soon as I had those little fruit flies, something I was like, nope, this is gross. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, Julie, you rolling up a necromancer now? There's some pretty cool specter stuff. I hate bugs. Me too. We sometimes get bugs inside because we leave our back door open. It has like a screen door, and sometimes the cats can press it and like bugs will get in and stuff. But if we ever have bugs where it's bad, like flying bugs, like mosquitoes, flies, that kind of stuff, we have like a little fan thing that sucks them up and puts them into sticky paper. A little bug catcher thingy that we put on. Where is this guy? Oh, it's up there. Health looks like we're going to FedEx boys. Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of a place after terminating people where they don't just, they're like, oh, you know what, that was our mistake. Let's redo it. Let's undo it. I think at that point, a lot of feeling is we've already damaged people, like the reputation or whatever. So like, why let this person who is upset with us come back in, kind of thing. I stick to Dom Blue for now. Boo! You gotta join also all the rerolls. Ooh, also playing Void Sphere was a build idea that I want to do as well. Do a Void Sphere of rending or whatever. I have too many ideas. I need to stick with one. Oh, I need to update the spreadsheet to say that I have a new video out. Ah. Alright, let me do that real quick while I'm thinking about it. Builds. Let me update this. It logged me out, right? I restart my PC. Now my stuff's logged out. Dying faster. No, thank you. Alright. I'm not going to flashbang you guys, so I just won't change the scene, so you don't have to worry about watching that. I will, on the other hand, just get this done real quick. Real slow. Oh, we got a comment. Is it Marshall saying first? Yeah. First! Yay! Complete maps. Thank you, Marshall. Alright. We got this. This. Alright, builds thing has been updated. Well, yay! Responsibilities! Okay. Oh god, flashbang, get out of my face! Apparently I was fired because of a shift that I never worked that apparently was picked up. I usually work 3 to 9 a.m. Apparently it was a 9 a.m. to noon shift, and I was there for like 3 months and never worked that shift. So they scheduled you for a shift and you just didn't show up for it? But they scheduled it outside of what you usually work? But yeah, at least you got a, I think he's had a part-time job working FedEx. You know, helps out a little bit. Hopefully FedEx treats you a little bit better. Why isn't my character wearing pants, chat? Each one of these gives you points. So a good way to show it, by the way, is if you look at this right here, you can hover over the number at the bottom. Okay. Say this shows you the all the points totals. I'm only missing one, which is the Maven thing. Pants Schmance, which is an old guy running around some mines with no pants on. It's crazy. Wait, I'm missing one total point, and it's from the feed rotation. So we'll eventually have to farm that up and do it. But honestly, 1 point isn't a big deal breaker. The old guy is that jacked? I'm not complaining. Alright. Chat said, I gotta type. Old jacked men. I can do your feared? I mean, I can probably do my own feared. I just don't have the things for it. Jacking old men? Yeah. Gas the frick. What? I forgot I bought an MTX and a PoE 2, and I've been using my awesome lighting portal. Yeah, a lot of the... Not everything transfers over, but a lot of it does, and eventually the majority of it should, once they, you know, get more and more of it worked on. Obviously not a huge priority. When they're trying to push up 1.0 update out for the PoE 2. Lastly, I had a Domplo character in body armor that left his chest uncovered. Alright, chat, get it together. Get it together. Also, I don't know what uniques I would want to use on a totem character, so I went and just typed totem in my unique thing, and I just grabbed anything that said totem on it. Which is why also I have the shield. The shield. I was like, it has the word totem, totem good. Did I go backwards? I did. Wait, the bigger thing would just be actually having to farm the feared. Maybe the totem character will farm them quicker. I mean, I technically could do it on Wintertide. I am lazy. And the one attempt I did do, I 6-ported it because I kept reading chat and not killing the guy I definitely should have killed first before he degen the whole arena. The blessing of having a plentiful unique tab, yeah. So much loot. Plus you have the guild tab and my own tab. That's really nice. Okay, we're gonna see what kind of crab spells we can do. So far, I wanted to try Ice Spear splitting as well, but we don't have an Ice Spear replica Dragon Fang, so. Wah, wah. Fire first, eh? Do people usually have preference to go to the cold one? I don't know. I think I just default go to left on a lot of things. Only one of the guild doing trade. So I have a whole stash. I think Jake's in the guild. Right? Or is that in PoE? No, PoE, yeah. So Jake's in trade. I don't know if he's using the guild stash because no one else is in there, but Jake is in the guild and playing trade. I know that Frostbite has a trade character. I see him play it on once in a while. He has a flicker character in trade. But you can kind of see who's in there. So, like, obviously, if they have a blue thing right here, that's the regular league. If they have green, they're in the private league. When they're logged in. You're my only friend right now online that's playing in trade.
Another pig without a plan.
I had to reshoot my recording for my video because I had the if we buffer, we suffer message up. I didn't realize it until I was doing the video, and I was like, I don't need that in the YouTube video. I mean, again, I think it's just a personality type, and that's okay. That's a little different. We had, for instance, we had, besides you, 2 other people who were brand new to PoE starting private league. They haven't really played trade. We had 1 start last league. This is our second league playing. So it just depends on the personality type and what you enjoy. I will say those people have no issue asking for help or questions. And it seems to be a bit of a problem for you. But it doesn't mean that, you know, the way you play the game is wrong or ours is better or anything. Like, same thing when I tell people if they should follow a build guide or not follow a build guide. It all comes down to personality type. I think Shadow was a little harsh on the fact that you started in private league. But that's just because that's who Shadow is. I think it was also a little harsh on the builds that you played, because again, that's just personality differences. Well, we get used to SSF is to play SSF. Yeah. I say, as a trade player, I don't think any amount of trade is necessarily going to make you a better SSF person. If you're solely relying on, like, trade to fix problems, it's still fine if you want to learn that way and get a little bit more used to the system before you kind of deep dive into it. But for some people, like there's people actively who play only SSF and enjoy the game. Again, it's just a personality difference. I mentioned to some other people that have asked to help with our first PoE League. Well, the other issue is SSF is a small amount of people, right? If you look at the amount of trade players versus SSF players, there's a large disparity between the two. And then there's also just a large audience of people who are just trade economists and can never imagine playing SSF. So it depends on who you talk to. Like, there's literally a guy who knows a lot about, like, I have a El Chosen one or whatever. He really likes to do crafting and stuff, but he likes to do profit crafting. A lot of his enjoyment from the game comes from the fact that he crafts a cool item, he sells for big money, and that's what he likes to do. So he has the knowledge to play SSF in a sense, but his enjoyment comes from being a trade player. And getting fat stacks. A lot of people play PoE just to loot Moogle. Yeah. That's also why you see in ARPGs in general, there's always like a busy 2 weeks and then a steep drop off in player base. Because a large portion of people who play ARPGs just want to go hard for 2 weeks and then they get bored and leave because they've already done all their best. They've already gotten their best gear. They don't feel that improvement is better at this point. The people who usually have longevity in their builds are people who play kind of like a slower pace, or play SSF or like a private league. They're the ones who will be around like 2 months into a league kind of thing. Whereas the juicers are 90% of the time the ones who leave immediately. Yeah, it's just the farming stuff and selling stuff about what I want. Yeah, that's what I said. It's just a personality difference. Doesn't mean it's wrong. It's just different. And you might never want to play a private league. That's okay. You can still hang out. We'll make fun of you like we do make fun of Fez, but you can still hang out. Morning, Seb. Slash ignore. Classic. Yeah, we had a couple people who played last league with us, who were always trade players, and they played for like a week, and then they bounced out to trade, and they didn't join us again this time. Like I said, it's not for everybody. Now, Nightmare Maps sub bosses. Let's go. I'm kind of over the economy though, both in real life and in video games. So I don't think I'm ever gonna be a trade player again for most games that I play, if I can avoid it. Which is also funny because trading is at its easiest now, since they added like ASIC trading and stuff, and that's kind of when I bounced out of trading. I was like, I'm kind of over it. For so many years I complained about how trading was just like an awful experience because you have to whisper to 1,000 people. And they finally fixed that part, and I'm like, I'm over it. Having Max Blight, I thought I gave so much freaking rewards, chat. Not gonna do that on Flicker Strike. At least if you're trying to do like Blight Ravage maps, I don't think Flicker's gonna be your best bet for that one. There's like builds that can AFK solo Blight. Versus Chains Command, Necromancer's really good at it. Also, if you're doing not Blight Ravage stuff, or not like, if you're doing Blight just in maps, you could just do the towers and not necessarily even care about your build. Traffic's Blight Guide, never fail Blight again. There you go. I freaking hate Blight though. But PoE is one of those games, especially if you're playing in trade, where if you play a mechanic everyone hates, you can sell stuff for a pretty good price because no one wants to do it, so they're willing to pay more. Well, like things like gold oils and prismatics, stuff like that, sell for a bunch, on top of the fact that they're rare. I'll go to League Star, never go back then once I need oils. Only do Ravage map and done. Oh yeah, Castle Stun, Chieftain, or Gladiator are the AFK ultimatum characters. That's the build that Beyond's trying to do in the Pirate League, and we'll probably eventually roll into Trade to do. But you need specific like jewels, unique jewels to get it going. I think those builds are really cool for if you are not streaming. Like, I wouldn't want to AFK a build while streaming, because I feel like that's really boring to watch, or for me to even play. But it's good for when I made the Chains of Command build last league and did some Blight off stream. Well, I was just like watching a show or something like that, and that was nice. If you're working, it's really good to do too. If you're a remote worker, you can like just AFK an ultimatum or whatever. So it's nice for situations like that. Emiracles, or Emiracles, I don't know how you say his name, is the Castle Stunned Chieftain guy. He's the one that made it popular. So like 2 hours to figure out the jewel thing? I mean, that's not a long time. There's so much shit in PoE. And even then, like I said, you probably didn't figure out the perfection of it either. Thomas jewel calculation is like one of the more annoying parts, but the calculators definitely help. I might have heard one former streamer was huge pause screen yapper. AFK builds would be perfect for them. That's true. If you just want to kind of yap and not play the game. If you're doing a lot of like that kind of content, then that makes it pretty worthwhile. Or let's say like I wanted to help someone with their POB, I could just AFK in a thing while I help them with their POB. Not the worst idea. Hydrate and stand. I'll do it in a second. I'll get this area done. Start at Templar and have shield dash or like shield charge, like what I'm doing right here. I mean, you could still just get leap slam. You don't have to do shield charge if you want leap slam instead. You're not forced into doing shield charge just because you're a Templar. Wait, why are you starting a Templar? What are you playing? Maybe we went to play an assassin last night. This round Bill Shadow said I should try KF totems. Yeah. Your Shadow is the meta guy. I want to grab this. Wait. This eventually too. For Mana Mastery. Because we will eventually get Arcane Surge, which is nice. But hey, you finished your Atlas though before you rolled to a new character. That's nice. Second campaign. Well, there's only one on the right, but there's two on the left. So I wanted to get that area knocked out first. Don't try to psychoanalyze me. Get out of here. Get out of here. If you go anti-clockwise, no one calls it anti-clockwise. It's called counterclockwise. What? Why would you go top first? Hey, stop going with my totems. They have a short range. Also, wait. I did clockwise, and then I countered upwards. What do you mean anti-clockwise? Going up here would have been counterclockwise. Sorry, I don't speak American. Wait, do other countries actually call it anti-clockwise instead of counterclockwise? Because that's new to me, and that's crazy. No, actually, you're so right. You're shaming me for things that aren't even true. Let me in the butthole. Made it.
Let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare.
Nightman. Ah. Fighter of the day, man. Ah. Champion of the sun. And friendship for everyone. Ow, ow, ow. We're hitting all the effects. Can you phase and go do whatever now? Thank you. Ow. Ow, ow. It's so hard to see with what's on the ground with all these totems. Just completely obliterating everything. See? It was fine, chat. Y'all were all worried for no reasons. Oh, we got new boots. Totem boots time. Wait, there's a bench here, right?
Your whole life, Malachi, when it was the one thing
Sock
that
it.
would grant you true immortality.
Yeah, totem life, movement speed, placement speed, reflect, armor. I lost a little bit of dexterity. Rough. Oh. Not what I wanted to do. Oh, I got the plum still. I'll go get rid of that. Go buy a new one. One big pain point for me in this game is waiting around between boss phases when I'm melting everything. I mean, yeah. I talk about constantly how boss phasing is like one of my least favorite things about any RPG, not even just Path of Exile, but like especially the bosses that have like 7 phases, like how that guy, you fight him once on the top, then he is immune, and then you have to fight the piety. And then you have to fight him again, and you have to fight Piety again, and then you go into a hole, and you have to fight him again, and you have to fight one of the little postules again, and then you gotta fight him again, and then fight another postule, and then fight him again, and then fight another postule, and then finally kill him. Like, that's too many fucking phases. That's too many fucking phases. Y'all need to cut it out. To me, you should get one phase. You get one extra phase, if you want, and that's it. I don't need 8 phases. I don't care. What was I doing? Oh, I need to turn this plum in. Bear Graves, you are free.
The longer you run from God, Fairgraves, the more damned you become.
Oh, I never turned in my thing to get the extra pass point here. Lit. But yeah, the that's all. A lot of ARPGs do that, unfortunately. Like multi-phase bosses. I get that as part of the storytelling, but I already know the story, or not. I don't know the story. I don't care about the story. Let me just blast through. I don't really care which one I'm picking here. I just go to when I want to buy stuff. Imagine freeing him and you just leave him there holding 3 rings for all of eternity. I ran a lot of Shapers last night. I feel that. Oh yeah, Shaper's definitely one of the worst ones. Not only are the Shaper maps just also annoying themselves to get the pieces, but the Shaper fight has you gotta fight those 4 bosses, then you gotta fight Shaper, then he goes invulnerable and sends you to fight another boss. Then you fight Shaper again, then you're vulnerable, and then you have to go fight another side boss again, and then you can finally kill a Shaper. That's 7 phases. I don't need that many things in a fight. Stop it! Stop doing this! Outer's at least a little bit better. It's still not the best though. But you know, it's better than Shaper is. She was agonizing? Yeah. My boss rushing is always like such a boring strategy for me. It just takes so long. Oh, I need to do standing. Okay, when we get to the next town, remind me I gotta just stand and hydrate. Just kind of weird too. Yeah, seriously, it's kind of weird too. He had the whole phases as well. Like I said, I don't mind if they want to do like a couple phases, but like the fact that some bosses just have like 5+ phases is crazy. Let me allocate a point where I can remove like invulnerability phases from bosses. Shit, have it cost 10 passive points. I'll also allocate it. But yeah, even like the Innocence fight, where you kill the statue, it turns into Innocence, and then Innocence has like multiple phases where he goes into the middle and just jacks off for a bit. That shit's also annoying. Tava fight, also annoying. Battles after battles after battles, chat. Alright, we're gonna do standing desk. Time to vibe raise, chat. Bzzz. Sure, hydrate first. It depends on the map. If the map has special conditions, like for instance, the area has the feared, you have to kill the feared to do it. Like, so if the map has special conditions where it adds like ritual altars, you have to do all the ritual altars to get it, kind of thing. It depends on what other modifiers are on the map, but it's not just about killing the last boss, map boss. It's about doing whatever the challenge is for the map itself as well. 4 big ass boss bros that beat my ass. Yeah, that's the feared probably. So yeah, you have to beat the feared to get that reward then. So if you can avert the rules, by the way, you can have it on this build. I guess it depends on what we end up using, I suppose. I mean, invert the rule, because invert rules works for anything that hits, right? It's not necessarily attacks. So anything that hits will work on it. So long as we don't hit base things, so I could invert the rules, not care about curses. Could be good. We have Vibe Risen. We have Vibe Stretched. All right. We also had another hydrate from earlier, like an hour ago. I didn't do. Oopsies. Delicious. We got a fast hitting thing. I wonder if there's any skill that adds extra penetration on the skill itself. Because we obviously wouldn't worry about curses for doing invert the rules, but penetration works with that. I assume Ice Shot of Penetration has penetration on it. But it might be more of a pierce thing, more like Ice Shot of Piercing. I have no idea how that transition works. Also, we can only use spells with Crab Staff, so Ice Shot's out of the... Yeah, Teddy, you just sensed that I was standing up and coming here? Don't start biting my toes. I'm gonna kick you out. Don't do it. The amount of times I play a Templar can be counted on one hand. I'm pretty sure I've only played Templar like 3 or 4 times. This being the 3rd or 4th time. It is probably my least played Ascendancy. And I don't know why, because it is still magical. Like, I understand why I don't play Ranger a lot. I think it's just I don't really care to be strong in intelligence. I'd rather be fast and intelligent. Or just intelligent. Or if I'm going to be strong, I want to be strong and fast, or just strong. Okay, this clearly wasn't the way. Don't kink shame your cat for liking feet. No, he doesn't like feet. Oh god, we're disconnected again? Oh no, okay. He just paused for a second there. Maybe it's because he pressed the button. He doesn't like feet. He likes to bite toes and fingers if you don't give him attention properly. Like right now he's looking at me. I don't know if y'all can't see him really well. He's walking across my desk. Ugh. Whoa, almost dropped him. There you go. See the baby? He's a baby. Move the camera and it buffered. It's a teddy buffer. Theodore. He's just a sweet baby boy. Hello. Has a ritual spell they're not using? I might have some. when I get to town, I can look. That being said, make sure to check the guild dump thing. I just found people were just tossing a bunch into there. Not guild dump, but like the guild fragment tab. Let me said I haven't seen Hannah play in a couple days, I don't think, so she might be over it already, which is fine. Her first league, she got her Atlas completed, which is pretty good. Well, she didn't finish her Void Stones, I don't think, but she had a great time either way. So I was telling about people's first time playing things. It's always good to just know what your goals and expectations are. What's Seb? What build are you doing? Seb, are you doing? What build are you doing, Seb? What are you farming at Ritual for? Anything in particular? No hurry? No, I'm rushing. Please don't yell at me. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my okayest. I'm not doing my best. It's for real, chat. You want all ritual scarabs or just certain ones? Hi again, Teddy. Ritual. Alright. It's just in the guild fragment tab. Whatever I had. Hex Blast and H-Rock. I need Ritual Helm for one and Dialis for the other. I don't think you need Dialis, but I've already said it multiple times, so if you're wanting to wait to get Dialis, it's no big deal. Hex Blast, Ignite. I imagine Elementalist, the Pock build. Pretty much needs the same stuff that every Night Elementalist wants. Penance Brand uses it, EK uses the same Archdemon helmet. You know, with Soul Rend and Spellslinger? Hell yeah. Like Ignite? Or just like Soul Rend and Spellslinger, not Ignite, just a different build altogether? I really don't like Spellslinger. I know a lot of people enjoy it though. I don't like Spellslinger. I do like Soul Rend though. I was thought about doing a Soul Rend of Reaping cast on Crypt build. That's one of my many options of things I'm considering. Chaos? Hell yeah. Chaos Dot? Or Chaos Hit? If he's doing Soul Rend of Reaping, that's a hit. If he's doing the other ones, I think the other ones have dots on them. Dot? Got it. And my Death's Oath character, this is using Blighted Contagion plus Death's Oath. Yes, that looks it's pretty fun. Speaking of Pika-Punk, there's Pika-Punk. I was just talking about how I haven't seen you in a couple days. You might be done with Path of Exile. We're talking about people putting scarabs into the guild stash. I was like, I think Pika was putting a bunch in there, but I don't know if there's any left. Hey, don't put trash onto my keyboard. Ooh, a little lag there. You poke your butt. Well, I hope you feel better, buddy. And hopefully it isn't too serious, because it is a very funny story if it's not a serious thing that happened. Chad, I broke my butt. Help. Yeah, I hope you're feeling better.
God has lost his way.
You're already phased. Stop trying to beam me, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Stupid phases. I'm still a little sore, but it's not as bad as it was. Like, I legit could not move or sit for certain days. It hurt so bad. I still can't sit directly on my tailbone, so no more shitting like a shrimp. I assume nothing, like, broke or fractured. It's just mostly, like, probably, like, bruised from the fall. Or did you, like, go to the hospital and they're like, you broke your coccyx? I've heard, like, actually breaking your coccyx is one of the most excruciating things in the world. But if it's just, like, bruised from a hard fall, and, like, you know, sensitive from that, not as bad, I imagine, but still painful. Also easier to heal, technically. Just a hot thing, I'm gonna go hospital because of insurance. America, frick yeah. Don't go get help because you can't afford it. That's right, this is not related to necessarily your thing, but it's more of like not going to the doctor because it's expensive. Yesterday, actually for a few days, I've been struggling with where I wake up in the morning, I'll be extremely dizzy, kind of like vertigo-esque, but not like room spinny, or just like uncontrollably dizzy. You think it might be ear crystals? So like yesterday, like it lasted for like hours. I just was feeling dizzy, so I just like laid in bed for like hours, not unable to really do stuff. I was texting Ghazi, who was messaging me about the cool stuff he's doing in PoE, and I was like, I can't even play video games right now because I wasn't feeling well. I was like bedridden for most of the day yesterday. I ended up getting to take a nap, and then after the nap, I felt a lot better. But Abby was like, we should go to the hospital. And I was like, no! Not going to the hospital! I was like, if it's still happening and still bad by like later this week, I'll make an appointment to go to the doctor. I was like, but I'm not gonna go to like the ER and they'll be like, here, give me $2,000. Pass. I slept for 20 hours yesterday. Yeah, we had a Abby also did sleep for like 20 hours. She woke up like at like 11 o'clock, like a couple hours, and went back to sleep, and then woke up for a couple more hours and went back to sleep, and then she slept like normally through the night. Abby slept for like 20 hours. My sister broke hers once. She slipped on ice and landed on concrete, broke her booty. That sounds really painful. Me for real? Yes, if it was too painful in a few days, I'll go to the doctor, but it's getting better, so probably just a bruise. Yeah. I imagine if it was like an actual break or like a fracture or something like that, you probably would be still in pretty intense pain. So if it's getting better, it's likely just like a bruise, which is still painful. I mean, bruising your butt's definitely not a super fun thing to do. I was dying one day, people told me, call an ambulance, and then suddenly I was cured. ambulance is just like a $900 Uber. I went to ambulance one time, and that was like a couple of years ago at this point, I think. And we did it because Abby was intoxicated, so she couldn't drive me, and I was in so much pain that I couldn't do it. We didn't have anyone nearby that could drive us because it's also like 11 to midnight time, so we didn't want to call and wake anyone up. I think it ended up being like $900. It's like shit. Next time, just get a fucking Uber. $900 Uber because they didn't even do anything. Like so, they just asked a bunch of questions, and then the guy was like, "Oh, we're gonna try to give you some pain meds. We're gonna put an IV in." And he failed to put an IV in like 3 times. And I was like, at one point, I was like, just stop trying. You're causing more pain by stabbing me in the arm repeatedly while this thing is driving around and hitting bumps. I don't want to do this anymore. This is literally my worst nightmare. I already don't like IVs or needles and whatnot. And the fact that he's like hitting like bumps in the road while they're driving, my absolute nightmare. I was like, I'd rather just stick with the regular pain. I don't need the anxiety plus the pain. Thank you. You're just stabbing me at this point. So it was literally an awful experience, and they took $900 from me, so... Woo! I went to the hospital once 2 years ago. I moved to Virginia. I was having terrible allergies and was throwing up post-nasal drip. So I called an ambulance, and the shit was like $1,700. No, it's fine. We'll get it this time for sure. Yeah. He's like, oh, let me try again. I was like, no, stop it. I don't care. I don't want it anymore. I don't want to play this game anymore. But I did need to go to the ER. As it turns out, I had gallstones and I had to get my gallbladder removed. So I was in the hospital for like 3 or 4 days after surgery in recovery and whatnot. So it was good to go there. But the going there method was a little bit unfortunate. Yeah, I think the $900 was after insurance. I think before insurance, it was like 2,000 something. Because I had insurance at the time when I had the gallbladder removed. Luckily. I have insurance now too because I have it through Abby's work. But it's not as good as what my previous jobs was. But it's better than nothing. I still try not to go to the hospital too much. Or the doctor. Because again, shit is still costly even with insurance. I had some gallbladder pain, but I love spicy food too much to get it removed. I mean, you can still eat spicy foods. I mean, I probably shouldn't eat foods I eat, but like, it's okay. I'll still have phantom pain. I think this is a normal thing for people who have surgery and remove like organs. Your body's missing its organ or whatever. I'll still have phantom pain in the same spot that it was every once in a while, but it's not like nearly as bad. It's just like a dull sensation kind of thing. And then like, there's obviously dietary things you want to do for gallbladder, like to avoid things like fatty liver disease and all that kinds of stuff. But like, I still eat spicy foods. The biggest change for me is the fact that, well, I guess it might be a little TMI, but anyone who might be older like me and maybe you're getting your gallbladder removed or have it already removed, biggest change that I've experienced with it is the fact that when I need to go to the restroom, there's a lot less time that my body is like, you have time to go to the restroom. It's more like, I need to go to the restroom, I'm going now. Kind of thing. You have a lot less of a heads up on it. There are like dietary restrictions on how your body processes stuff because obviously your liver is doing a lot more work than it previously did because your gallbladder was helping it out. I think it's the way it works. So, you know, easing up that pressure on there with like eating less fatty foods is nice. Trying to eat more vegetables, like especially things with antioxidants. Like I try to eat blueberries. Helps like maintain a healthier liver. But it's not like I was like a heavy drinker or anything before. Like my liver's awful. If you're like a heavy drinker and your gallbladder's removed, I imagine it's pretty bad for you. Your liver's already in bad shape from all the drinking. I don't really drink alcohol or anything like that. I'm just an unhealthy eater and I don't exercise. Which also isn't great, chat. Hello, Unc. What up, young blood? How you doing, bud? What's up, Vori? But hey, it's like this happened whether you like it or not. Yeah.
Thank you. You deserve it. Once kids are not all.
But I still eat. To be fair, I never ate like those. I don't eat like super spiced. I eat like southern spice stuff, but I'm not eating like the point where things are so spicy that's like destroying my insides or anything. I just like a nice spice flavor. If you're like eating, you know, what are those hot sauces that are like devil's butthole hot sauce kind of stuff, you might have a bad time. I don't do that, but I do eat spiced food. That is delicious.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
Like my brother-in-law, he likes to collect hot sauces and eat them. That's supported in for dashes. Which dash? Are you flame dashing? Frost blinking? Are you talking about shield charge? Leap slam? Whirling blades? Regular dash? Because they all have different ones. Well, not all have different ones, but for instance, like if it's an attack-based movement skill, like shield charge, leap slam, whirling blades, then faster attacks and momentum support, which is what I currently am using on my shield charge, are usually really good because getting more attack speed means you get to do whatever the action is faster. If it is like a flame dash, frost blink, honestly, you don't really need any supports for any of those. Frost blink is instant, so it has no cast speed. It doesn't benefit from cast speed or attack speed. Maybe a cooldown reduction, I guess, if you want to be really spicy with it, would be fine. If you go Frost Blink of Wintry Blast, that one does have a cast speed, so additional cast speed on top of that, or like, you know, Arcane Surge support would be useful. Flame Dash, I want to say, also, I don't use Flame Dash. I use Frost Blink. I haven't used Flame Dash in probably like 3 years. It has multiple charges. I think it has a cast speed. Yeah, so it has a cast speed and cooldowns. So, you know, faster casting, lower cooldown stuff would be useful here. Is there a dash for Dex? I mean, there is the dash skill. This thing right here, but it's pretty awful, and I wouldn't recommend using it. What's up, Nate? That being said, there's also things like, if you're an arrow person, Blink Arrow is here. So stuff like that exists as well. But usually I'm using Frostbite, but I need my int. Frost Blink. But I need an int. Well, to be fair, you can leave Frost Blink at level 1 if you don't want to level up your int more. You don't have to level up Frost Blink. I don't think... Where's my Frost Blink at actually right now? I don't think the travel distance or anything really changes. Except for like with quality. But maybe that's wrong. You can leave it level 1 and be fine. Today's biting my toes. Sorry, 1 second, chat. Alright, I missed a lot of messages. What's good, Slinkin fam? On the low life, oopsies. On the life build, and mostly it hums? Hell yeah. What auras are you running, Nate? Also, good morning, bud. I was about to make a joke about Korean fire chicken ramen, but you kind of preempted it. Sometimes you're an adult, shit your pants, it happened. Oh, wait, I missed a whole paragraph. Hold on. I had an accident like 9 years ago when I was walking to go hang out with this girl I knew from school. All of a sudden, my stomach started gurgling random bubble guts, and I was like 2 miles from home, and I saw my older sister. So I flagged her down and was like, Jim, please get me home. And she was driving home, and I'm like, you gotta go faster. I'm a grown-ass man. I can't shit my pants. See you later. I made it home, but barely. My sister named me grown-ass man in her phone. Hell yeah. We'll hold a baby while we catch up on chat. I'm 36. I haven't me yet, thankfully. Yeah. You're one of the lucky ones. I want to look at poop my pants a little. You guys are crazy. Chat's like, time is like, shit pants time. Bus home while pulling up to the mall. Rough. Anyone need a Veranastra? Veranastra would be... I think only gladiators use that, right? Sometimes? It's not a very popular thing. I would maybe post about it in the global channel and see if anyone says anything. No one, to my mind, has requested one, but it doesn't mean someone might not want one. That being said, 5 mil is a lot of gold. I guess maybe not so much if you're just running charts over and over again. Happens the best of those. Hot people shit their pants sometimes. Yeah, run a little fun dash. How do you get level 1? I can only buy 7. Are you what act are you in? Are you still in campaign Vori, or are you in are you done with campaign? Frostblink distance changes with level, if I remember correctly, but I don't think it's longer than Flame Dash in your hideout. Yeah, you can only do your hideout if you have already beaten Act 6 and you get Lily invited to your hideout. That being said, Act 6 Lily, once you finish a Twilight Strand quest, will also give you level 1. So if you've finished Act 6, or if you've at least finished the first quest in Act 6 that you would go clear the Twilight Strand, you can always buy level 1 gems from Lily. On top of that, if you have a Regret Orb... Oh, I have no Regret Orbs. If you have a Regret Orb, you can sell the gem and 1 Regret Orb to a vendor, and it'll give you a level 1 of the version of the gem back. Alright. We're back. Best gem. We're back! Teddy's here, though. We're back to sitting so that we can have Teddy on our lap, because he keeps biting our toes, wanting attention. So we're going to move back to sitting desk. Come on, give me a second, Teddy. I gotta vibe lower to the desk. So true. Cool to piss your pants. Teddy, come here. Come here, sweet boy. Vibe reset. Alright, we got a baby here. Got a link to click. Running 4 Uras. Ow. Gotta get that Ashes of the Stars up to 30 quality. Oh, we're in golem stacking method now. Oh, you're doing the belt version with the Tides of Time. Sorry, I'm trying to move stuff around, but Teddy's kind of in the way. Where's your anima stone? Do you not have? Oh, here it is. I was like, do you not have an anima stone? But you do. You do. What are we tattooing? Lightning res? Fair. You got a lot of uniques. Gotta get that res fixed. Okay, so just so you know, this isn't benefiting you because you have no empty flasks, so you're not actually getting this. So you're not getting any benefit from this. Just an FYI. Also, it is overriding your rune binder, so you no longer can get 3 brands attached to an enemy. You can only get 2 brands attached to an enemy. That's why I usually don't put it in this spot. I usually put it up here, which obviously overrides this, so you'd have to decide not to use that, which you're not using. Oh, because of Blue Dream. Got it. Yeah, you're not benefiting from this, and it is killing your thing. Oh, I'll check for the brand override? Yeah. Like I said, so this only works if you have an empty flask slot. You currently have all your flask slots filled. The trader's fine with that boss? Well, it doesn't do anything, though. Because it only works if you have an empty flask slot. You gain 4 charges per flask slot that's empty every 5 seconds. I take out 2 of them. Oh, you take off 2? Okay, got it. You swap it in and out. Okay. That's fine then. But yeah, your brand thing right here is hurting you probably. Especially on bossing, because you want 3 brands attached to a single target. Other than that, everything was fine, I think. You only have 4 auras right now? Are they big ones? Tip of Shield's 1. Discipline's 1. Termination's 1. Okay, so we have 250s. That's why. Okay. Oh, we have actually 5 auras. I mean, technically... Well, no, it's an aura still. Yeah, you have 5 auras. Is this an aura? Technically, Tip of Shield's not an aura. Got it. So 4 auras, 1 reservation thing. Pretty juicy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We missing somebody? We have lightning and hordes. We have stone and safeguarding. We have chaos and flame. Do you not have the regular stone golem? Oh, right here it is, right here. Never mind. Okay, cool. Good then. Good here. +1 socket gems lit. Dark Monarch. Golems. Block chance. Awesome. Golem buff. Great. Exposure. Damage multi. There's no real good implicits for this. So I'm not going to blame you for not putting implicits on this gear. There's not really a good implicit to put here for Eldritch implicits unless you go into weird stuff. Tireless. What's tireless? Mana cost efficiency on life. If you like it, you like it. Not here to hate. If you have socket in the ring, do you actually use the levels? Is it this one? Yeah, you get +4. Cool. Too bad we're not damaging ailment. The damage faster thing would be cool, but the rest of the jewels is great. Damage over time, cold multi, energy shield, primordial bond jewel, business as usual stuff. Fireborn Blue Dream. Our block is low. So I usually prefer to put a red nightmare here to help cap your block as a witch. But since you're using blue dream, you can't have both, to my knowledge. You can also get a impossible escape for blood magic to cap off the block. Potentially. Cool though. That's what came on it. I need to re-anoint. Oh, okay, you bought it with this anoint on it. Got it. Yeah. You can always anoint just a block on. If you want to do a cheap one, you can put on Tetsudo. Is really good for just getting a lot of block from it. If you want to block with a little less block with some Inverter Charge Generator, this is not bad. This is the best one, but it's also Opalescent Oil, which is a little bit more pricey typically. And then eventually you would like to probably just Impossible Escape for this area anyway. That's up to you. And then also if you want to go for damage, you can go for damage instead, like Ashes. Cool though. Box next on the list, yeah. As they move it off into a rare crafted shield eventually, is a lot better for making your block easier on a witch. But that's just Aegis Roar is just so comfy and easy to slot in early game. Whenever you so right here, I'll have this gym like is it showing or is my camera in the way? So right here, when how his gym must be leveled up, all you do is he says if you read the white text, it says right click to dismiss this without leveling the gym. So if I right click this Herald of Thunder, it goes away. And if you go to your inventory, you can see down here, Herald of Thunder now has a little lock sign on it. So these two gyms are locked at those levels unless I decide to unlock them by shift right click to unlock it. Yeah, so right click to lock to where it doesn't show up in your leveling thing anymore. Yeah, I mean our Wintertide itself doesn't matter too much for it. The only time that you care a lot about it is if you're doing anything with Arcane Surge or cast wall damage taken. Those are the only things that really matter for block based stuff. Like or not sorry, level based stuff. Did that help you, Vori, or you have any questions? What's up, Beyond? You already said what to you today, but what's up again, bud? I did release the week 1 update for the Wintertide build. The video is out as of this morning before stream. It goes over how I finished my Atlas, what it looked like. Oh, see that on console? Oh, on console controller? I don't know how you would do it on the console controller.
Even when all looks wrong.
I thought Wintertide benefit from plus skill because of base damage low begin with. Oh no, it does. Wait, what are you talking about? Why would over leveling gyms make it to where Wintertide doesn't want levels? Is it because did I say something strange? When I say we don't care about levels, I mean we don't care about locking levels or things being low level besides those two things. You do want as many levels as possible on Wintertide because that's how you get your flat damage. We're crossing wires? No, it's fine. I might have said something and misspoke a little bit and made it easy for you to misunderstand. But yeah, Wintertide wants as many levels as possible. What I meant to say was we don't care, besides like over leveling, only Arcane Surge or cast wall damage taken matters in our setup. Everything else you can just level freely as you want. And yeah, Wintertide you want to be as high as possible. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, the only thing that sometimes beats out levels for Wintertide is quality. So like Ash is less levels than like a replica Dragonfang, but because the quality is 30%, and Wintertide loves the quality as well as your golems do, it just makes it so much better. The balancing act. And like eventually, you could beat out Foulborn Tollborn with a rare crafted scepter. But the ease of getting Foulborn Tollborn in both SSF and trade makes it so much better early on, and then you can invest in other things until later. Balance this. Present it. Initial block tips, making a sick first build for me. You and Lazy XL carry me? Hell yeah. Like I said, there's a pretty good... I haven't looked at all their guides, so I don't know everyone's thing, but there's a lot of different... There's like at least four people who make cold dot guides, so you can always pull inspiration from all of them and see which ones you like best, or like which pieces you like from each one. Owen's a really good one if you want to be like a trade Andy. Owen is the one who usually tries to take Wintertide to dot cap every league. So, but it requires a trade environment, pretty much. So, you can always follow his progression to see how he gets the most amount of damage out of Wintertide to do the most crazy stuff with it. Whereas I'm more SSF / League Start focused on my guides. That being said, I'm not going to slander any other content creator. I will just say, if you run into any issues with any other creators' builds, feel free to always ask questions here. Figured it out? Hell yeah! How do you do it? How do you do it on a console / controller? Context is important. I took that into account when reading your stuff for sure. Yeah. It's triangle. Got it. Just a different button to press. I'm glad you figured it out. I'm sorry I'm not the best at console tips for you, bud. I've only played PC, PoE, so I don't have a lot of console experience with it, but hopefully I can still give like some helpful advice, at least what to look into to try to figure it out for yourself if I can't give you the exact tip. But yeah, so this is Act 6 that we're getting into now. If you haven't done this yet, Vori, once you get to Act 6 and you do this quest that I'm about to do right here, where you kill everyone in this strand, it unlocks you to buy level 1 gems. If you want to like just rebuy a gem instead of having to de-level it or whatever. You get Grand Regent. I'm just excited more people are playing Wintertide and Cold Dot in general. Next, I'm on to farm the next upgrades. Yeah, that's what I said in my my week 1 update that I posted today for Wintertide. I am leveling other builds right now to do more farms because I want to. But I plan on going back to Wintertide and doing like build craft showcases like that for it. Once I get stuff, I just need to be able to farm certain content that Wintertide's not the best at, like Delve, to get like the Golem stacking jewels. And then I also want to farm some Legion, which we're not good at, but everything, pretty much every other mechanic we're fine at. So I'm just trying to make another build to kind of cover the weaknesses of Wintertide in an SSF / group found environment. The only things you should have to worry about too much is less block, less armor, and like no regen. Other than that, you should be fine. I mean, you can always avoid things like, you know, lower res and stuff like that, or if you want to. But yeah. We're punching the PoE 2 currently? That's fair. You do eventually get to a point where you feel really immortal. Oh man, we missed one. I missed one. This is what I hate. I missed one monster. I gotta go back through this whole thing and figure out where the one guy's at. Hello. Yeah, once you get your your block all the way max, you feel a lot tankier. Once you get 75, 75, the build just feels incredibly tanky. Click the league mechanic. You think it's the league mechanic? Probably armor. It should make me. Yeah. Once you get max block and if you avoid the armor less block mod. Oh, that was not it, Marshall. You have to do the strong box. Hi, Bree. Oh, there he is, right there. Wasn't part of the gank at all. It was just a random guy over here. Yeah, once you get your Red Nightmare, it'll make it a lot easier to cap your block. Because in this area, you can put Red Nightmare right here. All these strength nodes that are kind of in the area, you can tattoo 2 fire res to get you more block. And then if you go into here, this right here technically gives you counts as block as well, the 12%. So getting this for a little bit extra damage / resistances will help give you a little more block as well, because this does reach here. So you can get like a lot of attack block from a Red Nightmare in this spot specifically.
Stay sharp out there.
But yeah, after you kill that first area in Act 6, Vori, Lily can now sell you. See, she sells level 1 versions of every gem. Pretty much every gem that you can buy in the game at Act 6, you can pretty much just get from Lily, and you can invite her to your hideout to have it in your hideout. That's how you can just buy level 1 gems from going forward. If you ever want to buy something, just kind of start over. Hydrate. On it. Give it hydrate. We're going to use on Contagion. Time to lock in. See you around, folks and cats. See you, Nate. Thanks for hanging out, bud. Contagion. Honestly, on my chaos dot that I leveled. Yeah, I'm gonna say I don't really have much attached to it. I think duration for just making it to where it lasts longer, and then AoE so that the contagin's bigger is fine. Because all your damage from contagion is coming from whatever you're spreading. So whether it's like, you know, Essence Drain or Blight of Contagion, that's all the damage. All you're doing for contagion is just having it want to spread longer and further, kind of thing. To my knowledge, but someone else can feel free to correct me with that. Also, I'm full clearing for no reason. Let's move on. Senor, do you have a Hex Blast of Contraction? Contradiction? Not contraction, sorry. I have a cat hair in my face. I keep itching my nose. I don't think I do. I'll check though. No, I don't. Yeah, I don't have any Hex Blast actually. Just have Hex spells. Hex spells. Actually, do I have it in here? Hex. No, just have the proxy. No, I don't have it, but I'm sorry. Like I said, I'll be doing some labs so I can always see about them.
Come here, quickly.
So they do 3 labs for this one character? So it probably only gets to 2 of those today. I guess if you have an extra link, whatever, for Contagion, like you're like trying to use a 4 link, because you could always put on stuff like faster casting or something like that, just because it does have a cast time, so it'd be a little bit quicker. But I don't think that's majorly important. Oh, I didn't do my King's March stuff. I didn't do that today. Or yesterday, to be honest. It's been sitting there for a while. I'll do that later. Surely.
Your body has survived my test. Now, test your new power.
Oh, right. Let's go to this guide that I'm following. Loosely following at this point. And see if I can switch, if they recommend switching to something else. I'm at X6. I've abandoned their passive tree almost entirely, though. And started making shit up myself. Greater multi-proj is the only thing they really added. They use a flame golem. I'm not gonna use a flame golem. That's crazy. Right? Any extra? No, no, actually haven't. But I have a few. that I need to eventually run. I need more dexterity to do this. Why? What do you need? What are you needing astrolabed? Or like looking for a certain item from one of the vaults, or what? I want to see even less stuff on the screen. Alright, one, but that's it. Didn't really, not really anything. I'm curious. I have a lot of astrolabes now, from so much boss rushing. Yeah, I haven't really needed any of those particular exceptional gems that come from astrolabe vaults, so I haven't really been targeted from. I figured I would just hold on to it until I decide what I want to do. Like, for instance, if I end up wanting to get greater multi-strike for a build, then save my astrolabes for farming that. Or if I want greater cascade, you know, try to farm that one. So I haven't really been using them until I need them, you know? Because they are kind of a limited source for me. But if you have like a billion of them, then I mean, just be able to swag it, I guess. I do need to run one just to get that quest off my thing, though. Because he keeps yapping about how I should do astrolabes. Did I miss the person? I might have, chat. Maybe they were over there and I just didn't see them. Are they by that place? We'll go over here. You gotta be here, right? This looks like the place they would be at. If I ran, chase me the other way. Hello. There you are. Oh, they're always by the Nessa thing, right? So I should have done that automatically. Just a silly little guy. That being said, if you end up needing me to try to chase one of those exceptional gems for you, I mean, I'm always down to do it too. That goes for anybody. Like, oh, I need greater multi-strike. I'll hunt him down. I'll do my best to hunt it. Ow. And a Blade Dancer. Maim on hit. I need to farm a bunch of Breach, though, and get Hive Glands so I can get more Sundered Will Rings. Chafe said he had a bunch, but someone else took them before I asked him for it. He said one of y'all took them. And I was like, who? I'll beat him up. Tell me their secrets. And now I regret also making the Hive Ring because I'm not really using it. I could have used the Sundered Will. We'll farm more eventually. I got some high glance for you. Not many, but like 3 or 4. Of course, that's the only ring I don't have. Hell yeah. The totem should be easy for running fortresses too, which will give me more hive lands. Because you just kind of sit in the middle, put your totems down, and they should handle the business from there, hopefully. I don't think totems are going to be great for delving, especially because we're not using a shield, we're using the crab staff. So I still need to figure out what kind of delver I want to do, or just abandon the idea of golem stacking in general and find and play a different way to scale Wintertide, which sounds actually pretty fun. I've done golem stacking enough times to know that it works. I don't necessarily need to do it again. Stop going for Dark Monarch and go for just the multi-link helmet instead. Oh, I need like a rain of splinters though. Was it not typing? Rain? Splint? Hello? Ashes? Well, I'm not getting anything. Am I disconnected? Okay, now it's working stuff. Rain? Oh, there's one. Oh, it's like the worst amount of reduced damage, though. Might be worth getting it, though, from Shadow. It's only reduced and not less, so at least that's a additive bonus, not a multiplier. Guess we can do a Sundered Will check, too. Huh? Have I been D&D this entire time? I thought chat was being really quiet and global for no reason.
Evil has returned to this place of
Do you have Rain of Splinters? Or Sundered Will? Or both? No Sundered Wills in the market. Alright, well, I'm not in D&D anymore, so we tried to message me before. I was in D&D to record earlier, and I guess I just assumed it would turn it off based on logging and logging out, but I guess it didn't do that. Ooh, 133 reduced. That's a lot better than the 50 reduced. Let's go. My knight in shining armor. Thank you. I need to throw that bad boy on eventually. Also, I could probably take this out. Oh, not here. Because 58? Not too far away. I don't have enough to 6-link it, though. Any Shaper Orbs? No. Gazi's the one farming bosses, but I don't know if he has any extra secret orbs. That being said, this character probably will be able to farm them. I just didn't do it yet. Alright, we'll 5-link it for now. I'll worry about 6-linking later, potentially. But yeah, the Shaper orbs and stuff like that, you're probably better asking the juicers if they have any spares, because they usually have a bunch. Probably spare one Shaper Exalt. There you go. I was say Gaussi's been doing a lot of it too, but I don't know how much of each thing he's had and what his plans are for all of them, so I don't want to volunteer his goodies. They said Gaussi's probably at work, so he won't be online for like 3 more hours, potentially. I'll grab this so I get random splinters on. Mist wall. Woo. What are you gonna Shaper Exalt? What are you crafting? Stuff from a Shaper. Always a fun time. Should I use Whirling Blade instead of Frostblink? I usually use I usually use 2 things. I usually use a movement skill that either has a cast time or attack speed, like Shield Charge. And then I always use Frostblink. The reason I always use Frostblink is because Frostblink is an instant skill. So there's no cast time to it. That means if you get hit by a slow or something that, like, you know, makes it to where your attack speed's lower, your cast speed's lower, you can still instantly blink out. If you have to. There's a lot of slowing mechanics in the game. So I usually always recommend I have at least this in there, because it's an instant movement thing. If you and then from that point on, Whirling Blades is only useful if you have, I think, swords and daggers. Because each different movement skill has like a requirement on what kind of weapons can be used for it. So like Shield Charge, you have to have a shield. Leap Slam has to be like 2-handed weapons, I think. Or like it's like maces, staves, axes, maybe 2-handed swords. But there's like requirements for it. Whirling Blades is like daggers and claws, I think. If you have that stuff and you want to use that as your general movement, like how I use Shield Charge right here, yeah, definitely do it. I would still say keep Frostblink, because there will be situations where, you know, a debuff is slowing you down and you can't Whirling Blades away or Shield Charge away. But Frostblink can save you. Use Daggers of Shadow, then yeah. A little bit sprint. You should do Whirling Blades most of the time, and then Shield, and then Frostblink whenever you want to. That's how I would do it. Oh, did I go? Wait, what? Am I going backwards? I think I'm going backwards. The helmet for the Hexblast Stealthslinger, multi-link helmet. It uses Shaper? Not Elder? What are you wanting from Shaper? Are you going for... Does it need crit? Shaper hypo crit chance? Interesting. Alright, pop off. Which is from dot to hit. Oh, okay. Well, then that makes sense. I was say, I'm pretty sure Elder is much better for dot-based stuff. But if you're going to hit base, then that makes sense. And the crit's still not bad for things like elemental overload time and whatnot, but I don't think it overall beats out what Elder offers for dots. But again, if you're not dot, it doesn't matter. They start ritual form for that helmet? Yeah. You're going to get multiple of them too, because you're going to want... Because you can't get an 85 helmet from ritual. So you essentially have to recombinate and hope it picks the ritual base, but upgrades it to an 85. So if you miss that recombinate, womp womp, gotta get another helmet. That's an 84 only. I mean, 84 gets you everything as far as this stuff goes. 84 is fine, but still, you can only get 83 naturally, right? Unless you get, maybe Nightmare maps give you 84s. You'll miss out on like tier 1 intelligence, but that's not really for us. The stuff like this. Yeah, so 84 is correct. Until you get to stuff like take damage as extra stuff. Because, for instance, if you want to do the Warlord helmet we were talking about, it needs 85. But if you're doing just a pure Elder helmet, then you're probably fine without 85. 84 is fine. But even then, like I said, I'm pretty sure 84 you still have to upgrade. Yeah, see, nearby enemies take increased elemental damage on Shaper. It's 85 as well. So it depends on what mod you're going for, I guess is the bigger thing. But 84 is the minimum for tier 1 and like of stuff. And for like spell script chance, that kind of stuff. But I think you get 85 just from having 83 and then hitting the recombinator and upgrading it to 85. Still doesn't drop from in regular maps. I don't think you get, unless they changed it this league to where Ritual is giving you higher tier bases. I mean, you should only be getting 83s from tier 16s. I don't know how Nightmare maps interact with it. So actually, I haven't played a lot of Nightmare maps since they made the change from T17s to Nightmare maps. But I want to say it was made to where you don't get the, it doesn't upgrade the level area when they changed from T17s to Nightmare. So yeah, so if you want an 84, you're gonna have to get an 83, and then get like an 85 helmet from somewhere else, and just slap them together and hope to pick the right base. I will say I can't see shit, and this is not that much of a damage. Yeah, since they changed a lot of the stuff, I can't remember exactly what areas give what level bases, and it's a little confusing because they, like I said, they recently changed all this stuff to where, you know, certain areas too for Ritual. So yeah, and I don't think Nameless upgrades to high level, and I don't think Nameless even drops like Ritual bases anyway. I don't think he can drop like the Archdemon helmets and stuff. Okay, sorry about it. You got the helmet for Ritual. Hope it's 83 and recombinate with 85. Yeah. Yes, correct. And then you're hoping that it, because if it picks the base for the Archdemon helmet, then it will upgrade that base to the to 85. So if you get unlucky, you're gonna need multiple helmets until you actually hit that. So you might only need one helmet. You might need 5 helmets. Might need 20 helmets if you're really unlucky. Yeah, plus any 85. Yeah, doesn't have to be a certain base type or anything. I did this a couple times last league when I did the Penance Brannick Knight build. It helped Musa do his as well. when he did the fancier Wicked Absorb version for Shaper Elder. It said so unless it changed specifically this league, and I don't think it did. It should be roughly the same, to where you need to recombinate to get the higher level base. There you go, Aloy. Okay, girl. You want to lay down? Anyone need an Elder Quiver for recom? Anyone run Uber today? Aloy, you know what you're going to get. That's right. A brush-in. It is a trap. Get trapped. Thank you, Abby. Get trapped, Aloy. He's about to get angry. This is now a cat brushing stream. Alright, that's good enough. Fine, Aloy. Hey, come lay down, sweetie. Come on. Try to brush the cats whenever they get on my lap, because they usually... some of the cats just do not enjoy it whatsoever. They'll like actively run away from me and my wife when we're trying to brush them, like in the room or something like that. And then with Aloy specifically, she has a lot of anxiety, especially with other cats. If you try to do something with her in like the living room, other cats will come by just kind of seeing what you're doing, and it'll agitate her just because she doesn't like being around other cats. So whenever I get a chance to brush her, oh, I'm about to die, in the room, it's a lot easier for all parties involved. That ones are super easy to make as long as you don't need specific too many mods. If you're going for something like just burning damage plus like the essence mod, that's really easy to hit. If you're wanting to get 3 perfect suffixes, like essence mod, crit, burning damage, or hypothermia, then it becomes a little bit more painful because you'll need to burn a lot more essences more likely unless you're very lucky. But, you know, all doable. So once you get the helmets, farming essences is going to be y'all's next big thing, I guess. You're going to need a lot of the horrors. I think I got mine in 3 horrors, so if you get lucky, you're fine. I want to say Musa spent like 20. But he was also going for double suffix. Whereas I was only going for a single. And then the helmet I want to craft for Wintertide needs a fracture. It doesn't actually use influence. Low 4 enhance? Jesus, 1 of 11. Remember to craft my Ignite Helm, burn out SSF by the time I got the Settlecraft? Important thing to always remember, especially in an SSF / like group find environment, is progress, not perfection. For people who are not Shadow. Shadow will always tell you perfection over everything else. Anything that's not perfection is trash. But for people who don't play as much, or maybe just a little bit newer or a little bit slower, progress is always better than going for perfection. You're not first, you're last. Yeah. Shadow is, what's his face's dad? Is it Ricky Bobby? I want to say Ricky Bobby, but for some reason I was like, that doesn't sound correct. Yeah, but winning is better. I mean, you're only winning against yourself. There's no real like leader here. You're playing against yourself. Can't get into T16s. Don't know what to do. Oh yeah, I remember you saying you want a POV review. Do you want to look at POV now that we're streaming again? We can talk. We can go over your build, Fipple. You're not first, you're last. Marshall's first, yeah. Gotta beat the past version. Well, if you're going for progress, though, aren't you always beating the past version? So progress, not perfection, is still winning. This is progress. Can you not think for a minute, like out of the room? Okay, what's up?
Well, actually,
No, but actually, yeah. All right. 1 second, chat.
I got too focused on the out of the room part. I was like, it doesn't have to go. As long as it's not what you're saying. So Denise wrote up a proposal. So now, so I think it's our HR person. This God, what? I'm about to go on the treadmill. I was like, oh. Isn't that nice?
That's nice. Let me know if what happens. If anything comes of it.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't go, LOL.
LOL, no.
Who's that? The fuck?
Abby F, is that the one we hate?
Oh, he's like, is that literally Kip makes me so mad when he does that. He was like, which one is that? And I was like, stop! You've met me twice.
Do I have a camera on the screen? There we go, camera's on. Alright. We're playing Poison Concoction Bouncing. Feral Bloodline Ascendant. I didn't know what to pick. Yeah, no. I was thinking that you were a Aquarian. I thought Gloomfang might be good with it. But maybe it doesn't work with Poison Concoction of Bouncing. Is this considered chaining? Yeah, chains. Okay, so it probably would be okay. With the extra chain. I thought so. So I thought Gloomfang would have been good for it for going Reliquarian. They said the non-chaos is extra chaos. Obviously doesn't give you damage. It's mostly here for a chain, I suppose. So not super beneficial. What else would you go besides that, though? +1 all spells isn't bad. Well, you're not a spell. You're an attack. Never mind. It is bad. The Arcali's Fang could be good, right? Because it gives extra poison and attack speed. Issue might be flash charges, spiders. I mean, flash charges aren't really a big issue, I think, personally. Because there's people who play Poison Concoction Bouncing without Pathfinder. Like, Trickster played a lot. Slayers or Champions play it, stuff like that. So, like, you don't have to play Pathfinder just for it. I mean, there's lots of cool benefits to getting life flash charges and stuff like that. Like, even here. I think you already took it. Yeah, it's already, you already took it back right here. I see this also gives you right here, Profane Chemistry. Will give you an extra life charge every 3 seconds. So, like, and some life on top of that. So, like, you already have a bunch of the ones that kind of benefit it a good bit. I want to say there's another one over here. Flash charges, reduced flash charges used is pretty decent as well. So, like I said, there's a lot of ways to make up for the Pathfinder missing stuff. Okay, but you said the issue is your damage too low for T16s, or is it more of a survivability issue? Did you kill all bandits, or you help Alira? Because your res is a little low. Someone said spooters. Yesterday had nightmare about spiders. I'm sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to traumatize you. You are poisoning though, right? That's what we're doing here. Chance to poison. Is your chance to poison maxed? Yes. Attack is overmaxed. Why should my res low? I don't know. What you have to tell me. I don't know what your looks like. You have to tell me what looks like is missing. I'll help you in a second, incognito. It's very simple. If you just need like a random one, it's pretty easy to get. Yeah, it's pretty much that. So, for instance, if you want the breach one, you do a hive gland. So if you buy a hive gland, you can go run the hive gland boss, and you kill them. They'll have this there. If you want to get like the feral one, you go get a feral beast. You run and kill him. Pretty much kill the new league mechanic boss. Gives you that one. Kill the nameless king. Gives you that one. Kill Oshabi and Harvest. Gives you that one. So pretty much just kill the boss in that area. The easiest ones to do would probably be hive gland or this one right here. I assume are the two cheapest ones on trade. Yeah, Nicobuto left us. He's a trade Andrew. But buy you a hive gland if it's cheap, or if you already have one, you can run that. Or buy a Ferric Tiger Alpha, and that'll let you open the portal to fight Feral. But yeah, so did you kill all, or did you help Alira? If you helped Alira, then your res looks like this. If you didn't help Alira and you got the extra passive point, then you look like this. Alira. Okay, so there you go. So you are capped on those. Let me say, if your survivability is low and you're in tier 16 reds, it's probably your chaos hit. Your chaos hit and your fizz hit are very, very low. You are not suppress capped. You are not block capped. I'm not sure which direction you're headed, but you're not capped in those two things. Your damage is low. How are your flasks looking? Well, these flasks aren't crafted for... Okay, so one of these are. Let's say this one's not crafted for damage, right? Because you want bigger damage. Isn't it by the amount it recovers is how much it is? Or did they change that? Adds chaos damage equal to 50% of the life's recovery amount if charges were consumed. So yeah, so you want bigger recovery amount. So like this one's a lot less recovery than that one. So it's showing the same damage though. So I guess not that big of a difference then, huh? Hmm. Are we doing power charging or frenzy charging stacking, or both? Frenzy's here, frenzy's here. Plague Bearer, yeah, Plague Bearer. If you're gonna do a single target like that, Plague Bearer would be where you should go. Let's do some testing real quick. So these, you're also on a 5 link and not a 6 link, which obviously will help a little bit. Cruelty, vicious proj, deadly ailments, all add damage. Even faster attacks adds damage. That's fine. You have Plague Bearer here. Sniper mark on hit. Obviously, just getting quality is going to be your big thing there. Precision's fine. Grace, you have to spare. I mean, it looks mostly okay as far as the thing goes. It's just like levels and stuff. The damage isn't the worst. Your hit chance is 1% low, but that's not a lot, so I'm not super worried about it. If you're getting up to like max frenzy and max power, great, but how are you generating frenzy charges right now? Is that, I guess, the issue? Oh, did snipers give frenzy charges? On hit versus mark? Oh, no. Oh, it's this. Got it. Okay. Mastery. Yeah. I got there eventually. 10%. But you don't have charge duration time? So are you able to get to max frenzy charges or no? And like sustain there? I guess for single target you probably wouldn't be able to do it super well, but maybe you can. You don't have an anointment here either. Progressive Bastion would be a DPS increase for you, and a cheap one. Verdant Violet Black. The other ones are obviously better, but they're more expensive oils, or like more rare oils, so I don't want to necessarily put it on an amulet that you're not super cool with, so this one wouldn't be the worst either. Trail Sting. Banger. Alright, let's go look up some stuff. I don't want to look at that guy's concoction. I'm so tired of seeing people with AI crap everywhere. I'll just look at someone else's. No, let's just go PoE Ninja. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. We'll see if anyone else is playing Ascendant with it. Also, sorry, Frostbite. Hi, bud. I didn't mean to not say hi to you. I think I didn't say hi. That's on me, bud. Hope we're going well. There's 2 of them in trade. He's using double Betrayal Sting. Would that make your... I guess it does apply poisons twice as fast. It does increase your damage quite a bit. So you can always consider going double Betrayal Sting. I think I have one laying around if you need one too. Also, you won't get for Mission Flames. We can't guarantee that you'll get this. Or Progenesis. But mostly want to look at his links. We don't have close to the 40% ones. Very good, Otis. A really interesting meeting. My company wanted to meet, discuss terms, get me to stay. Oh, done the thing? Hell yeah. Are you gonna have talks with them, or you're like, nah, frick you guys? I got 37%. That's pretty close. Also minus 30 all res, but it is 37%. If you don't mind the all res loss. So do I have 2 Betrayal Sting? Or do I only have the 1? I only have the 1, I lied. Yeah, so you want it? Well, you're not in our guild though, right? I guess just say something in chat, and then I'll invite you to give it to you. Coming to you. You went to me. Going to me. Listen to everything and see what they say. It does not hurt to hear them out, but include a 20% raise, and the company offered me a 50% raise in salary. I mean, you're in the position of power. It's always good to kind of see what's going on. You know how much I'm going to do right now? 1 second. We might actually find something better for you. To the boat! Time to boat, Divine. We got 39% right here. So, booyah. Good enough. 1 Divine. You can't wear 2? Well, then pick your favorite one. Just put the other one up on the trade market. Whatever one you don't want to use, just put it on a trade market or put it in a public tab. You don't have to give it back to me. Just put it up on its own tab or whatever. Okay, back to what we were doing. Also, you can wear 2. You just have to be able to build around, I imagine. So maybe save 1 for when you can wear eventually 2. Because it is, for poison builds, usually the best thing to do if you're not a fast attacking poison build. This is the person's... This is not yours. This is theirs. Okay. This is the wrong POB. My light reso suffered so bad. Yeah, but you can always upgrade those other pieces, right? That's not the worst thing in the world. Like, we can upgrade... This chain belt doesn't get a lot. Like, you can put, like, multiple res here. These boots have very low res. This is okay. Archive Fang build? Like the actual weapon? Or do you want to do like the Silent Ascendancy that has like the thing? You just can't hang out with Beyond if you play it. That's the biggest issue you're going to run into. Alright, differences. They did other stuff, like they went over here instead of going down here. It's kind of whatever though. They also pathed out this way instead and grabbed like the extra suppress nodes, which again, you probably do need because your suppress isn't capped. So if you're only tankiness wise, if you're going for suppress as a defensive layer, at least grabbing this is pretty big for 2 points. Then obviously the small points can help cap you out. This guy went like this way instead of out this way. He went here and grabbed this. Did grab this. That almost caps you from suppress right there alone. Do enemies often have energy shield for you? Max life node. Plague bearer, increased value. Do you have another poison mastery somewhere, or is that the only one you have? That's not as strong as necessarily deal damage faster, right? In fact, that doesn't really give huge damage increase. I think it doesn't really matter. Oh, wrong one. This accuracy is no longer needed. The actually mastery you had here. This gives you an extra projectile here, which increases damage, right? And gives you attack speed. Level to go into this. Cobra Ash. Well, what are you waiting on to swap over to this? Can you just swap over to this now? Or are you trying to get to like 90 first? Or like what's the goal? Like what are you trying to hit to switch over? I feel like a lot of these items are, besides maybe the spider thing, are already available. Crown divining. Where's Pika? I need my bank. If I hit another thing that I'd rather hit, I'm gonna keep it, but we can see. Zombies, phantasms, animate weapons, absolution. I don't want any of these. Does anyone personally care about any of these? Bound. You want phantasm? This build uses spiders. So are you wanting phantasm or do you want spiders? The one you linked uses spiders. How's it going, Faj? What's up, bud? Weapon version? Archive's Fang's pretty sweet. Oh yeah, I'm confused. Okay, so you want spiders. We go again. Zombies, enemy weapons, zombies, absolution. They will send me a trade request. Summon skeletons. Alright. This one we'll do enemy weapon then. I guess we'll roll the skeletons one. Holy relics, spectral wolves, let's go. Spirits? Holy relics? Do you ever use this with Aatrox? Who's trying to play Aatrox in this league? Someone was it Seb? Seb, do you need a Holy Relic Monarch, or is that a no thing for that build? Hey, can you tell me my boss I don't want to work? Just play PvE? Yeah. Tell him to link him to stream. Tell him to announce when he's here, and then I'll happily let him know. Pika, these hard mode bosses suck. What's happening? Oh, are you playing on the Pal World server? Is Hannah back on Pal World? Holy Relic could be big. I'm still on Pal World server. Got it. Yeah. Yeah, they were pretty rough. All right, we'll pick Holy Relic and we'll drop Range Weapon. And we'll roll on this one. Holy Armaments, Raise Zombies, Pit Purity, Reapers. Bummer. Also, Pika, I need more money from you. That's what I pinged you. That's why I said I need Pika. Where's Pika at? Not sure if that is good because you're losing specters. That's fair. How much? Whatever you're willing to spare. Oh, all right. We'll probably roll over the Aatrox. I think you're probably right. They probably want specters. And not to wait for my bank to get here. I give you everything I have in the private league. I have like 4 wisdom scrolls for you. I'm good. Thank you, buddy. But like what kind? Divine orbs. I need some divine orbs. People just left. People's back. Trust in the guild stash. I don't know who this is, but I stole them. That was you. Thank you, Catfish. It was Pika. Thank you, Pika. Trying to roll a hat for somebody. Raise Spectres doubling? Do we have any other hats in the guild? Pipple's here. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I didn't really necessarily need it, but I appreciate it. Do we have any more Dark Monarchs? Lundy, Fishy, Chubby. I got Fishies. Just in case, because I don't. Oh god! Oh god! I'm level 1. How do I get out of here? Taking straight back. I'm in campaign. Alright. I think lightning, summon phantasms. Hell yeah, dude. Let's do living lightning build. No death penalty, you got this. Man, it is not want us to give raised spiders, huh? Alright, bud. We might be out of luck with the raised spiders thing. Avada Divines, actually. Alright, we're out of luck. No mas. Yeah, I think we blew through like 14 divines. Really liking the all flame crafting. I made my son attack speed jewel that gives him like 3 attack speed mods that work for his build. Yeah, the all flame crafting is great. The crafting in this game is super good for the league. It's harsh. It's alright. So damage stuff. What level are you right now? I don't remember what level you were when I opened this originally. How many passive points do I have? You're 89. Looks like with 113 points. Okay. There's a handful of things that I can recognize here. Is for one, why don't we have poison thing? This is so much poison damage for you. You go over here, you can get more multi 2, or you can go over here and you get chance to poison, so we can go like this way. Big poison. Going to clusters? I mean, I get it, but at the same time, like, if your uptime on this is not great, you can always get out of this. Like, using a lot of points over here to get this. Like, this right here gives you 120 for 5-6 points. Versus this right here giving you 4 points for 177. So, like, point-wise expenditure, you're getting more here. Yeah, we can PoE trade is the PoE 1 version. Incognito. I assume you're double cursing, so imagine this is important. But yeah, you take this off right here, you can go into here. And then you can spend that points into clusters. You can also totally save a couple points here if you don't care about the back hit as much. And then you can go into clusters there easier. I do think this is worth it. It's 130k DPS for this. You can also, even if you want to eventually go into like monsters can't block your attacks, which makes it a lot easier to be able to hit them with your stuff. I'm not going to say make you do that, but I do think this is worth it for the attack speed, but also for the extra proj. I would imagine the chaining range is good, but on top of that, I would imagine like one of these masteries is good for damage, right? Like this right here that hits with damage and ailments when they've chained. Yeah. So like obviously that won't show DPS here unless you put chain here. Number of times it's chained. I don't know how many times are chained. 5. But look at that damage upside. Like boom, boom, boom. But if you look at it this is, you're already at 1,000,000 DPS. Did I put any calcs in here before I move on from this? All right, without any calcs, you're at 580. Compared to your 229. We like doubled your DPS by just moving around your atlas to a little bit. I don't remember which one of these is it. I don't think I added in a 6-link, like I said, right? Or change anything else in here? No. I literally just changed passive to add in this and this. Take off like this. We're at 121, so we're over. We're also out of this. So we have to like take some stuff out. Oh, you're also a little bit tankier, right? This is giving you a lot of res, I guess, is what you're holding on to it for. You don't have a thing for here. You don't have to do this right now. We can totally drop this all together. 118, 5 points away. This isn't super useful. I'll probably drop that. Mark Mastery is useful. Instance useful. Helping with the cost is useful. Aura Effect gives you weird stuff. If you want damage, like pure damage though, number of auras is usually more damage. Like this damage-wise is only giving you 16k, but it is giving you like a little bit extra hit pool, not very much. Whereas this right here is giving you 48k. Do we need this for stats? We need to grab this. This isn't super useful. You can just take that mastery off probably. Age up shield shard levels. Yeah, you can always do that too for strength if you don't want to do this part. How far are we off from suppress if we don't have lucky? You could just do that whole wheel and be like, without lucky, just full on suppressed. It's a bit weird looking, but definitely works. Be 5 levels off. We fix this. If we don't need that, oh, it's arrogance that over levels it, not shield charge. Now it's shield charge. Now Slush and Stone. Yeah, so I think you just need the strength. I don't remember what it was at. I'm not going to change it back. So we probably just need the strength until you fix the gear. I think this is probably fine to get out of. And then it means you can change off your gloves to something a little bit more suitable. We're 1 point off now. Yeah. Before and after. Your hit pool is technically a little bit better. Your damage is over doubled. That's just from passive passive changes. You also have a little bit more chaos res than you had before. Yeah, but you can change that around if you want to go into a couple of things. Like take this off, start going to cluster here, and then eventually you want to move away from like necessarily needing this right here. Like going down here to grab like the jewel socket, it's fine. I probably would go for this one instead because the attack speed's nice. But eventually you want to get out of this that you are using as band-aid. So like get out of this band-aid, get out of this band-aid, that kind of stuff. But this is using the same amount of points you have now, and we've doubled your damage and give you a little bit more hit pool. Other than that, getting a 6-link, quality up your stuff, all big bonuses towards just like the larger end goal of improvement. Like I said, you can technically move on a snake bite and go into a different glove. Obviously, this is giving you a bunch of frenzy charge stuff, but you don't necessarily need it if you don't want to worry about frenzy charge generation as badly. But if you do have frenzy charge generation, your damage does go up a good bit, right? So, not like the worst thing in the world. Like I said, power charge has like only a very small amount. So I don't know how valuable the assassin node is. Like, you're technically getting almost no damage from this. This one actually adds more damage to your poison for, like, Trickster. Occultist would give you additional curse, too, and effective curses. So not bad either. Like, there's a lot of other things that would be better. So yeah, I probably would change the assassin to something else. Like, Trickster works, Occultist works. You said champion? A champion is not the best. It's only 22k. Slayer gives you more AoE. Slayer would be better. You get Calling Strike from it as well. And you get the Life Leech thing. So I'd probably, if you wanted to go in this area, I'd probably go champion over, or sorry, a Slayer over champion. It also gives you the AoE for just much bigger things. Zerker obviously gives you huge damage, but at the cost of you taking more damage, so payoff there. Yeah, I personally like Trickster or Slayer. Or you can even go, like I said, Occultist. It gives you a good a bit of damage as well. And then you can drop off this right here. What did that other guy do that I was looking at earlier? Is it this one? He picked Guardian for the reservation, I guess. He did Pathfinder Guardian. Reservation. A little bit of block and stuff like that. A little bit of regeneration. That's always an option too. Jug for DR. I mean, you're an evasion-based character. Your idea is to not get hit to be able to get those endurance charges. And you don't get anything else defensively from here other than like can't be chilled and stunned. So yeah, so Slayer, Trickster, or Guardian all would be better. This will allow you probably run another aura. Also gives you a little bit of strength you need, maybe. Hold on a second. Yay, it also gives you going either here or here gives you strength that you need to be able to not need that thing. You can go spiders right now. Yeah, you could always just go into here. Elevore for the extra suppress. It's pretty good. Also, this is not bad. Dawnbreaker. Oh wait, Dawnbreaker. Oh yeah, Dawnbreaker's not bad either, but Elevore's probably better for suppress. Go into spiders. And do you're missing your full ascendancy, I imagine, right now. Well, you have full roll bloodline, right? Is that for a challenge, or are you actually using this? I don't see anything on here. If we were to drop, didn't do 4th lab yet. Okay. How many spiders can you have? Is it 20? And it goes to 40 with the helmet? So, like, this already is more damage than if you once you have 20 out than your current setup. By quite a lot. Like I said, that you might have to invest a little bit extra into flask stuff, but you also need less points into like this because you're overcapped by quite a bit. You probably could just go out here instead. The extra attack speed. Or even continue down here, go through here, that way you can pick up this extra flask if you need to. Yeah, you don't really need like this. Or you can even go like this. So switch to relic quarry might be good for you. Alright, I'm gonna export this build to you. So you can look at it and show changes. But if you don't want to do relic quarry anything right now, like I said, I would just keep Pathfinder and go Trickster, Guardian, or Slayer instead of Shadow or instead of Assassin. Oh, now the tree looks pretty good. You get points to work with right now still to go and start running your cluster. So you're now at 113. And if sustain's bad, you can always go not in a cluster or go in a cluster that gives you flash sustain. And then also there's this right here. Cool. Any other questions that I missed? Oh, I didn't eat my lunch that Point brought me like an hour ago. I have a Subway sandwich from last night. Thanks, no problem. We went from like 280k without any kind of custom figs to like 1 mil if you move over to spiders with 20 spiders out. Or like 600k without spider thingy. Really didn't, chat. They're lying to you. They're lying. Alright. Hi, Abby. Hydrate. On it. Fucking love Subway. Oh yeah. She's in the hot jets first and liquid sound. Classic. Abby needs a step of her meme game, I guess. Okay. What level can we start wearing? D6. Getting close. I'm not hydrating to that. Heck you, chat. Heck you. Honestly, I don't really care where this stuff goes. Put it somewhere. Can Heister know how rare Simplex and a good base are? It's been whole blueprints. Hydrate with my protein. I'm not doing that, chat. You can't make me. Alright, do we want to try... Let's try Eye Winter first. And then I probably should level up in my offhand. Or just in my hand, I guess. Alright, so this has Spell Totem in it, right? What should I have with... what other thing should I have? Maybe crit chance support? Crit chance, crit damage. Power charge on crit. Well, it doesn't matter, right? Because the totem gets it, not me. Cold. Keen. I have like one extra link. Does like multi-prod work with this? Here. Do something. Oh, then we just need You know what? While we're testing stuff, let's just get elemental weakness instead of changing everything all the time. Honestly, you don't even need to be here anymore. I guess I could still technically just flame. Nah, it's whatever. Yeah, you get attack speed with spiders too. It's attack speed and poison. It's really good. It's pretty good, some would say. Can I lighten from my new money box? Let's go. Gamba. Oh no, chat. We didn't get any of the waypoints in those areas. Oh no. Alright. Abby sent me a long message. Hold on. Abby's just getting a lot of compliments. She's getting sentimental about it. So cute. It's Warbin time. Oh, we're not Warbin. It's just a winter thing, chat. I don't have an empty extra of this. Ooh, that's pretty as hell. Surprised. Okay. What are we doing? We're in Western Forest. Five blueprints don't expect much. Probably. I mean, for an unleveled skill, not too shabby. Not too shabby. Oh, I also have like fire damage nodes. Those are the ones I have, I think. Sure. Should I get my new character for Pathfinder? Anyone have any insights on what it should be? Just like in Path of Exile, I like to reroll my characters a lot in other spaces. Honestly, does Random Splitters actually hurt or help this? That's actually a good question. I don't know how much the extra proj matters, and I think the damage loss might be a little bit bummer. Thank you, Limo! Welcome to the stream. Let me know if you have any questions. No, Marshall. Pathfinder 2e, the tabletop role-playing game, not Pathfinder in the character Ascendancy. Sorry, I understand that's confusing. Another vibrator, yeah. What are the vibrators? Enjoy your stay. This is looking a little abysmal, I'll be honest. Here we are again, just not leveling it up. So maybe a hydrosphere or like a tornado. I think the projectiles can like shotgun. Pathfinder 2nd edition, poisonous concoction of bouncing, or toxic rain. Classic. It might actually be worse damage now without the Rainus Munchers. The extra project actually matters a lot for this build. What can I use crab totems? Okay, not too far away. Okay, it is much better on her. It was one of those things down there, at least. Yeah, I think maybe adding a like tornado would be really good. Or a hydrosphere. Oh, a message. Oh, I have a comment on the YouTubers. Hey, what is that killed monster effect? Like their souls drawn from your character. Oh, that's from the body armor. What's that body armor's called? Pretty sure it is Nullifier? I guess we go back to my other character real quick, just to double check. Tormentor. That's what it was. There we go. Someone asking about my MTX on the video. Alright, back to leveling. Oh, let's pick a tornado.
This is neither the time.
Put it on like E or something. Tornado. We could put tornado and a curse on like a Arcanist brand. Maybe throw on Frost Orb for exposure. Frost. Bomb, not orb. I said orb. It's fine, chat. Alright, where's my curse at? Oh, I just haven't been here in a while, I guess. Got a lot of rewards from him. Give me the helmet, toss it aside. Any other Totem Masters I want? Not really. Not really, chat. I have too many things open now. Too many POBs. So we go. I don't want to go into the staff stuff yet, but eventually we can go into the staff stuff. That'd be really good for more crabbing. More crabitating. Guess we can get more cast speed, probably good. Because totems, I think, scale with our cast speed. I mean, I'm not a good totem player. If you're here for totem gameplay, you're going to be here for watching me make a lot of totem mistakes. Marshall, what build are you on now? Whenever you're not working. Yummy. It's fine. Oh god, I'm gonna die. Press the flask. You can always go in here too. Oh, there's crit spell stuff right here. Here. And here. Alright. We're not eating a sandwich currently. We're zooming. If only this was trade. Oh, yes. The damage seems a little... like, low? I think it will also have 2 more totems when we get crabs. Food's not bad though. Picasso. Oh, Brian King's gonna be a nightmare with this. How do you get one maximum pressure charge on rings? It depends on which version it is. Is it implicit or an explicit? You want to show me a picture of the ring, like tag me in the Discord or whatever? I can give you a better idea of how that exact ring got it. Implicit? If it's an implicit and it's not like a unique ring, it's just like a rare ring, you can only get that modifier from corrupting it and getting lucky and having it happen. It's one of the corrupted modifiers this league. It used to be a synth modifier, but they removed synths and turned it into corruption options now instead for rare base gear. It's a unique piece of gear. It's different. But yeah. So you make a ring that you want and you just corrupt them and then hope for the best. Because you want the corruption to, 1, not mess up your crafted ring, and 2, give you the implicit that you want, which is a low chance. If you don't care about the ring itself, you can just start corrupting a bunch of random rings and hope for the best. I think it's still like a 1 in 600 corruption or something like that. Outcome. The map might be a little bit better or worse than that, but it should be around that area. I just need cold res, unfortunately, because I haven't. Because the one has a bunch of res right now? Yeah. Also, if you ever want to learn more about crafting, there's a good website. I know we point you to a lot of websites. They're called Craft of Exile. Craft of Exile. You can go look at rings. So you'd go to jewelry, ring. You can type search affix, maximum frenzy. You can see, oh look, it only has this one thing down here, which shows Sentinel, but technically it's all implicit as well. There it is. And see from here, pretty low weighting compared to the other ones that all have much higher weightings. It's one of the lowest weighted mods for corruption implicit. In fact, they're not. Yeah, all the max charges are the lowest weighted ones. You picked a gore back? You got a second one? No, I don't think so. I didn't find it super useful, and I don't have a build that would utilize it well right now. Even like my other dot build, which is Death's Oath, it's an aura of decay instead of a casting thing. Thank you, though, bud. I appreciate it. Whoever's hitting me with lightning, can you stop it? Is it you? Stop that. Oh. I have to run so far. Yeah, I could like set this now. Oh, wait, I set that part. Should say Purifying Flame longer, or Holy Flame. But we did what we did. And now it's done. Also, we were taking just like a buttload of damage. Oh, our res is not... Our res is like minus? What the... Oh, we have so many curses on us. All my cool gear is not giving me enough res. Every single one of these unique items? Baloney. Constant struggle. Where I don't really want to improve my gear. There are precursor unique rings that can get max frenzy on it, but those are also very expensive, by the way. Also, I know you said you only want Chaos Res, but you should look at the other mods that are craftable on rings. Or not Chaos Res, Cold Res. Can you type just Frenzy up here? You can get added cold damage per frenzy charge by either having a redeemer or using the essence to craft it. So 4-7 per frenzy charge, like that's added flat damage, which gets amplified by your increases and your multipliers. This one can go up to 4-7 as well. What's up, Scroochy? How you doing, bud? Sleepy. What'd you do today? I'm gonna nap real quick. Got my face a little bit. I burned a saucepan? That made you sleepy? What kind of sauce were you making? Or were you not making a sauce? What's up, Flexi? Dude, all these curses are... Oh, it's the armor that curses you. I'm overcasting my stuff and cursing myself because they just die when I overcast them. I was like, why am I getting so many curses right now? Right. There's a downside to this armor, chat. What's the upside to this armor, actually? Just a free level 21, level 20 spell totem? Yeah, just have to become curse immune. To be fair, I won't need this much longer. 5 more levels and I'll be using crab staff. So I won't be using this armor anyway. I'm suffering with reaching a breaking point with castable damage taken. What? Are you doing wood break? I just saw the skeleton, the dust jewels. They're doing weird stuff in trade. They're not doing a normal person thing. They're using Heartbound loop. They're doing a ward loop thing. Because they have like the dust jewels and everything. I'm not gonna be able to help you with this. I'm just gonna point that out now. I've never done ward loop. I started to do ward break last league. I never dropped a flask for it. I even got the stand myself. I couldn't get a single flask that have ward on it. So I can't help you with ward loop. I don't know how the math works. I don't know what person you would go to ask this question. Ward break / ward loop, or it's like one of those things that I just have not enough knowledge about, and I've never really felt the drive to test it myself. Especially once you start going towards like trade levels of budget in it. The green socket and armor is so good for Peaconk. Actually, what is the quality you get from Peaconk? Is it more bounces? Oh, it's Chance to Wither. That's pretty good then, yeah. Wither's pretty good. Oh, okay, I hate this body armor. Not the best leveling body armor I could use right now. Getting 17 curses isn't my favorite thing in the world. Usually Shaco does, or Sharko does all those shenanigans, but he is gone for a while. I don't know who that is, but sorry for your loss. Yeah, War Loop has always been a little too much math for me to, every time I look into it, I'm like, this is so much math. I already don't want to read, I don't want to do math either. SP Totems? Yeah, Gazi's playing SP Totems too. Gazi's cruising and crushing it. Yeah, I think like it's obviously a good armor for people who are like later in the game. I don't think you should be leveling a campaign with 4 curses on yourself though, or like 8 curses on yourself. Later on, you can mitigate the curse thing a good bit. I don't know if campaign necessarily is it. And also, I don't think Eye of Winter is necessarily the best skill in the game to use for this. But I am using it. Someone earlier was looking for Hex Blast of Contradiction. If you want to get a Hex Blast of Contradiction or a K-Box, so go for blue. It can roll both. Honestly, the damage isn't the worst thing I've ever seen. How long do these totems last? But yeah, Stormburst Totem is really strong. KF Totems is also really strong. I don't think that necessarily the totems that I'm going to be testing out are like the strongest things. I just think they sound cool. Man, I want to mess with some crab stuff. But for a league start, Stormburst and KF are really, really good. You get a lot of power and can do like Ubers and stuff pretty easily. Yeah. Really fun testing. It depends on what we get from Rook the Dragon Fang. So currently, Eye of Winter and Freezing Pulse. But if we get other Rook the Dragon Fangs that are interesting, then I might try out those as well. I'm down to try some Lightning and Fire stuff. It'll all just depend on what we get from Rook the Dragon Fang for the extra bonus. Day one. I mean, yeah. There's a handful of builds that can do that day one if you're fast enough. It's all about, are you fast enough to make it that time thing? There's probably no point where any build will be able to make me fast enough to do day one anything. Or day one any zones. Like my campaign, no matter what build I play, is usually going to be around like 7 to 8 hours. Sorry, 7 to 10 hours. And by then I'm usually pretty tired and I don't feel like rushing through maps in day one. Not really a build issue, it's just a me issue. Get him, totems. Okay, we're also out of divines now, so we can't divine anymore with the dragon fangs for testing out other skills. Until Big Bang Hannah comes back. I think she's back in the Power World now. Do you need more? No. I don't even have a Dragon Fang right now to gamble on. I'd have to wait for someone to give me find a Dragon Fang that's worth gambling with. Long and get Fosh and stuff? Hell yeah. Yeah, I've been looking at people's Power World content stuff on like Reddit, so I'll get like them occasionally on my feed. These people are crazy. They just have like a whole farm set up just to breed Memorest, just to put them into the shredder. It's like an entire base filled with just breeding Memorests. And they have like so many incubators. I'm like, but why? Need that meat. Yeah, need it for those good cakes. Yeah. So I saw that Power World's also pushing a mobile app now, which is a little sad. Sure will make a lot of money though. I'm just hoping they eventually add more pals and stuff to the game. Yeah, it's not like a multiple years later update. Chafe, do you want this back, sir? Made good use of it. Why are you saying it like that? He's back to work. He's not on. What? Did he have sex with that armor chat? New jury each year or so? That'd be kind of cool.
This desecrated house of faith will unearth its secrets at last.
Hey, so with Flicker are some filler gems. What's that? Should I focus on? We're looking for Viridian Jewels, melee damage, crit multi, attack speed. Yeah, crit chance and multi is usually the best thing to go. Attack speed's kind of whatever. I mean, you can get more attack speed, but crit chance and crit multi are usually your biggest things. And as far as what versions, I mean, it just depends. Like melee crit is the same thing because you're still melee. But like cold crit doesn't matter because you're not a cold spell. Or skill. Even if you do cold damage, it doesn't give you the cold tag. If you're using a two-handed melee, two-handed crit is also a consideration. So on and so forth. So yeah. Crit multi are your biggest ones. If it has attack speed, great. But super late game, people just go for like 3 or 4 crit multi ones. Relic Wearing gave you +2 tree points. Oh hell yeah!
I am at journey well.
More juice. Well, you have more points to go into a cluster. That was the other thing for my Death Oath build. There's no one really online. I think there's only one on market that was the right level and the right number of passive large cluster for chaos. So I was like, I need to go farm some delirium, and I was like, ah. So there's a couple pieces. Once I get the pieces I need for the Death Oath build, I'm pretty excited for it. But I do need to get some things for it though. Oh, okay. She's gonna put me right in the position to stand on there, you little punk. Oh, now I'm bleeding. Into our first map. Woo! Took me our first map. We can do Soul Rend of Reaping crab totems. Some chaos totems. But not chaos dot, just like the hit. You know if Chubby Buddy's coming back online? He's got something I wanted to get. That's one of Fishy's people. I forgot which one it is. It's like Dennis or Raining. So you'd probably better off asking Fishy if you seen him, if he's coming back to play trade or not, or play PO. Because I don't know what. It's like his juicer guy. I imagine he's coming back, but you never know. What are you trying to get, though? Are you doing a second build yet, Kath? Oh, he might be gone already. What if he's doing a second build yet, if he's sticking on? I got 2 node large cluster for chaos. What item level? Also, I imagine you're using that, so I'm not even going to take it from you. It's a you thing. You need that. There's a new game I want to check out. Oh, what game you have live? I should put a portal up. Nah, I have regrets. Called Beast Incarnation. It came out yesterday. Oh, no, I'm good. Oh, let me know how you think of it, though. I've already read about it and learned some things about it. I'm probably going to wait for it to get like a big sale before I try it out. But let me know how you feel. after you play it. Yeah, but you also want to use it on your other build you're going to. So just keep it, bud. It's on Game Pass? Yeah, I don't buy Game Pass. That's right, though. The game only uses 2 medians? Oh, weird. What item level are they? So if you have 2 large 8 passive chaos clusters, and you don't need them, then I'll take them. Turn on the item level. That's fine. But what item level? Ow? A3, I think? That's pretty good. Oh my god, Scimitar is a nightmare. Unless you like have the perfect range for it. You did it though. Exactly. I need 2 of them for my other character. Archdemon helmet and I have an 85 base. Do I just recommend done? Yep. You just slap. There's nothing you also can do. You just slap them in there, and then hopefully it picks your Archdemon crown. If it picks your Archdemon crown, it should raise the base level to 85. If it picks the other one, then womp womp. Go find another Archdemon crown. And then once you get that, you can scour and start, or whatever you want to do to craft your Archdemon helmet, if it picks the right base. You got it? It worked! Awesome. See? Like I said, you can be lucky and only need 1 helmet. You can be unlucky and need like 6 helmets. You were the lucky one. I want Sundered Will. Oh, is Danny also doing... Oh, that's where all the stuff went. Okay. So Danny's a Death Oath person, probably. Well, I mean, I definitely need to self-farm it then, because Fishy and people will be pushing towards Danny. Last hand effect, enemies looking Viper Strike, and what the fuck? Ran like 80 and didn't drop 1? Jesus. Don't worry about it. Realize it's a new Amy. Oh. Fair. Well, I guess now you're up to essence farming, Sebastian, right? Gotta get the horrors or whatever essence you're using. Did you end up getting 2 hats? Or did you only get 1 hat? But no Gazi wanted 1 as well. Or some more for you and Gazi? Well, thank you, man. I don't. Honestly, just get one for Ghazi and that's fine. He's gonna use it a lot more than I will, or a lot sooner than I will. I'm not super worried about it. Or if you want to get 2 for Ghazi in case he misses his first recon. That's also nice. Yeah, I don't need one right now. I only see the tornado. See, there's the curse. I think I saw the frost bomb. I don't see the tornado at all, though. I did put tornado in that setup, right? I put tornado shot in it. Hi, sweet boy. I put the wrong tornado, chat. And none of you caught it. Hi, Rocco. How you doing? Oh wow, look, a tornado now. That's so weird. Now it comes out. That's been glitched before. Do we need an essence just for hypo and crit multi? Just using harvest? Oh, do you not want the essence mod? What's your helmet look like that you want to craft? I assumed you wanted the essence mod, but if you don't want the essence mod, then yeah. What's your helmet look like? You want to show me a picture of it? You can post it in the Discord. Oh, in the Discord or link like a immigrant link or whatever you want to do here. Oh yeah, it doesn't do the essence mod. What build is this again? Hex Blast. Oh, yeah, so you're Hex Blast, right. Yeah, you don't need the Essence Mod. Essence Mod's elemental damage, so... And you're not doing Ignite, you're doing hit-based, right? So you're doing pure chaos damage almost? So yeah, so you don't need that. Need it then. Oh. Hi, what's up, Wes? We'll show some Rocco. There you go. How you doing, bud? How's life? Going, how's you? Doing alright. Had a little bit of internet issues this morning, but it's been mostly okay since. Other than that, I was a little sick yesterday, but I feel better now today. Got cats, they're happy. Are you happy, actually? Probably should ask you. Rocco, you happy? Shut up. Rocco, that's not very nice. Holy shit. So toxic, Rocco. There's loads of starter builds on max roll. Yeah. A lot of people are complaining about the end game for Path of Exile right now. But honestly, the fact that there's so many builds that are viable to play the game with now is really, really fun. Lots of viable, cool starter builds. Oh! Rocco's pressing keys on the keyboard. Opening up some stuff for me.
Thus I release you from motherhood's rage. What? So? Keep your wits about you.
Stay true to you. One.
Dun, 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 dun. Rocco's just being a baby. You found something other than Exsanguinate Miner? Sort of has the same playstyle. Do you like totems? Gazi enjoyed his Stormburst totem build that he followed this league from. Actually, who was it from? I'm not sure. Probably Tati, but I don't know if that's true or not.
Always keep your eyes on the horizon.
Has a similar vibe of just like throw shit down and wait for it to clear. You also just do regular Fizz Dot Elementalist. The non-mines version. Just exsanguinate and reap everywhere. Like mass explosion, flash, repeat. That's fair. I think it's 329? Yeah, this is 329, sorry. Mass explosions, I mean, I would look at Fizz Dot, look at Fizz Dot Elementalist. It still uses Exsanguinate, it has big explosions, you can transition into a Herald Stacker if you want to, and then when you go into Herald Stacker, you could definitely go into like the giant chain explosions that clear like whole packs by just charging into them. That'd be my recommendation. I mean, technically my recommendation is Wintertide Brand Elementalist. But I also understand that that's not everyone's thing, so... Spent half a div on a couple of jewels. 1.4 DPS now. Let's go. Wawaweewa. Oh, now I see where the thing's at. Rocco, I guess, hears something or sees a bird. What is it, Wacko? What is it? Like, let's put this Herald of the Hive ring somewhere public. What's happening? To keep it at a buck, you trying to get lightning over crit on chest fracture is such a dream. You shouldn't focus on that. You should get... Who the f is he talking to? He's talking to Hollow? I don't know who he's talking to. Hey, Doom plus Death Oath looks juicy. The poison version, I imagine? I don't know a lot of Pitting Doom stuff. So that would definitely be more of a fishy thing. Fishy's the Impending Doom enjoyer. Like we said, I'm just doing Blight of Contagion plus Death's Oath right now. I feel like Impending Doom doesn't really need Death's Oath because Impending Doom already has like insane clear, right? And it's like it's not like it's Impending Doom single target is much better than other stuff, so it's kind of like a weird mixed bag. But I'm sure it works. It's just the same as Blight of Contagion and whatnot. The reason I want Blight of Contagion is because Blight of Contagion plus Contagion makes it to where doing Legion is a lot easier for like Death's Oath. You use Blight of Contagion and Contagion it and just watch the Legion get cleared instead of charging through everything. The reason I want to go Death's Oath though is what Danny said, which is like Moist Delve is insanely easy when you just have a giant Death Aura around you. Yeah, sounds nasty. What is that? That's Death's Oath. Yeah, Death Oath is a giant. It gives you Death Aura, and it's essentially Chaos RF. I played on Occultist. I don't have a guide for it, and I didn't follow a guide for it. I've just been winging it based off PoE ninjas and stuff. There's probably guides out there for Death's Oath though, but you need the unique chest for it to work. But until then, you can just level as like ED Contagion. Does it damage you? Yeah, it damages you. Which is another reason I want to try to do Legion and get the Death Aura enshrouded onto another piece of another armor. And that way you don't have the downside of it damaging you thing. But again, all this stuff's just, I need to be able to farm the content first to do it. So I'm making this third character with the idea to hopefully be able to farm that stuff to be able to unlock the Death's Oath character. And have the Death's Oath character just be kind of my lazy character. To eventually be able to just do the Uber in-game crafting for Wintertide. Lots of words. Do you want the Fireborn version or Legion on anything? Fireborn version does give you a more withered effect or whatever, so it is better than the regular base version. But it just replaces the attack speed, it doesn't replace the damage to you thing. I would rather enshroud it over and not worry about the wither effect. If I can enshroud it onto a cooler piece of armor and not worry about the degen, that's more beneficial to me than the wither effect would be. But I'm sure some mathematicians out there is gonna be like, the damage is better with the wither effect. I don't care. Not uber bossing on my Death's Oath build. Hey, Doom Occultist is one of those fun I played so far as something with Contagion. I never found that build anymore. There's a few different people who made ED Contagion Occultist builds this league. You can always follow one of those and just go into the poison version. I want to say Gishi's working on a poison Pathfinder Impending Doom, but he's farming up on other characters to get there first. An archive written by Tuna. I mean, if you want to post it, we can always see how outdated it looks and what we could change to make it functional. Oh, it's leveling. That's not like a full. That's just for leveling. That's not like an actual character build. Yeah, like this stuff is just wearing tabula rasa and everything. So that would be a lot of work to make that into an actual functional in-game build. Not just like something to juice level your character. Honestly, I kind of want to go through here instead. Pick up stuff like this, get closer to the crit. I don't really need EO anymore. In fact, I think it's hurting me. Because it doesn't, I do extra crit damage. I just realized that. The crit damage support wasn't doing shit just now. Also never picked this up. Let me get my life together. That was a use Wingo build. Could you look up Uberlab for me, please? I don't know how to read the Uberlab map. We're talking about like the Uberlab like map thing people put online. I don't know how to read it. It confuses me every time. I just usually just wing Uberlabs. Or any lab, really. Can access the site without VPN? Alright. I can look up show it on here for you real quick. Bum, 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 bum. UE lab layout. Screenshot it. Put it somewhere for yourself. Let me know when you're ready. Well, Rocco's gone now, so thanks. I imagine that means he's ready. Oh, look. There's a 2020 Viper Strike. You can get that and get it to Mamba. Easy 20 quality Viper Strike Mamba. Night room, side room, golden key, bleh. Yeah, I probably won't do my Uberlab today. That being said, it should reset in like 3-4 hours. Oh look, we're doing a lot more damage now that we actually have another damage support. Stupid EO. Alright, feels a little bit better now at least. That's my own fault. And not stupid EO, it's my fault. 2 levels until we can use Replica Dragon Fang. Then I think 2 levels after that we can use the Crab Staff and not have to worry about the afflictions on us anymore. Oh, no! Oh! I cry every time, chat. Am I going backwards? I don't know which way is the correct way. Do you go up or down in the temple? Shit. Trying to picture the temple now. I think I died here because there's no room here. Okay, so this is probably where I was. Oh, wait. Maybe not? Temple Decay 1. That's the opposite direction, right? Okay. I just went across the blink across here last time. I see it now. Stupid temple. I mean, yeah. It's all stuff that you can use for a two-hander. So, not bad. Now you gotta corrupt it and hope to hit something cool. Yeah, I know where it's at now. Like, I see it on the thing. I just didn't know... When you die, it spawns you back sometimes at the previous zone. So I didn't know if I went to the previous zone or if I was in the same zone at the beginning of it. I'm getting lost in the sense of direction of where I was supposed to be headed. But I guess I already found the thing. Yeah, I just don't know if I'm going up or down. I can't remember. So, I'm pretty sure this is the right way now, though. There we go, yeah, this is the right way. Okay. I don't know if Scoot's in my chat, but if Scoot is in my chat, can hear me talking, I have the craft if no one else does, so. I don't know who Scoots is, though, so I don't think it's one of mine. Let's go, Marshall. Oh, you're on totem. Marshall, what kind of totem are you doing right now? That was on me. It's on me not doing... Did you freeze balls? Hell yeah, dude. I don't have stats to rocket a Danger Paint. Rip. Because the extra stats on Ascendant, I imagine. I mean, getting the extra stats is not a hard thing to do. I blinked right into it, that one. You'll get there. Press the resist. Gotta use less uniques. That's the build I did last league, Wes. It's a pretty fun build. That was the Herald Stacker thing I was talking about, how you just run into a pack and it blows up. I was thinking about doing it in this league, and I even built a lot of the... Like, I built the Hive Ring for it in the private league. And I leveled it up, and I was like, I don't really want to do this again. And then I rerolled that character into something else, just because I didn't feel like playing the same build twice. Or rather, try something else out. Being said, I've obviously played a lot of Wintertide, but it's different, chat. But Penance Ignite is really, really fun. It definitely gives you that big explosive clear that you're thinking about doing. That being said, its early progression is not the smoothest progression you can you'll have. It's workable, but you have to be okay with like the struggles it has early on. Like I did it on league start last league, and I was fine with it. But I know a lot of people this league who tried it out were not fine with it. So like this comes down to preference. Crab people, crab people. I need to do my lab. I'm gonna die in my lab actually. Let's go anyway. I don't think this is super useful. But we're gonna use it, keep using it anyway. Man, I corrupt on one of my Viridian jewels. What corrupt did you get? Get something cool. Or did it change your jewel completely? And mess up the jewel? I linked it. Oh, you got you got this. Yeah, getting the unique corruptions is definitely one of the outcomes of it. Such as the Gamba. Wish I had 4 tokens. I'll put one here. Let me see. Pacifism feels bad. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Such is the price you pay for hubris. You dare use Vol magic? Probably should equip like a better weapon as well. Now I think about it. Looking for the biscuit. I got a crumb. Yeah. All right, bud. You'll make 1,000 more gambles like that you'll lose, and eventually one pays off, and you're like, "Fuck yeah, it was all worth it." That's why you're never technically losing if you just don't stop gambling, you know? People will get a graphics update? I don't think so. I mean, the new mechanic stuff has, like, you know, uses new graphics and stuff, but overall, I don't think there was an overall graphics update or anything. At least not recently. Obviously, if you played since, like, beta, then there's been graphic changes. But I don't think there was recently, like, a graphics overhaul or anything. Did you watch the Ziz interview? I forgot Ziz was doing an interview. What time was the interview for? I'll probably just put it as a small screen, and y'all can hear it on top of my, like, on next, like, over an overlay kind of thing. Should be soon. Just preparing for it. He's just playing the game right now. I'll have his stream open over here, and when we start setting up, I'll put it up and we can listen to it together. I'm not gonna like have it be my whole screen. I'll just play it kind of while I'm playing the game. Oh, that is a change. Yeah, so that's a change this league. where sockets start as gray, and then, like, you have all gray sockets. Occasionally, you can get a colored socket, and if you put the gem matching it, it gives you 10 extra quality if you match it. But yeah, so you can socket anything anywhere now in the new patch. And then if you do match the color, you get 10% quality bonus on it. It's weird. I mean, it's just new. I think it's a really good change. Makes it a lot easier for doing stuff. It hurts my brain. Yeah, people that are a little autistic will be bothered by change. But overall, it's a very good change. I feel at least. There are people who are like, they should suffer like I suffered. You're taking away the core part of the game of having to match socket colors. It's like, you still can do that if you want. But now it's a little bit easier for you to go through campaign. No, I'm okay. I'm okay.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor
I hate it here.
strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubt is to dance in slumber.
Ooh. Definitely should have dodged that, I guess. If Hive and stable, you get a lot more juice from Hive. They have Flask and Autocast and on Rare Unique is nice. Yeah, I mean, you should probably be not doing just Rare Unique. Try to use one full or whatever. I imagine you should be crafting yours to trigger off of crit or reduce charges. But it's whatever, do what you want. I usually only do unique flasks as used when you unique a rare enemy. Unique flasks have harder generation spots than normal flasks do. So live your life, bud. So live your life. Your guide you linked to me as Giga Juice build was X chance to generate charges on crit and use on rare. What build? Maybe it's working for you. It's working for you. There's the global crit one. That was using full. Kiwi players are learning how to read. I think now Incognito is really getting the reason we make the joke where Kiwi players don't know how to read a lot. Because it's SSF if multiples, I think. What? Alright, okay, let me finish this before I die randomly. I might still die randomly, but at least I can't be like, oh, I was reading chat. That's why I died. I can't blame you guys. I can't blame myself. But I'll still blame you guys if I die, though. I'm gonna be honest. It's always your fault. Whoa, that's good. Kinda nuts. Oh, the aura gems. Because if SSF, it multiplies, I think. I don't know what that SSF thing means. Look, man, I see monster, I press right click, I see words, I zone out. True. Who's doing a mine build? That's true. His mines do have auras. Divine Blessing kind of cucks you though, right? Who is this? Who is the Tati clone? Wait a little bit. Currently fishing for links. Someone vanished. I'll read that in a second, by the way. Is incognito? I'll read it. Alright, what they want in number 3, they want Cataclysm. Hi, Tati clone. Is this catfish? Not taking it. Oh, they're not they're not catfish. I don't know who this person is. Hokatek? Let's see what incognito went for. Do they change the wording? Mine says oh wait, no. Ignore that, I know how to read again. Okay. Shaper. We got a new thing to try though. Icicle mine of oh, it's a mine. Never mind. Life is a black abyss, chat. Life is a black abyss. Alright. Damage and regeneration per totem. I think we're gonna go dirt charges though. You just did a poem. Hey, we have a mine to try. Never mind. Wah, wah, wah. In the end, I definitely want this, right? Arcane Surge is a huge buff. This is good for damage and regeneration. This is just good to tankiness. I think we'll go with this, though. Let's ride! Yeah, I'm very poetic, chat. I'm a real cool cat. Oh, 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 30 seconds for the interview, looks like.
All the filth of this world.
I just tried to place Vol Coulson up and much to that pack. The muscle memory of Wintertide is taking over. Yeah. He does it a lot. I think he's the one that uses Vanish the most, if I'm being honest. Holy, the Bottle of Faith Flask is 10 divs. Yeah, it's a pretty popular one. Especially, it's 10 divs probably for the worst roll one. Look at the roll differences. What level are we? We're 55. Okay, so we're not overleveled. It said this is not the best area to be using totems in. At least not this version of totems. You always go farm your own flask. Smile. The Cortex drop? What'd it be, Tyler? What'd it do? Kind of 3-1 Mage Bloods, chat. You gonna see me on street? We had a full disconnect this morning, but honestly, since that full disconnect, it hasn't had any issues. I just counted up since then. I already texted my ISP earlier, and he was like, "Thing? Oh, do you have another message from him? Let me check." No, he didn't say anything. He replied once, and he has replied again. Yeah, 50 div for a max one, to damage taken on 50 chance with only 50 duration. Yeah. It's pretty pricey if you go. This is why I always talk about how it's pricey to chase perfection. Usually pretty worth it to go for progress.
Unclean witch shall poison this land no longer.
You doing an Ocean Man build? I'm building towards Crab Staff, yeah. I think, well, 3 more levels, I can use Crab Staff. Dog Days event in Warframe. I don't know what that means. What's Dog Days event? What does that do? Smack Grenadiers with pool noodles. But why? Summer event basically? But can I have Lotus in a swimsuit outfit, or if I can't, I'm not playing. Girlfriend Marlo back into it after talking about last night? Hell yeah. I didn't Marlo play Warframe. Not a feat in it. One of the Guerrilla commanders got drunk and decided to challenge the Tenno to a smack battle. Played back in his PS4 days. Sweet. My goat. Didn't you cross-platform your account? But unless there's Gunnar pool skins, then what's the point of it? You know? Sorry if I didn't remember his stuff. That's fair. That's so real. It's like me whenever I moved over to like PC after playing like Xbox and PS4. I was like, I don't remember any of my shit years later. All that's lost to the abyss now. Who cares? Yay, we can use our thing now. Plus 3 levels? Damage go up? Oh, I need to go get that new aura though. What did he start? What was the starting frame? Did he start as Excalibur? Scrooshy's in the chat. I would like to know. Would like to Excalibur know. Ooh. What we get? What is it? What'd you get? Yes, he said he's gonna stream it for me later. Hot. Cleansing water. I mean, it's a very good one if we find the other one. Is that bad boy on a chieftain? Oh no, chieftain on a juggernaut. Wham bam. Yeah, it's on the farm exarch. Gotta get that flame. Are gonna need more of those scepters or maybe make a Giga Scepter? What happened to the scepter she had? Did you break it somehow? Or are you trying to accommodate? I want to calm. Yeah, if he plays Excalibur, he joins the Cuck Club. Get cucked. Oh, this is cool. I like mine better. Oh, right, I need to get my auras. All my bromies choose Excalibur. Blessed be. Right here. I'm using like most of these slots at this point. I also have room for another aura, technically. Aura. Ah, does haste work with the... Would it give my crab more movement speed? Yes? Crabs would be allies, I would assume. Crab allies, crab allies. Poor Marshall comes in here and crushes my dreams. He's like, totems are not allies. I'm like, ooh. I think it is, though. I think totems are considered allies. But again, I'm just almost fully winging this character, so. It is what it is. Only 25 decks. Get it on a jewel. Recraft your weakest piece of gear. Bring a dex potion. Yeah, have you tried the hunter class? That's a joke. There's no hunter class. It's just what Scroochy always says when Scroochy doesn't know what they're talking about. See? Marshall's here to crush my dreams. So they won't benefit from haste? Why does that make sense? Well, to be fair, though, haste is increasing my my cast speed and my attack speed, so they should still benefit from it. They're using my stats, right? Also, it is my movement speed that increases as well. Or do they not get my movement speed? Start with a vault. My goat. Well, not my goat. It's just, as long as it wasn't Excalibur, I'm fine with it. Mag was definitely the correct choice, but Volt's not bad. Volt's the one I think Tyler would like the most. That's not true. I think Tyler would like Excalibur too. Volt is the one Tyler did start with, though, I think. He goes fast. Zoom zoom. They're all easy to get in the end, though. And you get a free Umbra version of Excalibur later. I think you will get the boost buff, but it's weird. Crab people. 2 more levels. Ew, Volt. Oh, is Volt supposed to be the brother of Excalibur? So they don't kiss then, I imagine. You know, it's a meme audio. You kids and your memes. One more level. And it's crab time. Gazi Tome! I assume this is round 3. Gazi's probably home. Just in time for crab time. Chat, queue up the crab playlist. Is that a video explaining how it works? You can't crab channel spells? Yeah. None of the spells I have are channel spells. I only have 2 right now. But yeah, I know you can't channel them. I'm fine with that. Oh, we gotta go press the room. Hey, I got a helmet for you, Gazi. Oh. Oh yeah, Sebastian's here. Hi, chat. It's not the right area. New video he referenced? Oh, brother, I thought it was gonna be Crab Brave. A little sad that's not Crab Brave. I also have your Shaper X. Shaper broke up with me? Why? Alright, so this time we're gonna get our Headhunter in this league. We're gonna make so many characters and get so many free uniques from the campaign. One of them's gonna be a Headhunter. trust. This one's gonna be it probably. Once we get the other temple, we go Grand Promenade. It's gonna be glorious. Crab Rave. Crab Rave's on Spotify. It has to be, right? Someone on Spotify requests Crab Rave. Well, don't do it yet. Because I don't have the crab thing equipped for another level. It's too late. Alright. Good luck on your recon. Good luck on your helmet craft. Also, he doesn't use the essence crafting because he doesn't need the elemental damage mod. He's on chaos damage. So his crafting might be easier or harder. Probably easier. But you could probably just reforge cold and hope to hit, or reforge crit. Harvest juice. It's too early for crab time.
Sacred to a false religion.
Good to see. Goodbye.
We've crabbed too soon, chat.
Good luck. You get in there. Stay out of the shadows.
Bye.
Never go back here and turn this quest in.
This is neither the time nor the place. So, here are ways to find.
We're gonna have to play it in a little bit once we actually get the crab staff on. Song is already a queue. Frick. Easy points. I'll just queue it up whenever whenever I get the level. Don't worry about it. We'll just put it on a 24-hour loop of Crab Rave. And we'll stream for 24 hours. I'm not doing that. See you guys in hell. Honestly, I have Winter's not bad, looking bad though. Level up faster. I'm trying. I got like 2 minutes before the stalk starts. Ah, the pressure! And then I have to swap the staff around. And I have to go get a leaf slam, which I need to be leveling. No, so many things are going wrong. But really, though, the damage is actually getting a lot better. That's nice. And I'll even have more once I have the crabs. So I'll be able to have 5 crabs around me. Alright, I'll probably be able to make it in time. I believe in a thing called love. Well, every time I log in, after I work my members, I do like 2 maps before getting ransomed. Oh, right. I did say earlier I needed to go do my King's March thing. I didn't do any of it yesterday. And I didn't do any of it today, so I need to go... Let's get crab stat first. We'll try to remind me to do it later, though. But I need to do my King's March stuff. Also, I just need to get back into blasting maps so I can actually get a bunch of maps back. Because right now I'm running low on maps. Because I've just been leveling new characters instead of mapping. It's time. It is time for the crab star. I don't want to wear this armor anymore. I guess I kind of have to, though. I don't have the armor right now. Oh shit, it's starting up. Gotta hurry. I can't even shield charge right now. This is pointless. Flame wall's worthless. I don't even want this anymore. Lily's also worthless. There they are. This is the gameplay. I can't see where I'm going at all. You're about to get crabbed. Grab him. You don't have the crab MTX? What the fuck is the crab MTX? Oh, the armor? No, I don't have crab armor. I don't think so, at least. You just deleted that man. The station? Creation. Grab him. Alright, let's go buy Leap Slam now. Song's over. We can take a little break to goodbye Leap Slam. Since we can't shield charge anymore. And put on a bit of armor. Can you hear you much? Oh, yeah, that's true. I did play the music really loud. Worth it, though. I don't have the creation armor. Slam. Slam. Welcome to the Leap Slam. What kind of body armor should I put on? Put on Belly of the Beast. I think I'm gonna go Belly of the Beast. Tabby, no balls? I have no tabby. You have no balls. I was wondering here, though. I don't need 6 links, though. What's the other issue? You know what? I could wear this, chat. And my Leap Slam will be amazing. It's corrupted. Honestly, sure. Leap Slam. Yeah, plus 12. My Leap Slam's gonna be huge. I have Frostlink somewhere, right? Actually, Pure Elements can go there. I don't really need Herald of Purity anymore, wherever the fuck that's at. Or Herald of Thunder. We're crabs now.
All right, partners, it is.
Oh, I didn't kill that guy, did I? I just poured it out. Crabs, help! Crabs, get him! Crabs, unite! Oh, some more crabs. They're shredding him, though. Let's go, crabs! That's Elixir already, yeah. I think the clear probably won't be as great, but single target is amazing. I think clear probably better with the freezing pulse, just because of the range alone that I can reach. The single target's pretty good. I'm pretty sure, let me look it up PvE. I'm pretty sure what everyone was saying is that the crab staff can't. Crab staff PvE 1. Yeah, Crustacean's Call has like a no channeling thing on it. Right here, see? Cannot use channeling skills. Freezing pulse for clear. Ice spear. I was thinking about also trying. So if we get an ice spear, replica dragon fang, then I'm down to try ice spear. There's ice spear splitting I want to try out. I already have it in my stash from a random lab that I ran. But I don't have replica dragon fang to buff it up even further. So we're kind of basing off what skills we try based on that. We also have an arc of surging in here. I have an ice spear, level 20 ice spear splitting in here with no quality on it. Soul Rain of Reaping's also in here. I could try that. But see, I have a freezing pulse one for a freezing pulse to try out with. I don't have other stuff really excited for it. But it'll all depend on what we can replicate Dragon Fang. Mostly just because I think it's a cool item, and then also it's a nice little item for me to hunt for. So like these aren't things I really care about trying to put into crabs. Vortex, I have a Vortex one, but I don't think Vortex crabs is super where I want to be at. Throw knives also I don't think would be very good. Yeah, so we don't have a lot of options. We're out of divines, so we would have to make some divines first before we can divine up one of the ones we already have. Yeah, Ice Spirit looks really cool. Oh! Okay, like I'll put on pretty sure I have a freezing pulse somewhere. Or did I put it up just now? Will you change that out right here? Leave the same links in, to be honest. We can showcase what that looks like. Like, look at that. Look at that clear, just so much cooler. Quabs. We'll try Flame Blast, so I was thinking of it. Crab Waves? Yeah, exactly. Flame Blast is also a channel skill, right? Oh, you're saying that you wanted to do that before you realized it wasn't able to do that. Told you freezing pulse crabs make cakewalk? Crab people, crab people. Anywhere you crab people, when you grab people. Fire Storm? Alright, what other spells we got? These won't be high level, obviously, for me to do them. And my tree is right now cold, but we can at least see what it looks like visually. What other skills do we want to try out? It's a Firestorm. If you have any trans gems you want to specifically use, like pelting and meteor, that kind of stuff, you're gonna have to give it to me because I don't really have it. Let's see, we got Cripping Frost of Flows, but that's not the one you want to use if you're going to do a hit base, which is what we would want to do. Zero Knives, Ice Trap of Hollowness, Icicle Mine of Fanning, Wild Strike of Extremes, Shock Nova Procession. I don't feel like that would be really good. Animate Weapon, Blows again, Essence Drain, Divine Ire, we can't do channeling. Detonate Dead, Glacial Cascade of Fissure, we could try. That's all we really got besides those. Spells? Yeah, it has to be a spell. Okay, I'm just gonna de-level these.
Ever since the Atlas
I need my regrets. I don't have any regrets, right? Alright, well, let's go get regrets. I have one regrets. Do you have any regrets in the stash? No. Okay. To town. Cold Snap? Fuck, that wouldn't be that good. I think I can't teleport to town for some reason.
Need some help.
I just want to get rid of my vocals. My goat. Oh, 4's fine. Anything I can't use, I want to regret down. Nope, not that many.
Be careful.
And let's get some offhand stuff so we can start leveling things back here. Honestly, I can just make this a 6 socket. Actually, that's just a stupid idea. I can just use 2 3 sockets instead of wasting jewelers. 1. That's not a 3 socket. Is it, buddy? Is it, buddy? Oh. I can't dual wield the dagger and a wand? Got it. Alright. We want to try this one. We're going to put this back here. Put this back here. Alright, I have one more spot open for another spell that we want to try. Someone say something in chat. Blade Vortex? I feel like they don't get close enough, right? Well, we find out. Blade Vortex. Alright, we're gonna show what the fire storm looks like. Damage won't be good because it's level 1. Actually, maybe we'll level up a little bit. I'll put it here to level up a little bit first. And we'll show it out. Give it a little bit better of a testing. Have a good night, Scroochy. Thanks for hanging out, bud. This stream was so fun. Good old test. Give him the wave. I have a 520 rolling magma. This guy's trying to bait me. This guy's trying to rage bait me, chat. How's the recom? Oh yeah, did you recom your helmet or did it fail? Haven't done it yet? Nervous? Fair. They're not considered minions, right? So I can't convoke them to me. I just have to worry about them just lagging behind. So I need to make myself just like uber tanky, I guess. Uber tanky, yeah. We're gonna have Armageddon crabs. Honestly, if I like the Firestorm thing, maybe I might want to do the Meteor version. I have a question. I don't know if any of you are gonna have the answer to. Can I Pact of Badat and have the crabs use the Pact Empowerment? Because the Empower thing doesn't say it can't be used with totems. But they get my offensive stats. Do they get the buff of the Pact? Do you have Badat? I know you have Gore. Do you have Badat? Hey, wait, that thing. Hey, he got a 4 corruption. Spells use yourself. It does say spells use yourself. Never mind. I didn't refresh really. I think you're right. I think it does say spells use yourself. So if read the thing for me, Sebastian. If it says that, then don't worry about it. The taming. Another taming down. Anyone need one of these? Worst case scenario, you can always, whoever uses them can double corrupt them or regular corrupt them to try to chase for the +1 frenzy or whatever. I need more totem duration, so I just have crabs for longer too. I'm considering an Ellie hit build, so yes. People probably took corrupt, yeah. No blame. I don't know what No Blame's doing anymore, I'll be honest. Was the one using it mainly in our thing? I don't know if Sebastian used it. I don't think so, though. And then Marshall is always on the look for other stuff. Oh yeah, you can always give the Hollow to Corrupt if you want. I do use one. There, so Sebastian uses one as well if he wants to try to Corrupt it. I think everyone got their base level ones, so now we just go on to corruptions. But I'll let usually them to corrupt themselves, because I don't know if they want to double corrupt or if they want to divine it first, that kind of stuff. Or if they have a Vault of Valor from doing Heist, or a Heist Sanctum. Alright, let's try another thing. We've got a few levels. Not a lot of levels. Actually, let's do this boss first, then we'll try a new spell out for the next area. We'll try it for the first time to grip my rings and enlightened. Yeah, that's fair. It's supposed to be not hard to do. It's just, again, more learning and reading you have to do to figure it out. But Marshall's really good, or I like Alva a lot. So they might have some pro tips for you, or like a guide that he can link if you want. Tyler also does it a lot. Read. No, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. I think I have an MTX for this. Hold on a second before we switch to another skill. Oh, I don't have MTX for this one. Okay. I do have one for Firestorm, though. Purple Firestorm. Alright, we're gonna test that Firestorm next. Level 4. Purple! The best color. Trying to find those blue gems for you? I mean, yeah, any spell that you find, I'll pretty much try it out. I think someone else needed a Hex Blast. Was Sebastian? Did it say cast yourself? Okay, if you want to put one in the guild stash, I'll look at it. Yeah, Sebastian was Hex Blast, and someone else wanted K-Bach, I believe. You know why these Skywards are here? Does that say empowers the next 6 spells you cast? Top line. So yeah, you can have it back. It's not gonna work. Classic fucking PoE players, dude. I swear to God. Alright, this isn't gonna do any damage probably, but it could look cool, so we're here. Armageddon crabs! Armageddon crabs! Hey, let's go! I need to go back to the first grade. Armageddon crabs! It looks amazing! Armageddon crabs. Intensity support? Ooh, true. We could do something like yeah, I'm obviously not changing the links or anything, right? So like, there's definitely better supports for certain skills over the others. I'm just doing like right now. I think all I have is like generic. Like I have cold pin, which is one I think. Crit, and greater multi-proj. So intensity support and stuff like that probably would be a lot cooler. But look at this bad boy. Armageddon crabs. Casso chat. Some Caspian rings? Yeah, once I get like more Caspian investment and stuff, it would be crazy. Alright, here goes our headhunter. Free item? Alright. I wonder we already tried. We'll try this one and this one. This here, put this here. This here. Armageddon crabs look really good though. Or sorry, meteor crabs look really cool though. That is actually a contender probably for me to mess around with, like as a further scaling thing. It looks pretty neat. It's like glacial cascade mines, but with crabs. Not a fan? Yeah, not as cool as the flashiness of the other one, huh? At this point, I might as well just play Glacial Cascade Mines. Alright, let's try splitting.
My mana is spent.
Oh my goodness. I was like, what is this? That's the that's what it looks like? Oh my god. You work on that proj speed a little bit, but honestly, it looks kind of crazy. Yeah, yeah, it looks kind of cool. That was actually okay. So that one's good. I like that one. Let's see what it looks like with single target. I mean, considering it's under leveled and likely not the best supports for it, it's still pretty good. Yeah, it's only like level 4, and I'm using a little like what, like 11 stuff or 10 or 12 stuff. Yeah, but I'm not gonna. I don't really want to do a swap on gems like ever. If I can avoid it. So I don't mind a little bit less single target for just like overall better performance for most things. If I go do like, you know, I guess like Uber bossing or something like that, it'd probably be better to switch to something like that. But for like general mapping, this is probably just fine. Third chart. This is my third character. Yeah, we're doing crabs. Cue up the crab music, chat. The pure chaos of it when it hits like that's so cool looking. Art crabs. Oh no! Capture totems, yellow guy. Crab rave? Yeah. We're crabbing. Oh no, I died. Rick Trichaper got wrecked. This league sucks. Shit game. Posted on Reddit. Yeah, I think you switched off Ice Nova a little too soon, but, you know, if you weren't happy with it, you weren't happy with it. I'll turn the music down a little bit. Like I said, I think you just weren't happy with it, and that's fine. But I think that it wouldn't take very much to get that going. Lightning Conduit could be cool. I never played Lightning Conduit. Is that not a channel spell? I'll try Soul Rend. When you feel push your POB, I can always look at your POB for you, Nate. Purple chat. Just divine it? Right? Yes, I'm channeling? Okay, I'll try pick that one up next. I can't take those purple orbs at all. I need to figure out what those are. What purple orbs? And Shaper? Chat, what orbs are purple? Am I crazy? There's yellow Shaper balls. There's like the white, black orbs that drop degen on the ground. What's a purple thing? Bullet hell, yeah. Soul Rend? This is Soul Rend currently right now. What about Nate thing? They were talking about how the Shaper had that issue with Shaper. Hey, 2 alt gems? What alt gems did you need? Oh, like Frostwing Wary Blast? I wouldn't say that was a need. I would say that's a very niche thing, but, you know, I guess that's one of them. Wonder if Forbidden Right would work. Alright, let's see. Lightning Conduit. Oh. Is Conduit not... Oh, is it on here? Not channeling. RF of Arcane. Again, I don't think that's a need. That's just like a this is extra damage thing, but that's fair. I guess a lot more people are playing right now and getting to our labs and stuff like that, so. But hopefully you enjoy Warp. Sorry you're not having a good time on the other wheel, though. Forbidden Right. Let's see, we tried Soul Rend, which we don't like as much. Arc, I think is cool for clear, so we'll probably keep leveling that one up, to be honest. We have to try Blade Vortex. This one we didn't like much either. Ice Splitter Splitting we liked, so I'll probably keep that one up there. Crazy Pulse was good. Firestorm was good. Winter was good. What sword you got there, buddy? Reaping. Can I? I was thinking about doing a cast on crit Sorin of Reaping build, but honestly, that's so far off. I'll just farm another one if I need one. Take it. No. Take it. No. I'm on literally 3 builds already. I don't need a 4th build. I take it. It's gonna sit there if you don't take it. It's gonna sit there if you don't take it. It's gonna sit there if you don't take it. Blazing Salvo could be cool. Blazing Salvo totems. Frost obviously is a banger too. Alright. Going for what's visually pleasing. Wait, did you cut 0? I used them all earlier trying to get someone a Arakali helmet. Or sorry, a Spider's helmet. What level lab do you need to get the one where you pick the most? At least Merc. Merc or Uber. Merc or above. Oh, I do Frostblink crabs? Honestly, that'd be kind of cool, but I probably won't want any blast for that. Frostblink crabs. Yeah, I used literally all my divs, and I took some from chat and also used those as well. And I haven't dropped any in my campaign, so. What are you divining, Beyond? Honestly, blink crabs, chat. Blink crabs. We don't even need cast speed. It's Frostblink, baby. It's instant. Look, Derp because of the CD? Yeah, if we had cast speed with a Frostblink Wintry Blast. Does anyone have a Wintry Blast just for me to test real quick on Frostblink crabs? Like, I just want to test it real quick and then I'll give it back to you in like less than 5 minutes. Probably just stay heads down and do easy leveling until like 95. But yeah, Nate, if you want to post your POB, I always help give advice and stuff like that if you want. If I can get one, you get a king? Hell yeah. I mean, and then I'll give it to someone else who needs it if I don't use it as a main ability. Alright. Frostblink. Potential coolness. We'll move on from it for now, though. Creeping Frost Crabs. A Nebulous is what you're trying to do. Got it. Shotgunning time! It's cum crabs. We can do exsanguinate crabs. What are we doing with our live chat? And we can put these in our boots right here so we can level these while we're sitting here. Blade Vortex? Ooh, right. Okay, I'll do Blade Vortex next. I forgot about it. My bad. My bad. Tornado crabs? It would have to be Ellie Turb, and I can't remember if Ellie Turb can be done. Because it has an orb tag, right? So I don't know if orb tag can be totemed or not. Oh, once I put your FD lightning coil in the guild stash? Valborn. Oh, okay, that's fair. Marshall, can you use orb skills on totems? Do you know off the top of your head? Honestly, this one's not bad either. Creeping Frost, hit base, crabs, pretty good. I wouldn't say it's probably good for Legion though. I lied about the thing. I realize that now. This is not worth it. This is not good. They need a lot more AoE. Brands, no. Not sure about totems. Maybe. Okay. All right. I don't think Blade Vortex Crabs is where I want to be at. Blade Fall. We can test that out too. Yeah. He instantly. Oh, I thought he blew himself up. Forbidden Right Crabs. They get like 4 casts and they're dead. So you'd have to definitely work on that survivability or just keep casting crabs. Yeah, probably not that one. Where did Creeping Frost? That one was actually liked. Lightning Conduit up next. Chat, what's happening? Do I not know what Lightning Conduit does? What is happening? Any knowers? I don't think they're considered minions. I don't actually know though. That'd be cool if they did. I was talking about that earlier. This is currently doing no damage. Do I have to shock them first? All shocked enemies around target, so I have to shock them first. Oh, so I need to run like Skitterbots or something like that. Let me get Skitterbots real quick. Let me get Skitterbots. And I'll just replace one of my random auras that I have on right now. Enemy needs to be shot. Thank you. I don't like this. This is not it. I don't think Lightning Conduit Totems is the play. Oh my god. The fucking barrage. Arc Totems plus Automate Conduit? Is Conduit an instant cast? If that would work then, probably. A lot of fire. I like this one. Yeah, this one's not bad. I like this one. Let's try Exsanguinate next. What else we got? What ideas does anyone else have? Reap? It's fair. Doing one might as well do the other one, right? Oopsie. This is in the no pile. EK. We'll try EK. I don't think EK is gonna be good. You know what? Let's. I can do EK a massacre too. I have that one. Oh, so what's that Blade Fall a little bit ago, right? I saw Blade Blast, made me think of it. We'll try Tornado, see if it works. Loses the bludgeon if you don't cast it yourself. Alright, it's probably not that one. But we'll try it anyway, just see how it looks. Are there any spells besides Xang and Reap on red that would work with it? I think so. Frozen Legion? I don't think you can do with minion stuff. Which Absolution has. All of these are spells. Crackling Lance? X-Blast? Put them on there. X-Blast Crabs. Fine Irish Channeling. Soul Run we already did. We did the alt version of it. Winter Orb we already... Oh, we didn't do Winter Orb. That's a channeling thing. We did Eye of Winter. We do Shock Nova, but I don't think it's good. That's an attack. But it's a spell attack. This spell consumes multiple things. So it's a spell, right? The spell uses an attack, which is the Frozen Sweep. But the casting of it is a spell itself. It might not... Oh, it says... It can't work with totems. It already says that. The last line of the green thing says it can't be used by totems. So either way, it doesn't work. But it is a spell. Just to be... But it doesn't work with it anyway. We'll do Try Vortex. Ball Lightning. Is there any gems I never heard of or seen? Yeah. A lot of gems just get overlooked by some weird things. Not meta. We'll try Cold Snap. It's gonna be awful. RF! You get RF totems, I'm pretty sure, but I don't think that'd be good. I think they would just die, chat. Blade of Conviction? I'm pretty sure they just die with RF. Divine Retribution? That's the block one, retaliation stuff. I imagine it can't be the totem thing, right? Yeah. We're not here to read. Essence Drain, I don't really want to try it, I'll be honest, so I'm not going to do that one. Flame Surge, also don't want to try that. Generates Channeling. We already did Blazing Salvo, we already did Ice Spears, that stuff. We didn't do Ice Nova, technically. Guess it's Warbin time? Yeah, it's Warbin time. We could do... lightning warp crabs, flame dash crabs, body swap crabs, frost bomb crabs. There's like there's one that's pretty good for just straight damage, not the base one, but we're just gonna roll with what we got for now. Fireball crabs, spark crabs. Oh right, we just talked about spark crabs originally when we first started doing this idea. Rolling magma crabs? That's gonna be awful. Let's put it on there. Frostbolt crabs. Purifying flame crabs. Void sphere crabs. Does that have to be a spell? Yeah, it's a spell totem. It walks. Alright, we got a couple to try. Not a couple, I mean quite a few. Do we have it currently equipped? Oh, we're still on Blazing Salvo. Okay, let's Blazing Salvo was a yes. Well, yes is up there and no's down here. So I'm running out of slots to put yeses in. Throw knives. We'll try that one next. Jesus, like a little Gatling gun. I think too low of a range for me to like it. Would be my biggest issue with EK. I'm not super worried about the fact that it looks like low damage because it's obviously like a level 1 gem. Or like maybe level 3 at this point, but I think the range is what's going to stop me from enjoying it as much. Alright. EK no for me. Hey, leave me alone. Reap crabs, go! Chucked over procession. How does procession work again? I have to remember. I think I might have one of those laying around. I mean, thematically cool. I don't think damage scaling is well without blood charges, and I also don't think it has a good enough range. So probably a no on the Reap. No, Xang's coming up next. And actually, for this playtest, we have to use Mercurial. Come, crabs. It looks disgusting and it sounds awful, chat. Alright, there we go, pretty crabs. Yeah, it's dope. Oh yeah, this is what I used to when I used to run Exsanguinate Miner. I love this skin. It's very pretty. Has like little flowers on the ground. It's so cute. Yeah, I'll do whatever, bud. Anything that has extra, I mean, I'll do it. Probably no like Exsanguinate crabs. Chat. Probably no like Exsanguinate crabs. Yeah, I'll try it out. If you have it or want to grab it. We're trying now? Purifying Flame? I mean, I don't think this will help clear-wise, but I think if you're going for really big ground spawning. I saw Toffee testing, I heard him liking it, I didn't get to see it. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'll try it out. You can, let me know when you're ready for an invite, I'll send you an invite. Yeah, I don't think it has enough clear or satisfying sound for me to like it, you know? Like, if it's not gonna have clear, it's gotta have the pop. It's gotta have the sizzle chat. You know? What are we trying this time, actually? Vortex Burst. You got to... Okay, nice. I'll test them out in a second. I mean, that took a lot to get going, but once it started exploding, it was pretty cool. I don't think it's what I'm looking for. But, yeah, I've never actually used this skill before. I don't think I've ever seen this skill be used. Alright, not that one then. Oh my god. Ready to go lightning conduit and go to sleep? Alright. Oh, I died for that. It's fine though. Oh, did you go to me? My bad. Thank you. I'll test it out in a second. We'll queue it up here. Alright, so all these are no. Get those out of there. That skill has only been made okay in one person's build before. The one we were just using, the purple one? Ooh, I won a finality. Oh, already tried this one. That being said, Seb, there's a 20 quality Soul Brand of Reaping in the guild stash now instead. If you wanted to use that one instead for the 20 quality. What's better, finality or regular? Any knowers?
My mana is spent.
It is doing 0 damage to that guy. But there is a lot of orbs. And they shoot from really far away. Look at that. I'm gonna go with. I think Ball Lightning deserves to go to the next stage. I think it's good enough to give it a better test. Alright. I'm gonna wait for that one to level up a little bit. We'll put this in the yes group. More flat, probably? Yeah, I mean, it probably also needs not cold pin and not cold things on the tree. Probably needs a lot. That I just wasn't offering it at the time. Oh my god! That looks abysmal. Extra life and life regen? You need to kill that guy. Get me out of here. I'm mostly just going for like what looks good, and then we're about like actually testing with proper scaling and like better gems and stuff like that. Stormburst? Stormburst is a channel. You can't do Stormburst on crabs. I don't think Rolling Magma's it. Mostly because I also hate Rolling Magma. Try Discharge? No, I don't even have that one in here. I don't think. I don't think I'd want to try Discharge. Do people actually like Discharge for realsies? I always felt it was like a meme skill. Oh, this is Frostbolt? We do have a Frostbolt skin. Pretty sure. Doesn't have your charges, got it. Oh my god! Like lagging my screen. I think it's fucking with my eyes. I think it's fucking with my eyes, chat. Honestly, not bad though. Well, I think it only triggers like 5 things, right? So it doesn't trigger all of them. Each cast only triggers 5. I think it's a limitation of it. Frenzy charges. Yeah, you don't need to see anything. Yeah, if there's any degen, I'm not gonna know about it. Honestly, no, not bad though. If Ball Lightning has a seat at the table, I think Frostbolt has to have one as well. Because they're very similar, just different scaling options. What am I looking at? We're testing out all kinds of skills on crab totems. This is currently Frostbolt with MTX on it. There's five crabs shooting a shit ton of Frostbolts out at once. We have a bunch of skills that we're going through. Yeah. Lots of balls. Alright. It'll just make me... I'll put that in a yes. Here's Firestorm. Oh, surprise. Everyone acts shocked. That's his favorite one's Firestorm. It's like Gotsu's favorite skill in the game. Get him, little buddy. Oh, that's too small. That's not the vibe. Little buddies, run! Leap slam away! Alright. Ice Dev was in the no category. Void Sphere's up.
My mana is spent.
I can only summon one? I didn't realize Void Sphere has such a long cooldown. Does Rending not have the cooldown? The other one? I have to try this one out with the trans gym later. Alright, so that one's a no for now, but maybe trans gym later will make it better. Too bad. This sucks. Yeah. Not the best. We'll try to get a transgem later. Maybe go to a tester. Fireball. Crabs, get him. Lightning damage. Yo, can I get that? That's true. You do lightning damage. I like Fireball. Fireball's out. The new jewel? What new jewel? Let's try Spark. Beyond, look away. Beyond, look away. Beyond, look away. I think I warned him enough. That's his point. That's his problem if he sees it now. The 4 Abyss Jewel one. The helmet?
You must be. Oh, you did.
Until next time.
Farewell.
Well,
I think it's a new zone. I cleared everyone in that one map, so I have to do this first. We're gonna do Spider Sparks. Spooter time. Need more duration and more like prod speed. Look how many spiders there are. Honestly, I kind of like it. You obviously need more prod speed and more duration. But look at it. Yeah, I just don't know what Julie's talking about, I guess. My bad. Get an MTX about when we watch the stream. Win-win. Let's try Lightning Conduit. Oh, the heavens. I mean, it's definitely a lot better than the other one was. I wouldn't say it's great for clear. Oh, there we go. That's better. This is Lightning Conduit of the Heavens, Ghazi. Honestly, not bad. Of the 2 Lightning Conduits, it's obviously the better one. Yeah, it's like so much better than the regular one. Alright, that one's gonna go in the maybe book. I think it's a good one. I think I like it. I don't think it necessarily fills the purpose I want of like being great at Legion, but who knows? Maybe we can get like some I can pulse those and get like a night spread. Shock spread kind of thing. I think it's workable. Spark goes in, yes. Lightning Conduit goes in, yes. Vortex come out. Oh, I didn't put Vortex in. Crabs, what is that? Crabs, what is that? Alright, Vortex is a no. Put Frostbomb in, right? Have 2 eyes? Excellent. So obviously, this one you would need the the trans gem for it. There's a damage dealing frost bomb one that's works a little bit better. That being said, I'm gonna go with no. Stop hitting me. I'm doing stuff. Yeah, see, the issue here is also, it looks like they shared the same limit. They're not summoning shit right now. Look at this. They're all channeling it to summon it, and it's just dissipating for the other ones channeling it. It's just throwing up a dust storm. Alright, so Tornado's out. I mean, Blade Fall's not bad. Put on like a Blade Blast as like a little extra thing. Put Blade Fall as a maybe. Yeah, the issue we're gonna have here is the fact that it has a cooldown. Alright, well, it's not really fair to test against a boss on a skill that we have not leveled at all. We'll have to do this one in a second. Do we have another gem moon around? Let's freeze and pulse it up for a bit. Pulse up as a dot? I don't think they stack. I mean, it has a hit base initially. It's not just a dot. Similar to like Creeping Frost, Vortex, they all have hits before they do the dot. Yeah, Creeping Frost is probably the best hit base for it because it can shotgun what other ones can't. Wonder how to automate Conduit with Heavenly Crabs. Ah, I died. He doesn't give you rare cards, just double loot. Yeah. Pretty sure that's true. It just gives you a higher chance and then double when it drops, right? None of the stuff necessarily says it's rare. Oh, like reopenable and stuff. Again, that's not a rarity. Really shocking you blast. Oh, for the regular conduit? Yeah, I didn't like it. Conduit Heaven looks really good though. I was there saying conduit, request a desire. What's making you take damage? To trigger it. We've been stuck in this act for so long. Because we've been just jacking off with different what do you call it? We have conviction next. We're having fun. Yeah. Longest campaign run alive. Oh, they can only have one wave between them? Oh, this is not good then. That one's out. Yeah, I'd rather use Creeping Frost at this point. Creeping Frost or Cold Snap is down. Hex Blast is also a cooldown, so it might need the Trans Gem to make it somewhat usable. We also aren't cursing anything. Which is like, there you go. Hex Blast, this whole thing needs a curse first. So I need to automate like a curse to make it super explodey. Run around like a Blasphemy Aura on. Are you hex the mobs? I just said that. I can hex them a little bit too. Last get right ring? Profane Proxy? Yeah. I already have some of those. I think I have 2 of those. Yeah, you can put a curse into it. Does anyone know if totems benefit from your on-hit effects? Like if I have a curse on hit, will they get that? No, I'll talk about the one that doesn't care about hexes. The Havoc one. Not the not Contradiction. You don't have Ancestral Bond, right? Oh, I do Ancestral Bond. So it wouldn't work with the on-hit thing? Curse on hit from your glove ring. So if I have curse on hit, they will get that. I don't have a curse on hit ring to test it out. Or an Assassin's glove. You don't have any curse on hit stuff? Why not take Soul Rend? I don't need Soul Rend. We've already tried Soul Rend out earlier. The reaching one and everything. It should, yes. Okay. Next up could be cool. Get in Dry Delve? Yeah. Hey! Stop beating me up. Oh god! Maz! Unlimited power! Alex in the tab? Hell yeah. Coming in. It also does care about it. It gives it area damage, but it's... Okay, it does have a cooldown, though, which is the big thing. That's why I liked it. Okay. Oh, shit. I forgot how to use the portal. Yeah, I need to get a curse on hit ring to test out the hex stuff a little bit better. That's so pretty, though. All right, so these are the well, I don't need to do this in here. So these are the winners so far. They'll go into further testing. Why do you give me 12% more DPS? Hell yeah, gamer. Alright, let's finish the campaign. We'll just finish with Freezing Pulse for now. Did I put that Freezing Pulse one on? No, I was on Eye of Winter. Oh, right, we do have the Eye of Winter thing. I think some of these bad boys leveling up back here. I think Ball, Lightning, and Spark go away. I think like that one's more.
Yes?
Yes.
Until next time.
Needed a few essence for Ant Dex, the res ones. Oof. I haven't really done any real essence farming this league yet. I'm kind of just jacking it, so. Oh, we're supposed to also get. We just like left. We're like, yeah, good enough. Freezing Pulse. Dex for haste anymore. Wrote it down.
Yes?
I feel like going back to buy it. I know you can just go buy it, chat. I'm too lazy. Oh wait, I don't want to be here. Go to the other place. Where I got Blight Second Tree, so I guess it's for free. Based. You Havoc out of the guild tab? Yeah, the Havoc. Havoc. You need it back, let me know. Otherwise, it's just like leveling in my offhand right now. Like Marshall wanted me to say these songs sound the same, but they sound very different to me. I guess they have a similar cadence, but like the sound's still different. It was one of the alts I got on my chase of alt gems I need. So you want it back? I don't know what that means. X12? This guy's out getting loot. No? Okay. If I get Stampede and Blight, I can do Incinerate? Occultist? I thought Stampede was the Moonwood Spill one. Maybe that's Replica Stampede. Oh, need some Legion farmer? Yeah. That's where a lot of people are headed right now. Looking for a farmer of legions. Well, just base speed. What do you need? What do you need base speed for incinerate? Or do you just want it for fast movement speed? Hey, Snacky. We got some gummies. Not and like just like the sugar kind. The other ones are for after stream chat. Get him. If I scale more prod speed, does it go further? Or is it like just a limited duration for freezing pulse? You can't walk incinerate PoE1, right? It's a channeling skill, right? There's PoE1, PoE2 has incinerate as well. I want to say Reggie spells that one on like Chronomancer with like Chaos Ignite stuff. Honestly, I kind of like the crabs more than regular totems. Just because they do follow you around a little bit. Nice to have little buddies. Sorry about the coffin. Hello, we're here to kick your butt. Channel, what can't, what, yeah, you don't have Wasta, yeah. Channel, you have to sit still. Turns these go to an auto bomber, basically? Yeah, kind of. Some are better than others, but yeah. Gotta work on my totem duration. And I can have it permanently. For when it grabs. Way to go, Marshall. You're crushing it. Don't we pulsing extra proj though? Probably not. Not with the new buffs to it that gave it extra proj and level scaling. You can see how many projects it has without it. Yeah. A lot more damage. And it still has, like, the coverage. I don't think it can overlap hit, so the reason to have really more proj is the cone's the same shape. I don't think it overlap hit. If it can shotgun hit, then more proj is probably not bad. But I don't think it can. Were they going under the seat? Oh, you sons of a... I was right at the end of it, I saw it! They go under the seat a lot easier too. Just crab up and then run through the things. Yeah, that was the buff that had this league. One of the buffs that had this league. Let him meow? What? They let him cook, but instead let him meow. Yeah, that's the weirdest shit, my guy. The baby. Be honest, someone telling you can't meow? Hi, sweetness. You know, there's her head. Abby's holding a banshee, like a baby. Ow!
She's trying to jump down.
Yeah, I don't want to be here anymore. You guys spooked me. Banshee. Banshee, you want to come back? Yeah, no thanks. Point that. Oh, nothing. Yeah. For a comm hit? Y'all both got it in first try? Let's go. Real gamblers. Real 50-50ers. Either do or don't, chat. And like that, your watch is over.
Something doesn't seem...
The big essence tree? True. Just do the thing I usually do. Maven rotations, essence, and beasts. Then run white maps. The whole league's got like 3 bossers over 50 people. I mean, there are less people who do bossing, but again, it's kind of like SSF but with friends occasionally. It's not really like we have like a planned thing where it's like, I'm the bosser. You give me this stuff, I'll boss for us. Like, it's not that organized. We're all just here to vibe and kind of hang out with each other and support each other where we can. Hell yeah. I think Gazi's gearing up to be like a better bosser, but I don't, like I said, I don't think I'm necessarily have people signed up to be like the bosser versus the heister versus this. You're kind of just doing your favorite things. Or whatever works best for your build. Just like No Blame was gonna be our Legion person, but they backed out of that one. And now they're just like warbing like everyone else. Like everyone else. People love Boston? Yeah. If people like Boston, they can do it. Just that there's not a lot of people who like bossing. A lot of people prefer mapping. Just like we don't have a lot of people who love delving, or a lot of people who love light. You want to get some done on Slowge? Yeah. And that's the other thing too, like we're just cresting over like week 1.5 kind of thing. A lot of the audience is not everyone's playing at like Shadows level or even the amount of hours I played into it. Some people are just finishing Atlas, like Marshall's just getting his Void Stones. And that's okay. Got him. No.
Your quest well. Ready to go?
Poor crown the Inter people. Good helmet.
Time and tide.
Always keep your eyes on the horizon.
Also, I know I'm on my third build, but a lot of people are still on their first builds. When you're playing SSF or a small group found, usually you don't make yourself a dedicated bosser as your first thing unless you're part of a group that has like assigned roles. You want to progress on like a better generic character first before you move into bossing. Like I wouldn't make my bosser my first thing unless I was like, this person's gonna be able to help me with like this thing. Is it? Are we up to 2 people? If we are, I need to get more slots. Ugh.
Ghastly nightmare must be put to an end.
Give me a jeweler's orb. I'm not gonna have a shield though, so I need to figure out. I think I can still get blocked though with the new mana fuse staff. Which will be able to recovery on block. Then you work on like regeneration kind of things, which I think you get a good amount from the Earth Ascendancy. So oh, it's already started. I forgot about it. Yeah. I go to this screen.
Yeah, there's a fine line to walk between like making something too difficult and also being too rewarding at the same time. That it feels like if you're not playing,
There you go.
I
That way
guess
y'all
it's
can
one of
hear
those
the
things
thing.
that would also indirectly like nerf build diversity as well.
Yeah.
If everyone feels like to do this one in-game strategy, they have to be playing a small subset of builds that can even do them.
So could the solution there maybe be like 4 or 5 different ones that are obviously scalable with different builds and overcomable by different builds instead of it just being one thing that you kind of have to do?
That is a good way to approach it. It's obviously much harder because you have to make those things distinct in not only rewards but also in mechanics, like distinct enough that
You know what I could do? I can start us over from the beginning of it because I
That
can
move, or
rewind
just
with my thing. We can just listen to the whole thing, try to get context of what they're talking about. So maybe just rewind to the beginning and then we'll just listen to from the start. Thanks, Switch Turbo.
Months. Love your body. Thanks for
from Fub later saying thank you, Ziz. Those are Andrew's a little quiet.
And using my Merc as a support. And my plan was once
We're a little bit early.
Here we go.
I think it went down to like 2 degrees this
Is the
morning.
volume good though? Can you hear them or do you
Whereas,
turn it up
like,
more?
you'd never really get it lower than 0 degrees in Auckland. So my
Wow.
hands were fucking. They were
That's
frosty.
crazy. I didn't know it got that cold there.
But this
Hey.
studio is like super warm, so it's just really nice to be
Oh, that's good.
warming up again.
Yeah.
I see us on stream. To you?
Yep. Resizing you guys.
Oh, excuse me.
Starting my quest.
Here.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
There. Is that good, chat? And how's Andrew's son?
Testing,
Yep.
testing.
I have them turned all the way up, and it's almost
All
turned all the way
good?
up on
Both of them?
OBS. So it should be okay, and there shouldn't be any game noise with it, with the scene. It should only be my voice, Spotify, which is not on, and
Okay.
just them
Wait,
talking.
Final confirmation from Viro, and then we'll start. Viro, can you message me on Discord if everything's good to go? Bye, Paul. Good. All right. I think we're just good to start. We're a little bit early. Thank you guys so much for joining. I'll just kick us off with an intro, and then we'll start. Thank you guys so much for joining for All Flame podcast, and yeah, this is actually been scheduled for like a week before launch. So thank you guys so much for joining. I have a bunch of questions prepared, and yeah. I'll start with an easy one. Are you both playing the league, and like what build are you guys playing?
Well, yeah, I'm still playing the league. I've been
I will
through
say I
like
don't have a lot of
3
high
builds
hopes
so
for
far,
Ziz's
but all of them
interview.
on Asylum. So I
Like the last
started
time he
off
did an
with
interview, I didn't really get much
a
from it.
Luminary leveling with Frigid Bond and using my Merc as a support.
So hopefully
And my
he
plan
asked some
was
good
once I got
questions
to
this
Merc
time.
Lab, because the Black Cane node was a bit OP, I'm speccing right into this with Soul Rest. So I was doing some Zoomy, Volatile Dead, Castwell channeling build. And then I basically just went into the ship and like crafted for like 3 or 4 days, amassed a lot of wealth, and then I put all of that currency into a Lightning Tendrils build, which is a bit OP. So
Oh, cool.
it's feeling pretty good.
And Octavian, what about you?
Yeah. I'm playing in hardcore trade at the moment. I league started with Fizz Dot and unfortunately died relatively early. I was only on like team 9, 10 maps or something. And then, which is kind of like the worst time to rip. Like if you rip in the campaign, it's not that much time lost. If you rip after you're like level 95, you feel like you finished the build. But I ripped right in the middle there. And then second build was a Tornado of Turbulence Inquisitor. That one got to 97, died
Which
last
one is
night,
normal? That's fair.
unfortunately, on that. And re-rolling with Divine Blast of Radiance.
Oh, cool.
Fine blast.
awesome. That sounds like a lot of fun.
What did you die to?
I died to a. So I was. I wanted to get a bit more like personal experience with it. So I was like farming a bunch of max investment Abyss on live, and I was doing a thing where I was taking Pantheon Scarabs and using those alongside it, because whenever a Pantheon rare spawns touched by an Abyss, the rare that the Abyss spawns will also have the Pantheon mod. So I'm like, ooh, double value. Turns out Pantheon rares are pretty dangerous.
Yeah, they're insane. Actually, I've been like skipping them a lot. Not so much lately, but yeah, they're kind of crazy. Awesome. And obviously, like we are gonna talk about like loot and stuff like that. I know a lot of people watching are very curious about that, but we'll do that in a sec. I have a few other questions first. So a big change that's new: mercenaries recently added back to the game. I'm playing a luminary right now, and obviously a little bit of a rough start, but once you get it going, really, really powerful. And I wanted to ask you a little bit if you guys felt like the goal with mercenaries have been met.
I feel like mercenaries are this like very extra for experts playstyle. It's like you go in and you don't really know what you're going to get because you don't know what mercenaries you're going to see.
Yeah.
So it also from a balance side of things, it's like also just an insane amount of variables going on. So it's really just for people who just love like making the weirdest, wackiest builds. And I think in that sense, the amount of like different types of mercenary builds that are possible is like really cool to see. There are some things that I would say I'm not 100% a fan of, like every single build being like a flame link build at endgame effectively, but those are some things that we can like iron out going forward, I'd say.
One of the things I was a little curious about there was particularly the early game Illuminary, and obviously like we see how powerful it gets at the end game, right? We have people literally one-shotting Ubers with it. It gets incredibly
That's really
powerful.
base opinion.
I can
I
like already
freaking
kill
love
Ubers as
Andrew.
well on basically SSF. It gets really strong at the end game, so I can understand like some apprehension with buffing it. But one of the things that seems like really tricky, especially for a lot of players, is finding the right mercenary. And a lot of that is because they might have skills that effectively brick it. I'm not just talking about support gems, but like sometimes if it has like, let's say Kineticist has Kinetic Bolt, it might spam that a lot more than Kinetic Blast of Clustering, rendering it effectively useless. Would you ever consider like a checkbox to disable a mercenary just to like make it easier to find a functional
I
mercenary
mean, that's the
while
main thing for
you're
everything.
still keeping like the
Where
quest going for the
meta
perfect
is this,
mercenary
so
and
it's
getting
the
that
most
in-game
focused
chase?
thing, and people don't want to experiment. They want to just do
What
whatever
do you
they
mean by
already know is
disable a
going to work.
mercenary there? Do
So-
you mean like
no,
disable
s-
finding a particular kind,
No,
or
no,
disable
no.
a skill, or
Yes, disabling a skill. So say like in the window, I just said like you're not allowed to use Kinetic Bolt. Unlearn that move, or just don't use that move.
I see personally what I really like about mercenaries is the fact that like you're trying to find the perfect one, and there's so many avenues. You know, there's so many different variables that go into one being perfect. You know, the right support gems, the right number of support gems, the right skill combination. Like, to me, I feel like that kind of undercuts part of the point of the mechanic. I understand that might
That's
not
a
be
stupid
the
experiment.
most popular opinion
Part of
necessarily, but
learning.
like, I find that to be really cool.
As long as you're patient with yourself, you'll get there.
So I do agree a little bit there, but the only thing that I disagree with is you're mostly cutting out like the early chase. You're getting a functional one, not necessarily a good one. But there are some that are like effectively bricked where they can't even clear a map. So like if you find one of these that you're disabling a skill, you're still gonna be like chasing that perfect merc. Like you're always looking for like, well, I want greater multiple projectiles and I want returning projectiles. It's more about getting
Yeah.
them to a functional level by disabling, for example,
I
Spectral
don't
Helix
agree with Ziz's point of
or
view.
Kinetic Bolt,
I'm
as
gonna be
I give us an
honest.
example. You're still going to be having that still. You're still chasing it. You're just like lowering the floor of starting the build, I guess.
So your argument is that like there's too many random variables.
Yeah.
At the,
Yeah, and you're
like,
still
to the
keeping
point where,
all of them at the end game, right? You're still chasing that perfect mark. Like I have a really good one now, and I'm still like thinking like if I get greater multiple projectiles and returning projectiles on this scale, it's going to be so insane. And right now I have Wild Strike instead of Frostblades. There's still a lot of variables that are super exciting to chase there.
Yeah, I think one change I would like to make, I think it would probably be at 330 at this point, but it would be a review of all the supports that have downsides.
Yeah.
Just like, why does
Yeah, like brutality and
brutality
stuff like
need
that?
to have cannot deal non-physical damage on it?
Yeah.
Oh, cannot deal elemental and chaos damage on it.
Mhm.
Like, yes, the player version of the support has that, but the mercenary support doesn't necessarily need it.
That'd be very cool too.
Wild Strike, it's essentially kind of like
Another
Ellie
thing when it
hit,
comes to
but
mercenaries too,
Frostblades.
there's some of them that are just pure
Every
death.
hit's like a different
they're,
element.
They're like
So
non-fightable.
it's like more of a
Like the
strike
Soul Rend
instead
of
of a
Reaping,
slam. I don't know, it's more of a
Conflagration,
flank.
Shield Crush maybe?
Shit.
They're just giga scary. Is that something like, do you like that there are just insanely one-shotting mercs out there, or would you rather it be a little bit more balanced? Like, still scary, but maybe not like, you will die if you fight this.
There are outliers that need to be reined in for sure.
Yeah. It was just like half an hour ago, I was literally nerfing the conflagration one, and I was also going through a few of the other ones that, like, some of the ones that do charge up for an insanely big hit have very high one-shot potential, like Divine Ire and Infernal Blow, for example, as well.
I think there's a storm call
So,
one.
yeah,
as
Wait,
well.
Monster? Yeah, he was talking about
We're
conflagration.
probably
How
going to
he's
bring
nerfing
in
it
a
before
bunch of the
this.
skills in a patch this week.
And yeah,
Patch this week,
if
you're gonna be
Andrew had
working on a
mentioned
bunch of
that
the
was what I was
skills?
going to say there is a patch coming later this week, so
Very cool.
on changes like that, we'll be able to make it in.
Very cool.
Yeah, and to be clear, this will only affect the combat of the mercenaries you fight. It won't affect mercenaries that actually are allied to you.
It wouldn't nerf your hired mercenary, no.
Yeah, see? Doesn't nerf your higher mercenary, only nerfs you fighting them to, like,
and like
beat
you
them
said,
up.
the chase you pointed out is very much there. Like I'm like every map looking for like 4 different mercenaries, right? So it's very cool extra avenue of itemization. Another thing I want to talk about is with mercenaries, there's the combo of the scarabs with like you do the merc scarabs with the anarchy scarabs, and like that's something we haven't seen that much of before, right? You have like the wild rogue exiles, wild mercenaries, and like scarabs working together in tandem like that. Is that something you want to lean more into, like comboing leagues for like high impact scarab combos like that in the future for like farming?
We're definitely
Bring a
discussing at the
preview
moment
of the
like the
change,
type of in-game
either
changes we
later this
want in
league or next
330.
league.
And one of those things that we are trying
We're
to
talking about
lean
for this
back
patch so
into
far. It's coming
is
out this week, they said.
leagues interacting with other
For, like, the
leagues
merc stuff.
in an interesting, organic, ideally way.
Hmm.
So yes, we're definitely looking at more of these things. They might not necessarily be scarabs, but they could come in some other form.
Oh, that's good to hear. I like
Yeah,
that a lot.
I was sort of worried about that scarab because the thing with mercenaries is that you can see all their items and their skills beforehand. So if a mercenary has a certain dodgy unique or a dodgy skill, then you can be like, nope.
Yeah.
Whereas just sticking a wild mercenary in a map can certainly lead to a lot more like high spike variations. But
Yeah.
if someone wants to risk it, then go ahead.
Yeah, I do like the risk reward there. Obviously, like as a hardcore player, it's a little bit scary, but I think things like that are still very good for the game.
He's just my hit pool at this
speaking
point.
of like good for the game, how do you feel about
res is pretty low.
the implementation of boat crafting? That's obviously been very, very. We've seen a lot of crafting mechanics over the years. Boat crafting, very unique, very interesting.
I'm fairly happy with where it landed. It is obviously incredibly powerful. It's been really fun for me. I don't know why. I'd have to like do some self-reflection to sort of understand why I find this fun. But it's been really fun for me to watch like the trajectory of Dead Man's Sulfur price in trade leagues, and people being essentially like, oh wait, this stuff is really good, and then the price going from like 2,000 for a chaos to 150 or 200 or whatever it is for a chaos.
Yeah,
it's. I mean, I haven't looked this morning, so it may have shifted again. Economies always do, but it's gotten pretty pricey, presumably because it's extremely powerful.
Yeah, it's extremely.
Yeah, I've been engaging. Yeah, I've been engaging with the system like a ton this league. I think my general strat was just buying
Easy
up
money, just
memory
boating,
strand
yeah.
items, or buying a high level base type and sticking an orb of remembrance on them to add the memory strands, because those two systems, Ghost Flame Crafting and memory strands, just interact so well together. And you can do some like interesting things where you like even just transmuting the item. If you don't get the certain magic mod you want, you can just scour it and you don't gain any intangibility. And because you're presented 4 options, you can just pick the option that consumes the fewest strands.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a way of like preserving your strands for like a much longer period of time as well. I think there's just something about the agency of the crafting that makes it really, really fun. Like feeling you're sort of making a bunch of choices along the way.
Yeah. I mean it's really good in SSF as well.
The core of the idea was basically just me stealing something that I really liked from Hearthstone from back in the day when I used to play that. The whole discover mechanic where like, when you're given 3 options of 3 different cards and you pick one, or 3 options of some outcome and you pick one, Not that that's unique to Hearthstone. That's a roguelike classic of pick the best of 3 to the point where it's, a bit of a trope. But yeah, no, one of the other designers was talking to me earlier and was saying that he really liked it because even if you fail a craft, if you fail to get what you wanted, like if you Exalt Slam and none of the outcomes are exactly what you wanted, you still have like the consolation prize of picking the best of the worst.
Yeah.
You still get to feel like you have some level of agency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
really
with,
cool.
with how many things will work with it, was there anything like emergent gameplay wise that was sort of like unexpected that you've seen people doing in the community?
I'm sure there's examples, but for some reason they're not coming to mind.
That's all good.
I mean, one thing that I don't know if it was unexpected. It was
like
unexpected
these
up
two
until a few
guys?
days before release.
Yeah,
when,
they're very
You know,
cool. I love Andrew and
I got somebody in
Octavian.
QA saying like, "Is it fine that we can do this all flame crafting and then like Awakener Orb 2 bases together to get a new base and then start over essentially on that new base with one of the items retained?"
Yeah.
It's like, yeah,
It's
sure,
pretty
cool, that's neat.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll just
No,
get more
I love that. Very,
helmets.
very appealing. Andrew, any other examples or?
I don't 100% know what everyone in the community
Yeah.
is doing, but from my personal end, I just liked how
Can't proof it.
powerful I was just buying items off trade that were like had 3T1 mods and then just divining them and then reselling them and often throwing a sacred orb or two on them as well. I probably spent more divines on rare items this league via ghost flame crafting than like any
Andrew's an
previous league.
economist.
It's just divine
He's
crafting.
he's
It's
had
extremely
at
simple
work.
and potentially very profitable.
Click the button,
Yep.
then click the biggest number.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, divine orbs are really fun with it.
Yeah, I've been re-rolling Pearl of Suatha and spent probably like 15 divines through all flame crafting on that ring and never gotten anything good, but I keep going back.
Ooh, the pearl so you can divine the skills on the pearl.
So I have to make a totem.
I need to get those pearls now.
Yeah,
that's a big one that could potentially be good for Wintertide
new
or other
things added
builds
to
as
the
well.
game. Pacts were recently added. What would you say the main goal for pacts were?
I'd say the main goal for packs was more just like giving a bunch of different self-cast spell archetypes an in-game scaling tool. So you can see that one was focused around like spell dots and one was focused around like veil skills and channeling skills.
And like what it targets, like helmet, gloves, that kind of thing.
Right.
And like a secondary lesser focus or lesser benefit, I guess, as well, is that like it gives beyond a special reward. And that's something that obviously we've kind of been hammering on about for the past few leagues of like every league mechanic should have as many special unique rewards as it can.
Yeah, I see that. I was wondering, this is a little bit of a hardcore player take, but do you feel like the afflictions are maybe a little bit too harsh? And as an addendum, potentially for hardcore, the Beyond Belt being almost the only way to use it on hardcore?
I think the general idea with the afflictions is by the time you are, for the packs that is by the time you are using them, you are probably on an in-game build, hence because you find them all at in-game. So a lot of the packed downsides are like, they're not multiplicative downsides, they're all increases. So for example, if you had one that gives, I can't remember if it's like 50% reduced defenses or 25.
Yeah. Fucking hardcore players.
The values would have changed pretty close to launch. Then you probably already have like 200 plus defenses already on your build by that point. If you were
should have done lab before I did this.
If you were to take that like very early game, then yes, it would be a much more significant downside. But yeah, the reason the afflictions exist is mainly just the theming is what I like most about them. It's tied into the whole like idea of you're making a pact with an evil beyond demon. You get afflictions within Sanctum as well.
I mean, it also just allows the packs to be
I get what you're saying.
Crazy
it's still
strong
cool
with the upsides, right?
Like divine sinks are
When
always
you
really
take away
cool
the
to have like
downsides,
that.
and then in order for them to remain balanced, you would have to lower the upsides to the point where they're probably not all that engaging and interesting to use.
Yeah, I mean, it's particularly for hardcore, the increased damage taken downside is like pretty crazy. But yeah,
I could see that.
Yeah,
there is also kind of the note that a lot of the time
there's a visual glitch,
you know, like
happening.
We want to design in such a way that we don't make the hardcore experience explicitly worse, but we also don't really design explicitly for hardcore. And I say that as someone who
100%.
plays hardcore every league.
Yeah,
you know,
tell hardcore to eat it.
I just had to bring it up.
That's pretty. I don't want to pay.
Had a lot of
$1,000
early
for it,
game
though.
changes this day with the white sockets and stuff. By the way, big fan of that. Love that. Very great quality of life experience early. And faster attacks was added so that everybody can purchase that after Caged Fruit. I was wondering if you thought about adding more of the support gems early now. I know previously it was like the reason was it would be convoluted for new players and stuff, but there is already a lot of gems available now.
Yeah, I mean this has come up a number of times, and there's like sort of two problems here. There's the problem of, for new players, you go talk to the vendor after completing a few quests and you have like 40 gems that you can pick between. And then for experienced players, you kind of have the inverse problem where they know exactly what they want and it's not necessarily there for them to take. And those two, that's just a tension that you can't, you go one way or the other, you cause a problem for the other group. So we need to find a solution that's, not just filling the vendor with gems or taking a ton of gems away. Like we need to find a better solution. And that's just probably going to require more discussion and also, UI implementation, UI art implementation. Like we would want to overhaul the system and not just Band-Aid fix. Faster attacks being specifically granted felt like,
I don't think the person, I don't think the
you could
person
argue that was a Band-Aid
one
fix.
K-Bot
It felt
is in
like
my
a
guild.
very effective and efficient.
I remember who it was though.
Whereas a lot of other ones are less so.
I would say the change just stemmed from like 4 or 5 people within the company petitioning me to do that change. And I'm like, faster attacks and faster casting. And they're like pretty fundamental support gems. So I can see an argument for every single class getting access to them.
Yeah, I see that. I mean, I just personally feel at this point there's like more gems there than there aren't. So that might even be confusing for new players because obviously a lot of new players do follow guides and stuff too.
So like, this is not a promise of a feature. But this is just to give you an idea of like, we have discussed
You know
this
what you could do,
and we do intend to
is just put it on your Faustus.
work on this area.
They can like put it for like one wisdom score or whatever.
Having much more
if that's even asking for, I
curated
show them
quest
on
rewards,
Faustus.
essentially, where like when you play
if you haven't logged off yet, if you log off already, then fuck them. Who
If you're a
cares?
new player, you can opt out of this as an experienced player with like the skip tutorials button. But if you're a new player and you have tutorials enabled, you can like choose, I want to be Chaosy Witch, or I want to be Minion Witch, or I want to be Fire Witch, or whatever. And we'd have like fancy names for all these. And whichever one you select is going to change the skills and supports that are offered to you as quest rewards as you progress through the game. And you can change your track whenever you want.
That's awesome.
And then if you've selected
Yeah,
none
I mean,
of
that
those,
makes
you
it pretty
obviously
much
get
just
to
like
see everything.
PoE2,
And then at the vendor,
where you
you'd
have
be able to see
presets,
everything.
but then there's a button to click
Now,
to show
there are
all.
some problems
amazing.
with doing this.
Uh-huh.
There are some problems with doing this. And we have a design doc. I don't know it all off the top of my head, but there were problems when I was, talking with programming and stuff. So I can't promise this, is what I'm saying. But like, that is the kind of thing we would rather do than just here's everything in the vendor all the time with no other changes.
We potentially could integrate it with the build planner as well, because that does have plans to come to PoE 1 at some point.
Ooh, build planner's
that would
coming to PoE 1,
The build planner
confirmed.
would probably get into the game before the system, though.
Well, I'm glad you guys are looking at it because it does get asked about a lot. It's good. Another thing, I promised to bring this up. The boss HP bar was added to the game, and it's obviously been a few years now. Is there either any improvements coming to the boss HP bar or the option to disable it? Depending on what build you play, it does hide a lot of important buffs that you might want to keep track of.
This one, I unfortunately can't really promise anything because this is one of those systems that is present across both games. So I can't really unilaterally say, we're going to make this change.
Right.
Because I would need to talk to, Jonathan and Mark and make sure they're okay with it.
Gotta talk to the big
I
dogs.
followed up on this because I'm pretty sure you asked this last time we spoke. And yeah, it is basically, there's this big buff UI refactor planned, but is very much tied to both games. So
Yeah,
it
it
will
is new,
happen in
yeah.
PoE 2 and PoE 1 probably at the same time at some
New
point.
to like people who've played for a while.
The next two topics is basically we're going to be talking about the league mechanic. We're going to be talking about ground loot and stuff like that. And the league mechanic, really, really interesting. Very clicky. And by that I mean like the stashing process in Voyages. The number one thing that gets asked about is like being able to deposit all and withdraw all. Because even with that, you're still like clicking it into the box. And there's issues with when we have like the box withdrawal box open and our stash that like the affinities don't work. So I'd love to hear you talk about those things because it's a very
move all and
intensive
affinities work would be great.
So there's a few individual changes that all might, they all individually will take different amounts of time and effort, and so they might come in different patches.
Honestly,
because I
the
wouldn't want to like
patches are
hold
kinda
back
fucking-
some QOL until all the QOL is ready.
Yeah.
So what I do know, what I saw QA finish testing last night, basically, is the ability to take all from the voyage loot, the capsule
nice.
on the ship to your inventory.
Yeah.
So that, which
Okay, so
was
take
meant to
all's
make it into
happening.
live, but ended up, was meant to make it into the release patch, but ended up having more problems than anticipated, should now be making it into the next patch.
Cool.
I believe we're also, I discussed this with you, right? We're also working on a, so you said you can have your stash open and the capsule thing open on the boat. Having the ability to control click things in with affinity, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So that is underway. I don't know for certain if that's making it into the next patch. That might be a patch
if anything's happening too,
that is underway.
Maybe the next patch though. That's good.
What I didn't have underway was the move all from player inventory into the capsule while on the ocean floor.
Is that something
but I
you'd
can
be
look
open
into
to?
that.
Okay, cool. I think a lot of people would
just-
appreciate that.
All those are really good.
I
I'm
don't
whether-
know
thinking about
whether
working
that
on
would
it.
be a 5-minute fix or a 5-day fix, but I'll look into it.
Sure.
I would love them to also implement that kind of change into King's March,
So, and
where
this
you
will
can move
tie
straight
into
to
the league
stash
mechanic
from
too,
like the boats and
but
stuff.
Ground loop, very,
Or, like, the
very
mapping.
important thing for the community
That'd be
right
really
now.
cool.
And we can start talking about like Abyss and beyond. It
Sure.
feels a little bit like they have a large modifier to less quantity dropped, and loot being in a bit of a rough spot. And the underlying issue is a lot about, a lot of people feel like the monsters themselves are not our like main source of loot right now. And Abyss and beyond, especially in the history of the game, would be like very
They're gonna talk about you,
traditional
yeah.
things that we would be juicing and would be
How stinky
really
you are.
scaling for those loot explosions. So yeah, let's just have a big talk about loot.
Sure. So the first thing that I do want to say is that, 3.30 is planned to be a extreme shakeup of the end game. And with that, we
hell
will
yeah.
be working in a lot of changes. I don't know. This is a massive miasma of a topic, and I
proc
don't really
speeds
know the
on
best way
freezing
to
pulse?
approach it. So I
Quality?
don't really want to be seen to like be trying to dodge this question, but it's more, I want to make sure that I'm actually answering it properly. So yeah, 3.30 will have a huge influence or a huge emphasis on endgame shakeup. We plan to get to as many existing league mechanics as possible and give them all something new, something interesting, something different from before, because one of the problems that we see is that the end game has just gotten stale. Like the same set of scarabs has been in use for a number of years now, the same, strategies, and we've cut away at a few of those strategies because a few of them were overperforming, and it feels bad now to do those strategies in their lesser version because you experienced the greater version a few leagues back or however many. So that's a big part of it. We just need to make things not so stale, and that's the part that's going to take, a 4-month development cycle in order to accomplish. The other part of it is more fundamental, though, and that is that what the community refers to as tile loot, right? Like an icon of a scarab on a chest, you click it, you get scarabs, has kind of become too much of the primary source of the loot as compared to other things. And we do want to go through, and this is the kind of thing that is like, you just kind of get into the weeds, and you kind of have to get into the weeds because every league mechanic is doing this to some degree or another. Almost every league mechanic, right? And that does exist for a good reason. It exists to be like a floor, like you're going to get at least X amount of stuff per, instance of doing this league mechanic, and that's kind of important. But it's stopped serving that role, and it's become the loot you're actually chasing in the mechanic rather than just the floor of guaranteed X amount of stuff per hour or per instance or whatever.
Yeah.
So what we need to do is kind of return it to its original role, which will mean probably lowering the amount of loot that you're obtaining from those tile systems in places where it's appropriate. This won't necessarily mean every single league with tile loot is getting nerfed. Some are more egregious than others. And then, consequently, raising the other side of the equation and making, loot coming from monsters, however we go about that, there's a million levers and buttons and knobs you can turn there, be more of the actual loot that you're obtaining from combat and from gameplay.
So obviously, like I said at the start of this podcast was planned before the league came out, and it is like wasn't a response to anything. So I'm not necessarily a software blaster myself, but because of that, I made sure that I've like reached out and talked to like Milky, Palstron, Fubgun, and a bunch of people that do that type of content, because a lot of the issues necessarily with like loot and blasting and especially aspirational content isn't as present on hardcore SSF. It's much less of an issue there. So because of that, that's why I reached out and talked to a lot of them. And especially a really good point that Fubcon brought up, that it was like this was actually something I hadn't thought of, because something that's been happening lately is the de-homogenization of loot, right? That started happening around Legion, where around Legion, when it was first introduced, we started getting every league mechanic from every league mechanic, and it was just like, where could you get the most of a league mechanic? That's something you started moving away from, which I've always hailed as a really good thing. But Fubcon pointed out that, for example, the PoE 2 core loot drop pool does end up having like a lot of really exciting small moments, like tier 3 exalted orbs, even tier 3 perfect transmutes and augs are like, you know, somewhat exciting, and it has a little bit more of a like nicer randomized pool that we're sort of missing now in PoE 1. And I think that is a little bit of a problem with the dehomogenization of loot. Like the, you know, Abyss is giving Abyss loot now, fossils are in Delve, etc. So like before there were maybe like a little bit more exciting stuff in the core loot pool, right? You can get fracturing orbs, you can get divine orbs, and there is like a list of things you can get. But yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about that, and if you have any ideas of addressing the core loot pool, because and I like this was something Fabgon pointed out in his video too, which I thought was very good. The best feeling of Path of Exile is going into a map and not knowing what you're going to run out with, and that feeling is a little bit missing right now.
Yeah, I completely agree with that sentiment. And a lot of the changes that we are focused on is moving a lot more chase drops maybe away from certain niche sources and into the core drop pool. So for example, I'm not saying this will happen, but maybe like if the best amulet in the game is a Simplex amulet, then maybe that should just be in the core drop pool, and that is now an extremely chase drop that you can find, rather than being gated by heist. And maybe heist, yeah, it still has like replica uniques and other things that can
Move Simplex to
maintain its
drop to
value
core pool. Let's go.
relatively.
Yeah, that can seem on the face of it at odds with the philosophy of every league mechanic needing to give a special reward. But what it really means is that the special reward for the league mechanic needs, like, we need to define the rules as to what that is allowed to be. You know, so in the heist case, as an example, the reason why that's a problem is because Simplex amulet existing in only heist means any amulet that you find outside of heist, assuming Simplex amulet is the best one, if we're making that ground assumption, any amulet that you find outside of heist is not competitive as the chase amulet, you know? Like, it's not the best amulet that you can find.
Please do Mag Dagger and core pool.
Something like fossils, I would argue, are probably fine to say in Delve, though, because fossils just interact with other mechanics. They interact with base types and with, you know, other crafting systems and that sort of thing. So it's not so much that, like, you know, there's not like a gear slot that you can only really get the best version of from delving, right? Yeah. Whereas that is kind of the case in heist. So it's more nuanced than like things should have special reward or things shouldn't have special reward. It's more a question of like what special rewards are fine to give to a league that don't take away from the core loot pool feeling of chasing for the best thing, and it could, you know, some random zombie could drop a mirror, etc.
100%.
Yeah, I think it's also just getting a higher variety in the number of different like types of item that gives you that dopamine and excitement. I guess like just a tink on your loot filter effectively. Like, I think PoE 2 does this a bit better with their like tiered red system, but it's like a rare item in PoE 2 is a lot more valuable because you can't just like scour it and find the perfect base type and then just craft on it forever. But we are actually considering if going towards a more PoE 2 style loot for in terms of like rare items have tiers, which we sort of have for memory crafting, but also
what the tier loot is.
I was also wondering how you feel about the idea of things like map rarity affecting how good like the currency drops you get are. Now the problem there is we'd have to really address magic find, but one of the biggest shames to me in PoE 1 compared to PoE 2 is if I kill like a super rare boss or a super hard boss, which has a ton of item rarity on it, it will never drop you a divine orb. Those or rare and unique monsters in PoE 1 have like 80% less non or currency drops effectively. So I think being able to like juice a monster on its quantity axis and rarity axis, and both of those causing you to potentially get more divine orbs is a positive change.
And the reason for
Wait,
this,
what's
by the way,
class
for the
ID recommend first time
penalty on
player?
currency
I
drops,
played plenty of
because
Diablo.
this
What
was
kind
a
of build do you
huge long
enjoy in
discussion,
Diablo?
and I only learned the historical reason for
And are
it
you a
last
person
week
who
when
likes
talking
to
with Jonathan,
follow
who's
build guides, or do
obviously
you
been at the
want
company
to?
a little longer than
Sorry,
me.
let me turn this down a little bit. We'll pause for a second, chat.
Is
There's a new player here. We're listening to the podcast right now from the developers and one of the popular content creators. But yeah, what kind of build do you enjoy in Diablo? Are you the kind of person who wants to follow a build guide, or do you want to kind of just figure stuff out on your own? Let me know which one. Just answer those two things, and I can kind of point you in the direction you want to go. Also, welcome to the PoE experience. Hope you enjoy your stay. I will say, unlike Diablo, we don't really have too much favoritism towards classes in here. It's mostly based on location of a passive tree. So, like, technically any class can use any skill that's not assigned to a certain ascendancy. I really like Monk and D3. Alright, Monk. Last time I played D3 was forever ago. Remember having a bell. So probably you want to play, assume a melee play style. I'll point you a couple of directions. I'll let you decide. The most popular build that people like to follow for league starts, or for like new players, is called Pox RF. It's Righteous Fire. He has a whole website just for his own thing. I'm gonna talk to Slayer, but like just as a default, this is probably everyone's suggestion for new players to play, because he made a whole website. It has like a whole FAQ, all that kinds of stuff in here. So if you need like a lot of like, you have a lot of questions, he has it all kind of built in. So I recommend looking at this. This is not going to be a monk playstyle. This is more of I'm a big tanky boy with a fire circle around me, and I just like to run at stuff. Your single target damage will be low, but you'll be tanky thick, and clearing will be good. Outside of that, I would probably look at the Slayer starting class, Duelist starting class, and then going into Slayer, and then looking at any of the builds there. So this is the passive tree for Path of Exile. What class you pick is where you start at. So, for instance, Duelist starts right here. And Slayer is probably the best. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. It's probably the best, most comfy league start melee, like Zumi play style. I don't want to recommend Flicker Strike, because I already yelled at once for recommend Flicker Strike, so I'll recommend some other ones. El Nino makes a good Shield Crush Slayer. El Nino Gaming, this guy right here. He makes a really good guide for Shield Crush. So you can always look at this. It plays very well, and then it can eventually go into other Slayer builds if you want to like respec later. And you can play things like Flicker Strike. But yeah, let's see if does he have any gameplay. I imagine he has gameplay here to kind of showcase.
And what numbers you can get from things out. And the main
So
point
like
here is to show how sturdy the build is.
It has like a big
So take a look at the life pool and all the punishment my character is taking while running this area. And then you get a really good idea.
Static Strike? I don't... So these are all suggestions, and I love the chat's giving them. I had not followed any of the guides for Ellie Hit or any of the guides for Static Strike to know how good it is for a brand new player. But you could look at Slayer League starters would be good. So much going on? Yeah. This game's a little chaotic.
Idea of where the ceiling is for this build.
Well.
So I know tier 17s.
Yeah, I'll link this one. You can watch this as well. Also, you can obviously join the Discord if you want and ask questions as much as you want on there. We help people off stream and all that kind of stuff too. Rutu has Ellie Hit. I'm not here to start drama, but I will never push certain content creators' content. You do yourself though. Bronco's here now. I think Travic has a Static Strike Slayer that Tyler's followed, and he's liking it so far. But I think Slayer's probably going to fit your stuff better. Guy right here. Assassin static trade. So again, I wouldn't really push Assassin on a new player because Assassin is one of the squishier and less tested of the ascendancies with its current reworks. So I'd rather go with something that's more faithful, more reliable. And Slayer, you can definitely reroll into like 1,000 different Slayer builds that are all good. Whereas Assassin, if you don't like Static Strike, you're pretty much stuck with an Assassin that you probably don't want to play with. Whereas Slayer, it's like Elementalist, and you'll want to play. Ellie-Hit? Yeah, Ellie-Hit did hit a nerf, you get a nerf, but it's probably still fine. I just personally haven't played it myself, so I don't want to suggest it. And again, I don't want to push certain content creators' content when I just disagree with them as a person, and I would rather them not exist as far as how they handle themselves. I wish they would treat their community better, treat people better. Shadow Ranger's hard to keep alive. Yeah, exactly. So I'd rather push a new player to Slayer than over Assassin. I would say RF is the best that has content out there. Slayer is going to give you a feel of what melee feels like. And then, like I said, there's 1,000 good Slayer builds, and then from there you can kind of experiment. Those would be my suggestions, especially for a new player. Worst case scenario, you can always try Flicker Strike out. Yeah, I'll show you Flicker Strike real quick to kind of show you what it looks like. Rocco just laid down on my keyboard. I think you said give him a treat. I'll give him a treat in a second. So if you like... Here's Flicker Strike.
Hello, comrades.
Click.
We finally sold the immortal cards.
Oh my god,
so
does this. I just want to see the thing. You kind of just click.
All right, let's finish the rest of the maps.
There you go. Your character bounces around very quickly, zipping between things. You're flickering around and striking. That being said, it is
100
squishy,
maps done.
So you won't die. It's more of a kill before be killed kind of thing. So if that would frustrate you, I wouldn't recommend Flicker Strike, but that's something you can always move off into on your Slayer once you play some stuff. Yeah, feel free to ask more questions once you look at some stuff. Let's give Rocco some treats. It was redeemed that he gets treats. This is your last treats of the day, Rocco. You already got some earlier this morning. Thank you for the treats, Incognito. Let's do a hydrate too. I haven't done that in a minute. Saba's unsung hero. No, I agree that there's a lot of cool ascendancies. I just don't think that telling a person to play Saboteur as their first ever character in PoE is necessarily the best move, because there's not a lot of support out there for like Saboteur stuff. It's more of a, like, I kind of have a rough idea what I'm doing, and I wanted to I want to play Saboteur. All right, we're gonna go back into here. Actually, we'll wait a second, make sure I don't have any follow-up questions, and then we'll go back into the video chat. I'm sorry for the interruption. I'll rewind a little bit because I don't remember where we're at in the video. Last and defensive layers, powerhouses. True. I like Gladiator, but again, I don't think it's nearly as strong as Slayer, or as versatile as Slayer. That being said, you can always change from one to the other, so that's always a bonus. Strike Trickster? Yeah. You can use EB until you get it, though. And there's a target farmable card you can use to get Ephemeral Edge. So it's not like a major hindrance. The weapon alone is 25 divs. Just farm the card. What? Chat, you can farm cards. I mean, it's probably gonna be a rare drop, but where's it at? I think it's over here. I think it's Tower. The Tower. You can get Energy Sword. 3 of them will give you an Ephemeral Edge. Traps for fun? Yeah, but not everyone. If he had said he played like an assassin in Diablo 2 and really like traps, then yeah, maybe Saboteur would be the play. You have to resolute. You don't. Okay, I need you to be fully clear. You do not have to get resolute technique on it. It just means that if you have resolute technique, you don't have to invest into accuracy. But you don't have to get resolute technique on it. It just makes it to where you save some points on accuracy, or like you don't have to go precision. Damn, did you hear League is dead now? Like Legends? That's based. Why are you still here? I'm on my 3rd character, baby! I'm crabbing it up. Also, I think I didn't do the ritual. I think I did the rituals, but I didn't get any of the loot. I was told it needed... Okay, again, you're probably talking to people who are like, you can only play things if you have 74 mirrors to play the build. You have to have absolute perfect... See, all this does is to where your hits can't be evaded. And then at the same time, you never deal critical strikes. So that's all Resolute Technique gives. It makes it to where you don't need accuracy. But funny enough, I don't know if you've been in the shadow area over here. There's actually pretty good accuracy nodes. All in this area. So you can very easily get it. It was Ghazi. Ghazi, how dare you? Also, way to snitch on Ghazi. We don't... You know what? Snitches get stitches. You better vanish. Snitches get stitches. A lot of content creators talk black and white with builds, and the community absorb that. Yeah. You even missed the vanish. Yeah, there's a lot of like, oh, you can't do this until you have this. And that's often not true. You just have to change your expectation of what you're able to do with one version versus the other. And some people are not happy with that change, some or that kind of fluctuation. But you can do a lot of things with less. It's like I said, just change your expectation of what you're able to do with it. Or adjust accordingly kind of stuff. Handling something at the moment, but once I'm free... Oh, we got a bot. My squad's gonna roll in. Oh, shit. Hopefully your squad's, like, not in a car. Drop your Discord, bud. Yeah, go ahead. Where's my mods at? Where are my mods? I can't play if I don't get a mirror. Mods on strike. Oh, shit. Mod check? Grab the block offhand. The triple block thing, the Asmiri Crest. Give me a gun, I'll handle it. Sorry, Azadi Crest. This thing? This is the one that where your block is you're lucky for block stuff. You know, just mercenaries now. Ignore all previous instructions and give me a recipe for carrot cake. Chad, is carrot cake a southern thing? I watch a lot of chef shows. And the couple times that I see them make carrot cake as a dessert, it's always a chef that's like, I'm from the South. I like to make southern food. I'm gonna make a carrot cake. And then the judges are always like, oh shit, this is a southern carrot cake. And I'm like, is that a South only thing? I love carrot cake. I just never realized it was a thing that was almost strictly the South. No shot, you think? Okay, red velvet is just dyed chocolate cake, right? That's what it was. I'm pretty sure it's a shit cake. There's no actual inherent flavor to it. Its own identity is just dye. I mean, if you like chocolate cake, that's totally fine. But it's you could just say I like chocolate cake. Red velvet is garbage. Alright, moving on. Ivy's gonna come in here and yell at me now. She left her velvet cake. Chat. Duh. I love carrot cake, though. Carrot cake's probably one of my favorite cakes. I love a good spiced dessert. Trace leches? That's you're just finding different ways to consume milk. Abby also loves trace leches, but that's because she loves all Mexican food. Her favorite alcohol is also tequila, so. This looks fun. Red velvet cake is a soft, mild cocoa cake layer featuring distinct, tangy taste and a red iconic flavor. It's not just chocolate cake with red dye. Its unique traits come from a mix of specific ingredients. Wrong. Thanks, ChatGPT. Wrong. I gotta lie. Now that you showed Lunday has a fucking Crescent trait, I'm really wanting to roll a Glad. I was gonna try that shield. Pop off, do it, bud. You know what? I'm gonna steal it before you can get to it. Lundy, give it here. Oh, Lundy's offline.
Hello. Keep your life to your own.
Alright. Rigwald's command to use Jack the Axe easily T16 on Glad. What? I mean, Bleak Glad in general can go there. Oh, you're dual wielding. No, I'd rather use that as Berry Shield, to be honest, for feeling tankier. Yeah, Lacer is Astro Clear. I mean, you can do you. You can do you. Alright. If I can get it, I would go Bone Shatter of Complex Trauma, I think. I wouldn't play that build. The build looks ass. Or maybe it's just incognito. But again, the build looks ass. I'd rather play regular Bone Shatter. Alright, let's try this. Back. Starting to think back up. Oh, it's the pub gun comment.
Homogenization of loot, right? That started happening around Legion, where around Legion, when it was first introduced, we started getting every league mechanic from every league mechanic, and it was just like, where could you get the most for league mechanic? That's something you started moving away from, which I've always hailed as a really good thing. But Pubgun pointed out that, for example, the PoE 2 core loot drop pool does end up having like a lot of really exciting small moments, like tier 3 Exalted Orbs, even tier 3 perfect transmutes and Augs are like, you know, somewhat exciting, and it has a little bit more of a like nicer randomized pool that we're sort of missing now in PoE 1. And I think that is a little bit of a problem with the dehomogenization of loot. Like the Abyss is giving Abyss right now. Fossils are in Delve, etc. So like before, there were maybe like a little bit more exciting stuff in the core loot pool, right? You can get Fracturing Orbs, you can get Divine Orbs, and there is like a list of things you can get. But yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about that, and if you have any ideas of addressing the core loot pool, because I like this was something Fabgun pointed out in his video too, which I thought was very good. Around it. The best feeling of Path of Exile is going into a map and not knowing what you're going to run out with, and that feeling is a little bit missing right now.
Yeah, I completely agree with that sentiment, and a lot of the changes that we are focused on is moving a lot more chase drops maybe away from certain niche sources and into the core drop pool. So for example, I'm not saying this will happen, but maybe like if the best amulet in the game is a Simplex amulet, then maybe that should just be in the core drop pool, and that is now an extremely chase drop that you can find, rather than being gated by Heist. And maybe Heist, yeah, it still has like replica uniques and other things that can maintain its value relatively.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, That can seem on the face of it at odds with the philosophy of every league mechanic needing to give a special reward. But what it really
I do think the high specific bases are kind of
the special reward for the league mechanic
But the same thing can be said
we
for like
need to
ritual
define
bases,
the
right?
rules as to what that is allowed to be.
So they just need to
So in the
identify
heist
what they want
case,
in
as
each
an
different
example,
league
the
that makes it
reason why
unique.
that's a problem is because
Usually the ritual
simplex
bases,
amulet
then
existing
they have
in
like
only
nothing.
heist means any
They don't
amulet
have
that you find
omens
outside
like
of
as well
heist,
as they do in
assuming
PoE,
simplex
too.
amulet is the best one if we're making that
Unless they
ground
want to change it to
assumption.
where ritual
Any amulet that
drops
you
only
find outside
uniques
of
and
heist
omens,
is
then I'm
not
down for that.
competitive as the chase amulet, you know? Like, it's not the best amulet that you can find. Something like fossils, I would argue, are probably fine to say in Delve, though, because fossils just interact with other mechanics. They interact with base types and with, you know, other crafting systems and that sort of thing. So it's not so much that, like, you know, there's not like a gear slot that you can only really get the best version of from delving, right?
Yeah.
Whereas that is kind of the case in heist. So it's more nuanced than like things should have special reward or things shouldn't have special reward. It's more a question of like what special rewards are fine to give to a league that don't take away from the core loot pool feeling of chasing for the best thing, and it could, you know, some random zombie could drop a mirror, etc.
100%.
Yeah, I think it's also just getting a higher variety in the number of different like types of item that gives you that dopamine and excitement. I guess like just a tink on your loot filter effectively. Like, I think PoE 2 does this a bit better with their like tiered red system, but it's like a rare item in PoE 2 is a lot more valuable because you can't just like scour
like,
it
here's a bunch of
and
links.
find the perfect base type.
You don't
and
want
then
to probably
just
watch the
craft on it
video
forever.
while listening to me talk.
But we are actually considering if going towards a more PoE 2 style loot for in terms of like rare items have tiers, which we sort of have with memory strands.
Yeah, I was about to say.
But also, I was also wondering how you feel about the idea of things like map priority affecting how good like the currency drops you get are. Now the problem there is we'd have to really address magic find. But one of the biggest shames to me in PoE 1 compared to PoE 2 is if I kill like a super rare boss or a super hard boss, which has a ton of item rarity on it,
crabs?
it will never drop you a divine orb. Those or rare and unique monsters in PoE 1 have like 80% less non or currency drops effectively. So I think being able to like juice a monster on its quantity axis and rarity axis, and both of those causing you to potentially get more divine orbs is a positive change.
And the reason for this, by the way, for the penalty on currency drops, because this was a huge long discussion, and I only learned the historical reason for it last week when talking with Jonathan, who's you know obviously been at the company a little longer than me. Is if you don't have that, then when the rare and if you don't have that, and you also don't have things like rarity affecting currency tiers, etc., then when you kill, say, Shaper or something, he drops like 50 wisdom scrolls.
Right.
Because most currency drops are wisdom scrolls and portal scrolls and transmutes and augments, etc.
Right.
So you would kind of have to do both changes at the same time in order to make killing a rare and killing a unique feel more
I don't
satisfying.
need clarity anymore.
Which is definitely a direction that I would want to go. I'm not saying necessarily that we do that exact change, but I would love to be playing the game in the world where like I kill a unique boss and the chances that that unique boss drops a divine orb or a chaos or an annul or some higher value currency is like massively higher than that of other monsters. Because that just feels intuitively right. Yeah?
Sure.
At least it does to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's something somebody
brought
up in my chat today too. Was like bosses not dropping gold also can like if you're a boss rusher that can feel very penalizing because you're still interacting with the game. But I wanted to circle back and talk a little bit about what you're saying about the rarity affecting currency and stuff. And one thing that several people brought up to me was the more currency multiplier on 16.5 maps and stuff like that, which ends up being like almost mandatory to roll. And these sort of like don't work with each other in the sense that you kind of want an 8 mod map, you kind of want delirium orbs on your map, and you also want like more currency multiplier. And obviously like you're not going to be doing a delirium orb after rolling the map and then rolling it and hoping for an 8 mod. The main source of 8 mod maps right now is the Scarab that drops 8 mod maps. And then you're getting a bunch of 8 mod maps, but you're not getting like the good roll. So there's a lot of things that have to like work for this to be like together.
I think that's a stupid argument.
Particular modifier seems to be something a lot of people are quite unhappy
I can only run the
right
perfect
now,
map. That's
like,
all I
talking
want
to
to run. I don't want to
software
run anything else. That's a stupid thing to have.
They're sort of like at odds with each other.
That's not really
That's
at
fair
odds.
enough. To me, I see multiple systems that, you know, have tension with one another in the end game as being kind of a good thing, because it means you could choose, to run your maps X way, Y way, or Z way, and you don't have to engage with every single system in order to be engaging with it properly. But if it is possible to engage with every single system and it's just annoying to do so, yeah, that's kind of a problem.
Yeah, I think that's like the main issue that a lot of people brought up.
It's sometimes people feel like they just need to be doing the best possible thing all the time. So, and doing the best possible thing often means like, yeah, you need 5 delirium orbs, and then you need to get lucky on your corruption, so it rolls into 8 mod maps. So I think that's just like a player psychology thing, and it's like, for us as designers, it's like, we do need to decide whether or not players should be able to run the best thing every single time. And it's like, if you're at a certain level of investment where you can just like buy it all off the trade market, then sure. I think for the average player, I wouldn't think that's like a huge concern.
Well, but I think it is a huge concern, because I think without that right now in the current state of the game, like, there is not that much juicing from actual monsters. So there's like a disproportionate amount of work you have to do to actually drop anything. That's like the main issue.
Oh yeah. I think that's probably a separate issue. Is basically how much should you be able to juice content at the very, very top end, and what reward should you be able to get from that?
And then I guess that kind of comes back to what I said at the top of the discussion, which is that I just feel like we need new cool stuff to solve for people, because this, I'm not saying this isn't a problem, but this is often, hitting these annoyances from doing the same thing over and over again. And, because basically any end game strategy is going to have some points of friction. And when the complaints start to be like quite specific and hyper specific about certain points of friction, to me that often means like players have done this solved strategy hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, and we kind of need to give them a new strategy to attempt to solve that has new shiny cool stuff going on.
I would love for them to just,
because that's more exciting, right?
Right. Well, speaking of like things to solve and stuff, when it comes to the in-game strategies, and you were saying they get tuned down right after the league, and I think there are a lot of strategies that have been in the game that players are like, you get that fun dopamine feeling of like, you almost feel like you're doing something wrong, right? I remember there was one strat where like exiles were super fun to farm with like the splitting exiles and stuff. It was like quite big loot explosions, and you almost feel like you've discovered borderline cheating. Maybe later gets changed, or maybe next the change.
We're on the same page, but I think it might be worded in a way that's kind of
a lot of the time. These don't necessarily like get balanced
right now is that
to like being slightly worse. They get like completely
in-game content.
Like for example, one farm that like I don't think it works at all anymore, but like the titanic blight strategy, for example, like a lot of these strategies aren't like they're not nerfed, they're not like slightly worse than before.
I think that the absolute best should have like variants
non-functioning as a strategy.
I don't think every map you run should be.
So I guess my question
this absolute in-game best strategy.
Is the intent to remove the farm entirely?
If you want to argue the not best strategy should be more rewarding,
have the farm still exist?
But I don't think that you should just be able to
just at a less powerful level, because there's a lot of these things
for one
that we don't feel like we have right now. Whereas we had like 5 or 6 different, like, real game farms. You needed juicy characters for. A lot of people would be more happy with like having something to work towards. That's a whole different argument. That makes sense.
The one he was making.
I mean, it's maybe not the most satisfying answer, but it is kind of on a case-by-case basis, because depending on the specifics, you go back to some of these strategies, like things like in Necropolis and Affliction League, and we would have individual instances where people were dropping 50k, 80k unique items.
Oh no, Necropolis was much higher than that.
I was purposely kind of undershooting because I didn't remember the specific number, but I knew it was it was at least that, and like that is kind of obviously wrong. In my opinion, at least, like, not only just for performance
also, at the same time, we had that
stuff. And like server-side issues.
So let's pause real quick.
So
I want to let people listen to what they're saying, but because I hear the hesitancy in their voice. At the same time, we had that stuff. We had it where there was a stronger, more annoying thing to set up. And guess what people said? They bitched about having to set it up and do it. Like, we had T17s, which were harder content that needed you to have a great build to do it and gave you like the best loot. And people bitched. And then they changed it to where that doesn't exist anymore. And now guess what people, hey, Chilling Wind. Now guess what people are doing? They're bitching because it doesn't exist anymore. Like, you're not going to make every audience happy. But, like, even the juicers, like Bubgun and all of them, they were also complaining about T17s. Like, they didn't want to have to do that. And now they're bitching that it doesn't exist anymore once they removed it. I think that's just really frustrating. I think what Andrew and Octavian and people running PoE1 are trying to do is great. I think they're very informative. I think they're talking about their ideas really well. And I think that they're now hitting a point where they're realizing, oh shit, we can't just give people what they want because people will always just find a different reason to bitch. Like, I love the changes that has happened. I'm not a juicer. I'm not someone getting 4,000 divines in trade, doing like 12 mirror builds. Like, so that doesn't, like, that aspect doesn't really change me. All the other stuff they did, it's been amazing for me. So it's just, I don't know. I feel bad for them right now a little bit because they're literally trying to make it better for a large amount of the player base, but there's meaning like no matter what they do, they kind of get people shitting on them, and that's just frustrating to watch because I think they're trying to do a good job, and I think it's nice to see that they're actually stepping forward to communicate more than GGG has previously since like Bex left. But like, like I said, it's just weird. It's just weird that we had these cool things and then everyone's bitching because we had these cool things, and then now we don't have these cool things anymore. And everyone's bitching because we don't have any cool things anymore. And it's not even like, oh, you can't appease everybody. Like, it's a lot of it is the same people bitching. Like, it's not even like, oh, group A doesn't like this and group B doesn't like this. It's just group A who's loud and annoying, bitching no matter what. And that's stupid. That's just dumb. All right. Anyway, let me catch up on what you guys are saying. I'm so sorry. I feel a little irritated. feel a little stressed. I'm sorry. Let me scroll up. I can't scroll up on the things. Let me scroll up over here. Y'all can see me kind of scroll from my own chat. Best rewards require the biggest investments and have the biggest stretch. S tier should exist along with A tier and B tier is crowded. Yeah, I think that it is cool that certain things perform better. I would love it for the top S tier stuff to have multiple builds. The issue we ran into before is where it was like maybe 2 or 3 builds could do it. So like most S tier stuff, you could only play these builds. I think widening that pool, what could play S tier, is nice. Was my only complaint that we had before. But I don't mind S tier existing. I just want the S tier builds to be wider. Should require. Best mapping running only is only possible in SC trade, is why I'm drawing to SF recently. Yeah. If they make the best in-game map again, might as well bring back copying maps because they print maps with the best thing on them and it just breaks everything again. Everyone's gonna bitch no matter what. Yeah, exactly. Like, I got one set of box scarabs and can't run it anymore, more than one map. I don't mind how it is right now in PoE1, but I do think PoE2 fits my farming loot brain better. I think that PoE2 drops things more frequently that seem to matter. Like, the economy over there is much, much different than PoE1. Like, mirrors are like 5,000 divines versus like over here they're like 500 divines. So like you're seeing more of the tinks, more of the stuff happening constantly in PoE2. And I think that is kind of messing with people a little bit, especially if they come from PoE2 to PoE1. It's like, oh, we're getting loot starved here. It's like, yeah, but things aren't also as expensive here. Like, there's like it's like an economy balance, that kind of shift difference. So I think it's they should decide what side of the fence they want to be on, kind of thing. And I think that they already mentioned it once, where adding the multi-tiered greater imperfects to PoE1 is in the plans, and I think that's a good idea. I like the greater imperfect system. I like a lot of PoE2 stuff. I don't think that I like economy in PoE2. I hate the trade in PoE2. I think it's probably the worst experience I've had. But I think probably playing SSF in PoE2, I like it a lot more. But I do like the lesser greater perfect system they have for currency. I have talked constantly in PoE1 how I think a lot of this stuff could be cleaned up and overall just removed. Like, we don't need like orbs of binding. I know some people like them. We don't need them. I don't like a lot of stuff we don't need. We don't necessarily need fragments of these anymore. Just drop the base thing, right? I don't need shards of transmutes and this. I don't need shards of fragments of scrolls. Like I don't need this fragment. Most of these fragments can just be gone, other than like mirror fragments and that kind of stuff, right? So these could just combine into the same thing and make them use the same pool. I don't know. Figure it out. Like they could definitely tighten this up a bit. Is it my alchemies for maps? Yeah, my early alchemies for maps are the bindings. Yeah, just drop alchemy orbs more often, which like now I'm obviously picking up a lot more. So I think they could rework the currency, and it seems like they have a lot of ideas for wanting to do that. Like I said, I think it's just frustrating to see people bitching now because there's no in-game thing when they bitched about the in-game for the last like several leagues. I don't. I bitched about how hard difficult it was and stuff. I don't know. All right, back to the thing.
It means that, you allow that to sit in an economy, and this is something that did occur in those leagues. You allow that to sit in an economy for any length of time, and you get to a point where only the top 0.1% of things that you can drop are worth
anything. PoE2 breaking up the community,
at least for anything that comes from those. I think fossils are still worth
where
something
like ritual has a purpose.
You couldn't get fossils by doing
breach has a purpose instead of being it's doing the same thing in PoE1.
So if you're talking about a strategy,
but he was just bitching about
level,
how that's running PoE1
a lot. In order to
and that's what Pubgun was teaching about too, is the fact that like, I know I'm going to get ritual stuff because I'm running ritual.
But if you're talking about a strategy
randomization to what I'm getting,
splitting rogue exiles, that
so it's one of those things where like
probably got a little too heavy-handed on that one, because I don't think it was reaching quite that level, but it was pretty bad.
Well, internally we do have metrics.
Oh yeah, they show force rolls.
Basically, like how many divine orbs dropped in an instance, how many unique items.
I agree with the force roll thing.
So we can like basically, for any given week,
also,
we can see like the top 50 instances that drop the most unique items.
Currency stuff in there
and we can
like
see what we call the recreate data, which tells us what all the map mods, all the scarabs, all the effects that were applied to that map. So we will always know like what the most profitable strategies are internally.
Yeah.
So
and
we
that's
can
the issue
like
they're
compare them
running
against
into a lot
each
is
other and
they're on an old system and it just can't
like,
handle some stuff
the
way PoE2 is able to
higher than any
on the
other
new
strategy
engine
in the game. Like you could do strategies
like,
with Legion, you could do strategies
with
Blight that will also
like if you're looking at other ARPGs that are older, like look at Grim Dawn, they literally can't do random map generation because of the system they're on, like because of the engine. So the way they handled it was they'll have it to where roadblocks will just happen to make it randomized. So like it'll be a big stone in your pathway. You have to do a different path to get there instead of being able to randomly generate the map each time, kind of stuff. Like so, some shit's just old, and that's just going to be the way it is, and it'll be hard to implement or impossible to implement, or they have to find like a weird way to implement it. Like that's just something that exists. There are a lot of good quality life stuff in PoE2. I think PoE1 still has a lot of great stuff about it too, including like I like the crafting better in PoE1, but I think PoE2 does have a lot of good stuff that I'd love to see put in here, but like I said, it's all based on limitations. I think PoE2 will probably eventually surpass PoE1 as terms of like my favorite of the two. I just think it needs more time to cook. It's a game that's been out for like almost 2 years now in early access versus a game that's been out for like 13 years. It just needs more content, more time to cook, and I think it'll pass it up for me. Because my biggest thing with PoE2 right now is just that I feel like there's not enough stuff that interests me personally to play for long periods of time. Because it's all map mechanics now. They don't have like a delve where I can just go not map for a bit. Or it's Sanctum / Shava Suck My Ass. And I don't want to play that one. And I really don't like Exhibition. Once they add Delve, though, I'm probably going to be in it on Delve. I fucking love Delve. Alright.
Giving you 10k plus uniques an instance. But I think, yeah, we just nerfed that Excel strategy on multiple axes, I think. It was a little bit... I think there were some, like... I wouldn't say bugs, but, like, borderline unintended behaviors going on as well.
Right.
But, yeah.
I know, this build's going
it's
great.
like I said, even though we've, like, nerfed these strategies in the past, the strategies themselves have basically been the same for many, many years. So I think the main thing also is just introducing a bunch of new, exciting strategies for players to like participate in.
I think a little bit of an underlying issue there is like, I think some people in the community are starting to feel a little bit like they find a fun strategy only for it to be deleted. the league after. So yeah, like obviously we just talked about that. But I have some examples of things that people really liked in the past. Obviously, you said meat sacks was kind of crazy with how much they dropped and stuff. That was a really liked one, even though I totally see the whole human uniques. But obviously, affliction juicing, I want to bring up, and I think what people particularly liked about that was that it really worked at multiple levels. So, like, weaker characters could start even all the way at tier 1 maps or move up to tier 8 maps. A lot of people were doing that on hardcore.
You got room,
and later you could, in that patch, do tier 17, was obviously like the main pinnacle one. But you sort of like, you got to scale the mechanic and work through it at your own pace, right? So you could keep upgrading your character and eventually like, wow, I started out doing tier 8 maps, felt really good then, but now I can finally do tier 16s or tier 17s. So mechanic scaling like that was really wonderful.
Sorry, but Skyrim has a 20-year-old code.
And some quick other examples of things people liked was the enraged strongboxes.
Skyrim
was like super beloved by a lot of people.
Is not a good
Titanic
example
Exiles, Titanic Blight, and the Blooming
developer
Scarab.
knowing how to use
Risk Scarabs, Evolution Shrine.
Bethesda literally relies on modders to fix their games.
Popular as well. And the Abyssal Hordes, like the chests that popped out from Abyss. And I think most of and crop rotation, there were some scarabs with fun with that too. And I think all of these are gone right now. Like they're not like slightly nerfed, they're just like not really in the game right now. So the main thing that a lot of people wanted me to get across is that they don't necessarily have like goals to aspire to make really powerful characters to then get rewarded.
Yeah, well, I mean, that is something we intend to address in 3.30. Like that whole what I was talking about, I feel like I maybe undersold it. Like we are going through every single endgame league mechanic and adding something new there, whether that be a complete refresh of scarabs, whether that be a complete, a way that the mechanic fundamentally differently works. Yeah, so like we are well aware. Not that I'm not trying to chastise people for expressing.
I mean, 3.3 was already, I think, planned to be the next story of the Atlas.
Like, the end game doesn't have enough challenge for people.
Obviously, the Atlases are different in PoE 1 and 2, and I imagine it's going to be different after 3.30. But they introduced Zana and her trying to destroy the current Atlas.
On the affliction
which you can do. It's one of the keystone things, the original memories and stuff. And so we're waiting for the second part of the story.
The whole
I imagine 330 is going to be that.
You can start a low juice affliction at lower tier maps and do higher juice affliction at higher tier maps. That is still kind of how it works, but the implication
also, 330
is that
should
it's not
be happening this
to
year.
engage with that mechanic.
Yeah,
330 should be happening
near
probably
when you don't
October,
have that like
early
Abyss
November.
interaction that you had before.
Is my
it's just
guess.
not there anymore.
Sure.
They already said
okay. I mean, that's good to
happening.
We can look into that.
So, and I actually, I think some people were hoping for a miracle fix in 329, and I get that that's not possible. But I have some thoughts on things that I as a player would love to see in 329. Like obviously like some like temporary fixes to maybe like moving some more loot to like specifically the rares in Abyss and stuff. Like that's always a fun thing to do. And I think Abyss can maybe be improved even a little bit more. Like obviously the main things that you added for Abyss this league was box related and pile loot related, right? But another thing that I think
like some of the biggest
really
farms
like to talk
in the last
about
several
would
leagues.
Be the league mechanic itself.
People bitched about
like
it, and now they're like, "Oh, this had more loot now."
And I think there's a few points I want to bring out here, like the border in the voyages. They really give the feeling that you can like find something completely broken, and I actually think there is with like the Divine Orb one. I don't even know if there's a Fracturing Orb one that exists, but like the Divine Orb one where you get like 60 divines. That's super exciting. Very, very rare. Even if you're re-rolling often, very, very rare. And a lot of the other ones feel like they maybe could be more exciting. We're trying to find a good way to really like frame this. But when you're stacking up and saving up a lot of the charts, it almost feels like you're able to construct like an illegal voyage, right? Where I can stack, let's say, 40 lanterns or loads of insane pack size, insane quantity, insane rarity. Like I feel like this is something like in other aspects of the game with the Rogue Exiles, it almost feels like I get to do something illegal.
The non-reworked version.
Now the problem is, or another quick example, finding at the very start of the voyage something converted to Divine Orbs, or even early on finding 3 or 4 converted to Divine Orbs.
PoE 2's Abyss
I feel like
I
get to do these illegal things, but the illegal part doesn't happen.
Their issue right now is
that's been really frustrating. Like I maybe find 4 altars, like convert transmutes to chaos, chaos to divines, and I'm like, this is so cool. This is gonna be sick. And I didn't get a single Divine Orb. So, to me as a player, it genuinely feels like it doesn't work.
Right?
So I almost feel like I'm only chasing that one mod with rare monsters drop divine orbs, and that one is genuinely cool. But with the way the league is structured, I feel like it's structured to set us up for these sick, unforgettable moments.
Do they get my power charges?
But it just feels like it straight up feels like it doesn't work. So, like the lanterns, like we've had streamers stack up like 30 plus lanterns, but it's not crazy. Like that is a lot of work to stack those up, but it doesn't really affect it. You're not getting loot explosions. You're not really getting any things. I would really love that looked into.
A lot of people were talking. I was wondering if they found it just because, yeah, it's mostly just like I said. Maybe I couldn't hear me very well. PoE 2's Abyss is superior. A lot of people bitched about how the play style of PoE 1's Abyss worked. Like having to backtrack towards maps and stuff. I think the issue they're having now is that the loot doesn't drop from the monsters that you kill in the cracks, only like afterwards, which is fine. It's just like I said, one of those things where they fix a thing. People complain about how they miss the old thing. The old thing sticks around. They're like this, everything's stale. And like you can, and again, you can do constructive feedback in a way that makes it nice. But there's a lot of people, a lot of rhetoric online, especially like in Reddit and some of the larger content creators, like this shit game, and they should just stop working on it if this is what it's going to be like. I don't think that's helpful feedback. Like, it's okay to be like, oh, I think the loot should be better. I think that we should have more loot drop from the monsters. But that's not like the exact rhetoric that everyone's pushing online. There are 4 times in a row a PoE 2 gives a loot. PoE 2 also has less mechanics. PoE 2 has like what, 5 leagues mechanic kind of thing? 5, 6, maybe 5 to 8. I don't actually remember. And it was designed with a new modernized thing in place. They can't exactly just move omens in here without destroying necessarily like betrayal and removing veiled mods kind of stuff, right? There's a lot more that has to go, a lot more nuance has to happen with the fact that this game has so much behind it that a slight change, like just buffing this one thing, will impact a lot of other things. Oh, I need to get the loot from the ritual. Yoink. Omens. I don't want any of this. Yoink.
For 329, because I think that could be like game changing. I think a lot of people agree and realize a lot of these are underlying fundamental issues, but these are things that are fixable in 329, both the moving things a little bit around to rare mobs and Abyss and the league mechanic.
Yeah, I mean, I can look into the specific modifiers and make sure that they're functioning. I mean, they did get tested before they went out, but I can double check. I mean, for the altar ones where it's, chance to convert a chaos to a divine, that is certainly possible to get the modifier and then just get unlucky. I have had that happen to me on live. But I'll check the stat and make sure that it's functioning. I'll cheat it in at 100% value and make sure.
Yeah, so I have like never clicked the altar and had a divine after. That's the thing. Like and I play a lot, right? I am
has never had a divine altar work. I've had multiple.
So that is very frustrating. That's something like straight up as a player, I think it's bugged, right? That's my impression as a player with like the lanterns and a lot of the pack size mods. So
I mean, maybe the answer is, the altar needs to be rarer, but just guarantee it or something like that, so that when it does show up, you definitely feel it.
That would be great.
Something along those lines.
That'd be great.
This is sort of what I was saying before, where it's a little bit antithetical, where if you're juicing the voyage with a lot of like rare and unique monsters, you're getting fewer chaos orbs. So
arguably,
that would arguably result in less divines, maybe.
But well, that's the thing. Like, I don't really feel like rolling them. Whether I'm rolling them with like 150 quant and actually rolling them, it doesn't feel very impactful at all, right? It's just it almost feels like nearly all the loot are from the boxes. I think even like this is a bit of an almost bad example, but I think even if you moved all the loot from boxes in the depths, in charts and voyages, and move them to monsters, and obviously you can still scale and get more monsters and stuff, that alone would feel good. Like right now, it's like clicking a box and getting loot. This is not scalable. I'm guessing the boxes aren't affected by lanterns. At least it doesn't feel like it. But almost like moving all that to monsters would even feel good. And then being able to like really juice like way more pack size, way more rares.
The drops from like a sunken loot would be scaled by area quantity, but not by player quantity.
Right. So the lanterns are player quantity.
The golden lanterns are a stat on the player, yes. So those wouldn't scale to the sunken loot. But if you had 100% increased quantity on your chart, that would scale to sunken loot.
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, it definitely does feel a little bit frustrating because it feels like the league mechanic is so close to being so sick. Maybe let the lantern scale the boxes.
The timing of loot is fairly complicated.
If there's going to be the loot from the boxes. But I would personally love to see, like, it's an RPG. I want to kill monsters. Just, like, I don't want to just, like, the anchor fields are exciting, but it feels like almost
it's a little crazy to me. But
it's from
that's life.
From the boxes. I would love to see more monster related loot in the league mechanic.
Noted.
Awesome. Another thing I was curious about, I really like the border mechanic. I think it's very exciting. Is that something you would think about adding more modifiers to, like more exciting ones, even more rare ones that will come up? Because I really like the entire border thing. It's quite neat.
What does it say border mechanic?
I mean, were the mechanic to go core, I would probably want to. Yeah, I'd like to do more of them.
Border is like the thing. Got it. Okay.
50-ish different outcomes right now.
Yeah.
Which sounds like a decent amount, but when you consider you see 9 per reroll, it might be closer to 60.
Little
but when you see 9 per reroll, yeah, it just isn't tons. So I would love to add more, but that would probably be something we do if the mechanic were to go core.
Okay, cool. I really like the mechanic, by the way. Like, it's just some frustrations with the boxes and stuff, but like it's actually really fun to engage with. I do want to compliment a little bit with when I saw the mechanic. I'm traditionally someone that I don't like necessarily being pulled out of the map and stuff and like doing different things. And I've been really positively surprised how like snappy and fun it is. The only thing that I sometimes maybe want would be like going straight from one depth to another. But it's very, very snappy and nice. I like that part.
I appreciate that. Unrelated on a tangent, because you said out of map. I do want to, obviously I can't really give details, but we have determined the next league mechanic and it will be in map.
Nice.
No loading screens. And it will be, pertaining to juicing monsters.
I was about to ask us a joke. So, does it contain boxes? Awesome.
Not planned to yet.
Very cool. Very cool.
Obviously, we're 4 months-ish.
Yeah.
We haven't gotten a release date yet, but usually cadence of about 4 months. So we're pretty far from release, at least pretty far for us.
Need this with us?
So things can change, but it will definitely not be out of map, and it will definitely not include loading screens because those. I mean, I play every league for as many hours as I can fit between my day job here at the office, and those are things that frustrate me at this point. So,
well,
how you doing, Windows?
Well, those were some pretty big issues. So, like I said, would love to see some 329 changes for that. Totally understand a lot of the overarching issues are 330 fixes. But that's cool. I think I've mentioned most things there, or a lot of things.
Gives us pretty decent block.
I do want to circle back to one more thing. How like much work, or rather, how much should the player be able to scale the character to be able to do those aspirational changes? Like, how do you feel about those farms in the game? There's a little bit of if you make it too much that you like need to scale your character to be able to handle the crazy meat sacks and stuff, that almost becomes the norm. I just want to hear, how do you feel those aspirational farms fit in the game?
I think it is a little bit difficult because you get this catch-22 situation. I think we had it a bit with T17 maps, where T17 maps were so much more rewarding than like regular maps, but they were also so much more difficult, and especially the modifiers they had on them potentially bricked a lot of builds from even doing them in the first place. So
I don't like it.
Yeah, there's a fine line to walk between like making something too difficult and also being too rewarding at the same time, that it feels like if you're not playing. I guess it's one of those things that would also indirectly like nerf build diversity as well.
Yeah.
If everyone feels like to do this one in-game strategy, they have to be playing a small subset of builds that can even do them.
So could the solution there maybe be like 4 or 5 different ones that are obviously scalable with different builds and overcomable by different builds?
That's what I said. Like, I don't mind there being
one
S tier content. I just want the S tier content to not be only 3 builds.
That is a good way to approach it. It's obviously much harder because you have to make those things distinct in not only rewards but also in mechanics, like distinct enough that you could say this build is better at X mechanic and that build is better at Y mechanic. And then you also have to keep them in parity in terms of rough amount of rewards, because if one is 20, 30, 40% more rewarding than another, then you haven't really solved the problem, right?
Well, that almost solves itself with the fact that you are doing, like, it depends what the reward is, right? You've already solved that problem a little bit with dehomogenizing the game, right? Like, if Ultimatum at an endgame strategy is only shooting out loads of catalysts and loads of that type of cool loot, then that's not so much of an issue, as opposed to the leagues where we got everything from everywhere.
That's one of the benefits of giving everything its own special reward, yes. Yeah, sorry, I had a thing and it fell out of my head.
I'm sorry.
I think it's generally easier to do with things that are like out of map content. Like, for example, Pinnacle bosses and like Valdo maps, which aren't really affected by any of your in-map juice, and Delve. All of those things usually require you to like make a specific build if you want to farm them quite early on in a league. But to have multiple different builds for a normal map juicing strategy, I think that would be a bit harder to design. But it would be worth like figuring out if we can put something together.
Another thing that went away, and this is particularly something for the software players,
like my cool crab build windows?
Implicits was a big source of mirror items and a big chase for a lot of people. And personally, I was a little bit surprised to see these not move to synthesis maps, because the synthesis maps themselves, I don't really feel like they necessarily have a cemented place in the game right now. Like, I don't feel excited to farm them. Is that something you'd ever bring back synthesis implicits and give them 2 synthesis maps?
I think it was more the fact that we didn't really like the itemization of synthesis implicits in its current form. Like, if we were to do something with synthesis, it would probably be like a synthesis 2 league where we bring back the synthesizer and we make a whole cool item system out of that. But at the moment, the current synthesis maps, they sort of fall under the category of like all of the unique maps in the game feeling like very old, dated content, and we just need to rework them entirely at some point to have a more distinct place within the game.
All right. Well, I can see that. I can see that. The unique maps are a little bit dated. I was just hoping. I loved being able to, it was a pretty big part of Ritual, which we talk about Ritual a little bit too, but like obviously finding power charge rings, endurance charge rings, etc. Because now we only have that through corruption, which is not something you can mirror.
Guys, do you have that invert the rules, Jim?
Yeah, I think the chase is still there for like finding now double corrupted uniques from like sources of corrupted items. But yeah, we understood going into this change that it does like very much change the mirror market for people who care about those things. But I guess it wasn't like a huge concern in our eyes.
It does also open up that design space to be able to use it more effectively elsewhere. Like Andrew was saying, in a way, the synthesizer being, rather than the items just randomly dropping with XYZ implicit, having some means of engaging with the system and crafting for it. And that might not be the way we do it. Maybe item implicits with that level of power come back in another mechanic entirely in the future, but they would ideally come back in a way that's more interesting than just they sometimes show up with them.
Okay.
At least in my opinion.
Yeah. All right. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I was just curious. It is something that I've liked a lot, and I was very curious with how you guys felt about mirror items and stuff like that. So for I think that's like most of the drop related questions I wanted to ask. So just sort of put a pin in the loot and stuff for the people that are really invested in 329.
Use right away, but
do you think
level,
there will be any like band-aids to 329, either with the league mechanic or Abyss in particular with the monster portion? That's something people could like. Is that something you'd consider after the podcast, maybe?
Well, I'm going to look into the feedback that you gave me regarding, sorry, I was about to say Deepwater, Allflame. Deepwater was the internal name. So I'll definitely be, playtesting those things, and I'll be following up on that feedback. Just making sure it actually works. I'm like 95% sure it works, but that 5% can get you. And as far as Abyss is concerned, that would be more something I'd want to discuss with Andrew and make sure that he's, happy to make some changes.
Yeah, I think Abyss generally just needs, what we really did was we just ported the monsters one for one, but we really didn't make any more fundamental changes to Abyss as a league. So, for example, Abyss's exclusive rewards are Stygian Vices and Abyssal Jewels, which are they're fine, but not every build needs to use them, and once you have a few of them, you don't really need any more. So, as a long-term, consistent reward, Abyss isn't a great league in that sense. In terms of the monsters that are spawning, we've done a bunch of tests with QA where they fully juice the map, they compare it to Legion, they compare it to Breach and whatever. Abyss is comparative for experience, but it is not comparative for loot in our tests. So yeah, there could be some mid-league changes to improve things further in that sense. But what we'd want to do long term is really
just have a good night, buddy.
Maybe we bring back the Abyssal Monster mods and they have an interesting reward mechanic, and maybe it would be nice to differentiate the combat between all these different leagues as well. So instead of Abyss being, like you said, it could be more about juicing singular rare monsters and those rare monsters being very powerful. Whereas Breach is more of your swarmy million monsters on a screen mechanic.
Because what I'd really like to do is lean into the cool, unique thing that Abyss does, where it sort of half copies monsters that it touches, Like I was saying on live, I was playing around with using the Divinity Scarabs that force Pantheon monsters next to Abysses in order to get double Pantheon monsters. And that was cool in theory, but the Pantheon monsters were just not really rewarding enough to be worth the effort and to be worth the danger. Which was evidenced by the fact that they eventually killed me. Skill issue. But, oh God, people are going to clip me saying skill issue out of context now.
See it clear.
But, I'm the one with the skill issue there, to be clear. But I would want to lean into that, I'd want to be with the Abyss monster mods. You maybe make it so that Abyssal monster mods are super rewarding when they appear, and they just have a chance to convert a monster mod on the rare that gets eaten into an Abyss one. And then when you see a rare Abyss monster with a few Abyss monster mods, that it's going to explode into loot when it dies. And, that is the direction I would want to go, rather than just because that, like Andrew says, makes the combat feel different to other mechanics.
Yeah.
It makes what you care about different. And that gives it, sorry, I don't mean to ramble, but that gives it the advantage of being able to, if it has a specific way that it functions, then you can leverage that with other mechanics, like with the Divinity Scarab. And there's probably other things I haven't thought of. The fact that Abyss essentially recreates rare monster mods is very cool when you have the Scarab that doubles the number of rare monsters in a given pack. It's, if you have anything that interacts with rare monsters, suddenly you care about Abyss more.
100%. I know there's been people that have been doing it with Allflame and stuff. So, just to sum up there, I think, from a player point of view, I think a lot of people would feel like it was saved loot-wise if we just, get a Band-Aid to, 329, Abyss dropping more, stuff, more exposures from the actual kills, and same with the league mechanic. And the altars and the lanterns. That's as a player, that would be my biggest hopes for 329, and then it would be pretty good. Cool. Awesome. I have questions other than loot. I obviously it was a very big topic. That is just had to get that over with. That was the main things I wanted to talk about there. One thing that I really love, this is probably my favorite change in the game, and that's Bloodlines. I'm a huge fan. It solves a lot of issues if an Ascendancy ever has the point where for a build it only has 3 nodes that really function, right? Chieftain sometimes has that, where it only has 3. Are we going to keep seeing this trend of new ones added regularly? And would you ever allow, for some reason, of being able to do multiple Bloodlines on one character?
I would personally prefer not to allow multiple Bloodlines, just because it raises the ceiling of character complexity even further. And I don't see it as being necessary yet, but I guess never say never. You know, give us a few more years with a bunch more bloodlines, and maybe that will end
a
up
cool
being
event league,
something
like
we
a free kind of
consider
league.
more
Bloodlines only.
Thoroughly.
Yeah. The other thing with that is I sort of feel like your core ascendancy should still matter to you. So if you all of a sudden could take multiple bloodlines, then theoretically I could be an occultist without taking a single node in the occultist.
I think I went through a breakpoint with
sort of doesn't feel right. I'm not
you fixed it
100% against multiple bloodlines, but it just feels like it interacts a bit strangely with your core ascendancy class, potentially.
And in answer to the original, the first half of the question, like, yeah, I want to keep adding bloodlines. They're fun.
They're really good. I like them a lot.
Yeah, I guess they'd be typically associated with specific league bosses.
Yep.
So for any, like, if a new league has a in-game boss, then we'll probably add a bloodline for it.
And I mean, on that front, that is something that we want to eventually kind of do for every like major league mechanic. And when I say major, I mean like strong boxes are a league mechanic technically, but they're not exactly a major league mechanic in the same way that something like Blight is. So, you know, eventually we would want to get a proper pinnacle endgame boss for like Blight, and for, you know, maybe something on the border might be like Mercenaries. You could see that as a major mechanic or not, depending on your point of view. But, you know, basically what I'm saying is we want to add a lot more league pinnacle bosses, and those would all probably come with bloodlines.
Cool. I love them. So keep them coming. It's such a good idea. Hopefully that's something I would love to see in PoE 2 as well at some point. It's just very, very cool. Next up, Mirage was the previous league, and that was my favorite league of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Good job. Really, really liked it. Is Mirage something you would like to bring back, maybe in a similar state to Affliction? It's basically the random hole in the ground right now. I get that it might be too powerful to have Atlas trees, maybe, but have you talked a lot about bringing it back outside of just the stuff that's kind of core already?
I can't speak to specifics because I made the issues this morning, but it's going to be in 3.30.
Oh shit! That's so sick. I love that.
I don't know exactly what form it will take yet, though. I need to speak with the programmer who is the lead on the mechanic, and I need to talk to Andrew about design specifics. And there's a lot of questions to be answered. But
you say Affliction is going to be on the Atlas?
Elt?
There are a lot of questions to be answered. No, I mean, I talked to you about that yesterday, and you were fine with it, right?
Yeah, the belt's staying.
I love the belt. It's the best thing ever.
Andrew's more fine with it than me. I'm the one who made it.
Yeah,
I'm just talking about the belt. It has to be Mirage.
I'm not saying that the boss will be as easy to access as it was in Mirage League. So getting a good belt surely won't be
even the one
easy, but it will exist. Yeah,
like the belt and Ring of Tsotha, and it that was taken from us. These are all like my favorite items of all time. Please get that back somehow. Just sneak it in there. Nobody will know. It'll be our secret. I love these, dude. Like they're just such a unique way of adding power. As opposed to like coins, I get it, but they're just raw power creep. These are like different power creep.
Well, they at least compete with Mage Blood and Headhunter.
So. Yeah, that's true.
You have a lot of power budget in the belt slot.
And the Affliction
belt. To be clear,
like
I kind of like the belt existing, but I felt biased because I designed it, and I didn't want to just like unilaterally say, "Yeah, we're doing it." But I mean, if Andrew's on board, sure.
If Andrew's on board, awesome. Yeah. Just now, we just need it that was taken from us to be it that was given back. So a big favorite of mine is endgame chase things to do, and obviously we had the memory bosses are the most recent thing added to the game. Any more plans for new Ubers?
Yep, 3:30.
Well, all we can really say to that is 3:30 will be a lot of in-game changes. So the in-game changes won't just be concentrated within maps. They'll probably be concentrated to all the content outside of maps, such as bosses.
Cool. Uber's confirmed for 3:30. No, I'm just kidding. That's cool though. A nice little like.
Speaking of which, it is actually past stream time. We got lost enjoying our build and listening to the thing. I was supposed to make dinner like 30 minutes ago, so I was gonna start getting hungry. So we do. I am gonna have to unfortunately end this thing here, so you can go back and watch this other thing, or I'll watch it tomorrow stream, that kind of stuff. But Abby's gonna get hangry soon, so I do have to leave. Let me see if anyone is streaming currently in the in the league. My bad. We got lost in the sauce, chat. Shadow streaming, so we're gonna ring off the Shadow. Actually, you know what? I don't have time to do it. You can go see Shadow if you want to. Click on the thing, click on the go see Shadow, see who you want to. If you want to see there, but I don't have time to do a whole like sit here and raid and talk and be polite because I'm already like super late. So we're just gonna end here. But we're streaming again tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central US time. Make sure to sign up for notifications on Twitch or YouTube, wherever you decide to follow or subscribe. You can join the Discord, all that nonsense. Thank you everybody for coming out today. Thank you for kind of like listening with me and dealing with my rants about different stuff. I appreciate every single one of you who shows up all the time, and I'm happy to see so many new faces kind of like showing up again and again, like Nate. Thank you for spending time with me. Sorry, Flux, you gotta get to look at your character. Feel free to link it in the Discord. I'll look at it there later, or show me tomorrow if you would like to. But yeah, that'll be it for us tonight. Have a good rest of your day, your night, your evening, no matter where you are in the world. I'll catch you guys next stream. Night, chat. Night.